things like we need less irrigation.
Farmers can also benefit financially, with some solar companies offering about $1,000 per acre to lease out land for their panels. Our time is 5:59. Stay with us. The most news in Charlotte continues right now.
We're in for a pleasant start to the work week, coming off of 70s to finish off your weekend. More sunshine on tap with high pressure in control. We'll break down that forecast coming up.
And many counties all across North Carolina will now see mandatory water restrictions. Where and what the restrictions will include.
Teachers from all over North Carolina coming together, calling for more funding for public schools. Their message to state lawmakers.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Monday morning, everyone. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Welcome into the 6 o'clock hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sidor leaving us on the desk for the next couple of hours, working on special assignments. And happy Monday to everyone. I hear we have a beautiful sunrise underway, Jason.
We're taking a look at it right now. Mother Nature under special assignment as well. Meteorologist Ted Phaeton giving a chef's kiss to the colors, the layers. It looks like a painting behind the Queen City skyline.
Yeah, absolutely. All we need is a little Bob Ross, put a couple little happy birds up
Happy
in the sky.
clouds,
happy
happy
accidents,
birds.
happy
That's
birds.
right.
That is gorgeous.
It
Look
is.
at that.
Wow.
We're about 28 minutes rather, away from official sunrise, so things will start to brighten up here over the course of the next 30 minutes. It's feeling nice and cool as you head out the door. Upper 40s, low 50s, so a little bit on the chilly side. Winds are calm for the most part. Dew points in the low 40s, kicking things off this morning. We're anywhere from 5 to 7, even 10 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. Looking at a difference of 8 degrees towards our mountain counties, 0 degrees right on the money for Boone. Morganton, both coming in the mid to upper 30s this morning. Everyone else in the 40s for the start of your morning, with 50s for Rockingham. Depending on where you are, greatly impacts how cold it is for the start to your day. We all have lots of sunshine. Wadesboro into Cheraw getting into the 70s this afternoon. Lancaster, Chester, mid-70s through your 2 o'clock hour. Charlotte with the high pressure in control, keeping that sunshine going all the way through the afternoon with Gastonia and Shelby, looking at mid to upper 70s early afternoon. Statesville into Salisbury, more in the way of the upper 70s, and that I-40 corridor, Hickory back through Morganton, will have those mid-70s, while mountain counties only get to the 60s, near 70 degrees through the peak heating hours of the day. A little bit more cloud cover for our mountain counties. I'll break down more of our overall setup, talking drought conditions here, coming up in the next 5 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you. Breaking news overnight, one suspect is dead and another is in custody after a chase led to a deadly crash. This started just after 10 o'clock last night on Old Pineville Road. Officers spotted a stolen vehicle and then they tried to stop it. The driver refused to stop, leading to CMPD calling off the chase due to their policy. The car was then spotted by another officer who watched it crash on I-77 at Nations Ford Road. One suspect was taken into custody. The other ran across I-77 before being hit by a passing car. They were then pronounced dead on the scene. The identities of the two suspects have not yet been released. Several agencies are now investigating, including State Highway Patrol and CMPD. City officials around the region are beginning to enforce water restrictions amid the ongoing drought.
Residents and business owners who don't cut back could face fines. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live off Brookshire Boulevard near one of Charlotte's water treatment facilities with all the details about those new limits. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Annie and Jason. Some of the limits sound pretty familiar from what residents have been experiencing the last couple of weeks, but those that were once issued as voluntary, some are now becoming mandatory. Charlotte, city officials announced their restrictions will officially begin in about 2 weeks on May 15th, but others like Statesville leaders, they announced that theirs begin today. So starting at 8 o'clock this morning, residents can be fined hundreds of dollars for things like washing their cars at home, filling swimming pools, or watering lawns on restricted days. Odd-numbered addresses can only irrigate Saturday nights, even numbers on Sunday nights. That first violation can lead to $200 fine. Second offense doubles to $400, and any infraction after that will cost $600 each. Statesville leaders say the city is in a stage D3 extreme drought condition. There's only one stage higher. It's listed as the exceptional drought, which some parts of the region have now met the qualifications for. Duke Energy officials say the lingering supply for water conditions, it threatens the water supply levels for towns all around the Queen City.
A critical place right now because we don't see rain in the forecast anytime soon. And so now is the time that, we have to come together as a community. And again, this is not meant to dampen anyone's summer fun, but it is a critical period right now.
Over the weekend, state officials lifted the burn ban for several counties, but not all of them. We'll show you in our next hour where in the state fire officials would still like to limit some unnecessary fires coming up here in our next hour. Reporting live in Northwest Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you. Spirit Airlines' sudden closure over the weekend is creating some headaches for people just trying to travel home. The company closed after talks with the federal government stalled, and it's left people at airports scrambling. People flying out of Charlotte Douglas were shocked to arrive and find closed kiosks, service desks, and no agents to help them. For some flyers, that closure means they're spending a lot more to get home.
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there and like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
Delta, JetBlue, Southwest, and United all set ticket prices to $200 for Spirit customers who have a confirmation number and proof of purchase for a limited time.
Well, scenes like this played out all across North Carolina on Friday. Teachers coming together in Raleigh, Charlotte, and other cities, all to call for more money for educators as well as their schools. Greg Funderburg spoke with the teachers about their cause.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. North Carolina educators say they've had enough.
They don't want us to get pay raises. They don't care about our schools, and I'm out here because I'm mad.
And they're fighting for better pay.
Just not for our pay raises. We need to be able to provide more resources in our classroom for teachers.
They say many educators are working 2 and 3 jobs just to pay the bills.
2 part-time jobs. It would really be impossible to live and meet those basic needs without having this extra income to supplement my teaching pay.
I'm living with my parents again. So I went from living independently in an apartment in college to living with my parents again.
These educators made their way to Halifax Mall in Raleigh for the Kids Over Corporations rally in March. They say funding public schools is a topic everyone should be talking about.
I hope that the public actually starts to understand that we are all in this together.
Advocates like Terrence Whitby, who comes from a family of educators, couldn't agree more.
See them come home, some days crying, some days like, how we're going to pay the bills, and that adds up, and it's a lot of stress and pressure on our educators.
Educators say this is only the beginning, and they plan on continuing their efforts until their voices are heard by state lawmakers.
President Trump has indicated the U.S. will help guide stranded ships from the Strait of Hormuz today. The president made that announcement on a Truth Social post. He offered few details, though, on how the U.S. would help those stranded vessels and seafarers. Iran denounced the declaration, calling it a ceasefire violation. This announcement comes after a large cargo ship in the strait was reportedly attacked by small boats just off the coast of Iran. The crew on board is reportedly safe. Meantime, negotiations continue over Iran's 14-point proposal to end the war. The U.S. is reviewing the plan. It's unclear, though, when a response will be issued. 2 U.S. service members are missing in Morocco after taking part in a military exercise. Officials say the soldiers went missing during a recreational hike, not during training. They were last seen near Ocean Cliffs in the vicinity of the Cap DRAA training area. The search team includes helicopters, ships, and mountain rescue units. The ongoing exercise, called African Lion, involves more than 7,000 personnel from more than 30 nations. That annual event is the largest U.S. joint military exercise in Africa. 6:09, time for a check of our pinpoint forecast with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, that rain over the weekend really not doing much to move this drought.
Yeah, still holding on to drought conditions. We'll get an update on Thursday in terms of how that developed. But right now, level 4 and 5 out of 5. The extreme drought in that red shading, the darker red, just east of Uptown is the exceptional drought. That's level 5 out of 5, which lines up perfectly with where the biggest deficit for the past year has been. Over 25-inch deficit. Monroe, Wadesboro, 20 to 25 inches below where we should be. When it comes to your last 30 days, we're still below where we should be, 1 inch to 2 inches for Charlotte, ½ inch to 1 inch towards Monroe. So we need the rainfall. Your next chance looks mainly to be a Wednesday into Thursday impact. I think Thursday afternoon and evening will bring us the best chance for some showers and isolated thunderstorms. Radar quiet and dry as of right now. As we have high pressure driving your forecast here close to home, I'll detail more of what to expect with another check of that forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. A little bit after 6, let's get an early look at pinpoint traffic. Rush hour won't kick off officially for about another hour, but things are looking nice. The sun popping up over the Queen City skyline. Look at that to the top left. Beautiful. What we're looking at in the middle here, this is I-77 over I-85. And the traffic in the middle is merging off of 85 onto 77, but it's looking good. I mean, we see brake lights being tapped. That is normal as folks are using the merging system the way it was designed. That was just north of Uptown, further north of Uptown. Beautiful shot here. Look at this of the sunrise coming up. I-77 north and south traffic. That's southbound on the left-hand side. Those headlights coming down. This is up near Cornelius, Lake Norman, looking nice this morning. Overall, not having any issues. Let's hope it stays quiet this morning. We'll keep an eye on 485 inner and outer loop, 85, 77, inbound Independence. We'll look at all those. Here's down at the North-South Carolina state line. Near Carowinds at Westinghouse and I-77, that traffic splitting coming up from South Carolina, splitting off on 485 and I-77. On the east side of the city, inbound Independence Boulevard traffic on the right, all 3 lanes looking good there. We like it. If you're headed to the airport, now is the best time to go. So just get there early if you're in Uptown, coming up from Rock Hill or down from Cornelius, all in the green, looking great. We'll give you another updated traffic coming up around 6:30. Annie?
Changes are here for people using SNAP benefits. The concern from food banks as more people lose that assistance. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte, still holding on to that gorgeous sunrise on your Monday. Welcome back. Millions of Americans who rely on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, will be cut off from those benefits starting this month. Most of the changes involve recipients ages 18 to 64. It's part of the stricter work requirements for people on SNAP, written into the One Big Beautiful Bill Act passed last year. Feeding America says SNAP provides about 9 meals for every 1 meal that a food bank can supply. They warn changes like this will negatively impact all communities and that some people are already feeling the strain.
See increase in people coming to receive food. It can put a burden on us. People who normally wouldn't use pantries because they could use their SNAP benefits. They prefer to do it that way. Will have to now come to the food pantry. And that might see us having to limit it to families that are already clients that have been coming here for years.
Supporters say this encourages work and reduces fraud, while critics argue people are losing much needed benefits simply because they can't keep up with the new requirements. Nationwide, about 4 million fewer people are receiving SNAP compared to last year.
Jet fuel has already started to run dry in some European countries, and that problem could soon come here to the U.S. Asian and European countries have been impacted the most because those countries rely mostly on oil from the Strait of Hormuz. However, the U.S. typically uses oil produced from the Gulf. Even with the use of that oil for jet fuel, experts say the East and West Coast aren't exempt. According to oil executives, the East and West Coast, along with Alaska and Hawaii, import much of the oil used in the region. With exports out of China slowing, fuel being imported to areas in California will start to fall. The same can be said for the East Coast, which of course isn't getting oil from the Middle East. That could mean jet fuel prices start to see even more aggressive increases in the coming months. Drivers are also still feeling the pinch of high gas prices, as this morning the national average here in the U.S. has climbed again, up over 30 cents from this time last week. In North Carolina, the average now over the $4 mark, sitting around $4.08. South Carolina a little less, paying at $4 on average. A man from Hendersonville just crossed the country, but not by car or plane. Try a lawn chair with a fan, motor, and parachute. Can't make this up. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains how one paramotorist saw America with no walls, no windows, just open sky.
It's not a bird and certainly not a plane.
It's just something that's been really enjoyable to me.
Mark Honeycutt is a former military airman turned paramotorist.
This is it. This is your cockpit.
Now he teaches people like Scott Garland how to fly this concoction.
Stuck by him, and he's taught me a lot of stuff, and I fell in love with it.
The duo was itching for a cross-country trip and got that chance on April 9th, the day after Honeycutt's brother got married in San Francisco.
And we used his wedding as an excuse to get this trip started.
Once you get airborne and used to your feet dangling in front of you, you'll cruise at about 30 miles per hour, but the views are worth it.
He loves to fly, I love to fly. It's a great thing. I think everybody should give it a try.
So I did, kind of.
I need a little bit more help.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but the unit weighs 150 pounds until you're in the air. They made it look easy.
For first timers like me, you can get a little extra assist to learn how to take off, but essentially you get your running start and before you know it, you're weightless.
You know, you catch a side wind, on takeoff, and it puts you back on the ground, which I experienced out west. So.
Unfortunately, Garland's trip ended early. He got hurt on the first day and pushed through until his quad tore open.
His leg went back and he got a 6-inch tear in his muscle.
Honeycutt finished his trip to the East Coast on April 28th. 7 days were lost because of bad weather.
Finished the trip in Kitty Hawk or Kill Devil Hills, where the Wright brothers took their first powered flight. It seemed like just a legendary ending to crossing the United States in a way that nobody has before.
But don't worry, Garland says he will be finishing what he started this fall.
As long as you treat the sport with respect, you'll be okay and you'll be safe.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Wow.
That is the wildest.
That's crazy.
So crazy.
Andy and I just have our mouth open the whole time going.
And they do what?
This is insane.
What?
Yeah.
I have, the guy says, you got to have respect for the sport.
Yes.
You do. I have respect for gravity.
Yeah.
And so that looks amazing to me. I mean, the views are fantastic.
They got really high up. I'm thinking, okay, you might be couple dozen feet off the ground.
Yeah,
That
maybe
gentleman looked
50 at
very
most.
high.
Yeah, they got very high. Listen, we have a breezy afternoon on the way, so don't nobody get any ideas.
Don't do it.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, let's wait till it calms down a little.
It will be a beautiful sight. I mean, look at our Arlington camera this morning. Sun coming up over the horizon. Mostly sunny skies expected for your Monday. Will be dry to start the work week. Rain chances come into play Thursday as we approach the second half of the week. So right now, temperature is 48 degrees. Winds are calm. Dew points in the low 40s, looking at what will be a relatively chilly and cool start to your morning. Upper 40s, Charlotte, more in the way of the mid 30s. Boone, Jefferson in the low 40s before we ramp up with that sunshine, aiming us for the 70s heading into your lunchtime already, getting past yesterday's highs as we approach the second half of the day. So we'll get into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees, landing above normal for this time of year. Usually we hit the upper 70s, cooling down second half of the work week with a cold front ushering in our next chance of rain Wednesday into Thursday. Not going to do much to give us much relief from the pollen that's out there. Oak, hickory, sycamore, the tree pollen still very much active here around the Carolinas. So clouds and radar showing high pressure in control off of the Carolina coast. We will be looking at cloudy skies over Kentucky into West Virginia. As I put the clock into motion, we'll stay sunny all through Monday, Tuesday. Maybe a few clouds roll in for the afternoon, with moisture picking up over Kentucky and eastern Tennessee, getting eaten up by our western facing slopes, waiting until Wednesday to get more of the impacts of the potential wet weather before storm chances ramp up overnight into your Thursday morning. And then I'm looking at Thursday afternoon, bringing in the brunt of the heavy rain and those downpours that will set us up for another batch of wet weather here for the second half of the work week. Lows tonight will be on the cool and chilly side, low to mid 50s, upper 40s in our mountain counties. We'll rebound into the low 80s on Tuesday, still holding on to some of that warmth through midweek as we hold on to upper 70s. Storm chances move in Thursday, dry to finish the week and head into the start of the weekend. Annie.
All right, Ted, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City this morning. Happy Monday to the folks in the Big Apple. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. McDonald's is quietly ditching a popular in-store feature, and a shocking number of podcasts are generated by AI. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning. Happy Monday.
Hi, Annie. Happy Monday to you too. And futures were positive, but we just turned sharply lower. Dow's down almost 400 points after Iran media is reporting that a U.S. warship was turned back from the Strait of Hormuz, maybe some missiles fired on that U.S. warship as well. So that is sending stocks lower, and oil is up. Oil is up about 5% in response to this report. Now, we did close at record highs on Friday. Companies have been delivering strong earnings, so that has been giving the market a boost. Well, more than a third of new podcasts are AI generated. Inception Point AI said it was responsible for 5,000 total shows and said it turns out 3,000 episodes every week. And according to Bloomberg, it now has 10,000 active podcasts. And McDonald's is quietly ending the era of self-serve soda fountains nationwide. The shift has been years in the making, and it's part of a broader effort by McDonald's to modernize its restaurants, reduce labor and maintenance, and adapt to changing consumer habits that increasingly favor takeout and delivery and drive-through rather than dining in the restaurant. The company plans to complete this transition away from self-serve beverage stations by 2032. Annie, back to you.
Interesting, Jane. I mean, I love the classic soda fountain where you can go and pick, you get to control how much ice you have, or if you're a little bit weird, you can mix two sodas together. Like, come on.
Right. That's true. It does take away an option, but it's going to be a while, like 5-6 years before we see this, but it is in the process, it sounds like.
So make it to your favorite Mickey D's in your self-serve soda fountain while you can. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. We're going to take a quick break, but you are watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Drought conditions continue here heading into your Monday, holding off on rain chances at the very least until Thursday. Late Wednesday into Thursday, I'll detail how dry we are and when our next chance of rain moves in coming up.
A Supreme Court decision is now prompting other states to take a look at their congressional maps, what this could mean for the upcoming midterms.
And advocates are critical of the North Carolina Education Lottery's delivery of education funds. Why they say the initial promise by state leaders is falling short of the jackpot for schools.
6:30, happy Monday, and thank you so much for kicking off your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you kicking off this new work week. Julian Sidor on assignment the rest of the morning. Meteorologist Ted Payton saying, hey man, beautiful sunrise, a really nice day on tap.
Yeah, nice day on tap. We're going to be getting into what will be the upper 70s near 80 degrees peak heating hours of the day. Yesterday got to 70 and it was still nice.
It was beautiful. A very cold start on Saturday.
Yeah.
I didn't really know what to make of it.
Yeah.
Kind of stood inside and looked out. Said, what do I do?
Nope, don't want to get out there. Not quite yet. Yeah, we had a very cold start to your Saturday, Sunday morning on the frigid side as well. We are looking at upper 40s now, still chilly. So grab the jackets and make sure you have the appropriate wardrobe for those upper 40s calm winds that have taken hold around the Carolinas. We will be having more of a breezy afternoon. Temperature is sitting anywhere from 3 to 5 to 7, even 9 to 11 degrees, warmer than your previous morning. A very cold start to your Sunday, a warmer start to your Monday, giving us a warmer afternoon, sitting in the mid to upper 40s. Rock Hill into Charlotte, Monroe, 30s, Boone, mid 40s for Jefferson. And today, seeing lots of sunshine heading into your late morning, early afternoon. We go from the 60s to upper 70s. Rockingham and Shira, mid 70s, Lancaster, upper 70s, Rock Hill. Chester, seeing that sunshine through lunchtime, and we'll have those upper 70s. Charlotte into Concord, Albemarle with their mid to upper 70s. Shelby into Gastonia. Up towards the I-40 corridor, Statesville, Salisbury, looking at low 60s late morning hours. I'm expecting sunshine to dominate for Morganton into Lincolnton. A little bit more cloud cover Hickory, but mountain counties will see partly cloudy skies. Highs limited to the mid 60s through your early afternoon with highs near 80 degrees around uptown. I'll detail more of your forecast heading into the midweek, coming up with another check in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Rush hour won't officially start for about another half hour, so let's enjoy it while it lasts. We're looking here at a shot right in the heart of Uptown, just north of the city, which you can see off to the top left. Courtesy of NCDOT cameras here this morning. This is where I-85 traffic right in the middle is merging onto I-77, trying to get up to speed. No backups right now. That's typical merging that we're watching. Things are looking good so far. Let's go further north. Here's I-77 southbound traffic coming at us up near Cornelia. So this is up near Lake Norman, trying to work your way down towards Huntersville, a little closer to Uptown overall. Things are looking good. A little volume out west. You can see Gastonia to Belmont on 85 starting to slow a little bit, a little closer to us. Let's take you outside our studios in West Charlotte. There's 85, that same traffic I was just showing you coming up out of Gaston County. That's it, the 4 lanes on the left, those headlights coming out of Gaston County into Mecklenburg County, looking good so far. Drive times, you can see a little bit of a slowdown on 85 North. That's typical. Coming down from the lake or up from Rock Hill, you guys are looking good. Let's take you down to the North-South Carolina state line near Carowinds. This is 77 northbound where it splits. Some half the traffic going to 485, the other half staying on 77. Cool shot here on Independence Boulevard. Look at the sun bouncing off of that the high rise there. I mean, that's cool. Looks like a rocket ship taking off out of Charlotte this morning. Traffic, though, is what we're looking at, and that stretch is looking good. Here's those drive times coming in from Concord, Albemarle, and Monroe. You guys are good. We'll give you another update when rush hour starts at the top of the 7 o'clock hour.
Breaking overnight, a suspect is dead and another is in custody after a chase led to a deadly crash. It started just after 10 last night on Old Pineville Road. Officers spotted a stolen vehicle and tried to stop it. The driver refused to pull over and CMPD had to call off the chase per department policy. The car was then spotted by another officer who watched it crash on I-77 at Nations Ford Road. One suspect was taken into custody. The other, though, ran across I-77 before being hit and killed by a passing car. CMPD still has not released the identities of those 2 suspects. Several agencies are now investigating, including State Highway Patrol and CMPD.
A new legal fight over voting rights is rippling across the South after a Supreme Court decision struck down a majority black congressional district in Louisiana. Now other states are urging their leaders to take a second look at their own maps. Rashad Hudson has reaction from both sides.
A high-stakes decision from the U.S. Supreme Court now sending political shockwaves far beyond Louisiana.
A battle that attempts to take us back pre-1965.
The court struck down a majority black congressional district, raising new questions about how states balance race, representation, and federal law. Now, Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn says her state should take notice.
They want to turn Tennessee red, and to do that, they're taking votes and power away from African Americans that they've had for over 55 years because of the Voting Rights Act.
If the state moves forward with a proposal to redraw congressional lines, Tennessee's lone Democrat Steve Cohen could be out.
This is the worst thing that's happened to African Americans as far as voting goes and rights since Plessy versus Ferguson at the end of the 1800s.
At the center of this debate is the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which protects minority voters from discrimination, but has faced years of legal troubles over how it's applied.
We don't need to divide this country based on race and congressional districts. It needs to be based on communities of interest.
Alabama Republican Congressman Barry Moore didn't say if he wants his state to go down this path. New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler blames Democrats for starting this fight.
This is something that they started last cycle, and now you have this tit for tat between Texas, California, Virginia, Florida.
With more legal challenges expected, this issue is likely to stay front and center in the lead up to future elections. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
North Carolina teachers are now calling on state lawmakers to give them raises and to improve the funding that they put into schools. They held a rally and a march in Raleigh on Friday to deliver that very message. They say funding for public schools should be prioritized over corporate tax breaks and private school voucher programs. They say public schools have been struggling for a while with crumbling buildings, crowded classrooms, rising health care costs, and teachers leaving the profession because of low pay. Now they're calling on lawmakers to enact a change.
We have yet to get a state budget, and so coming together now to pressure and push and be present really brings it to the forefront for our public.
People who went say they hope Friday's turnout pushes lawmakers to rethink how they fund public education as the state continues to rank near the bottom nationally in both school funding and teacher pay.
And as teachers demand more funding and higher pay across the state, North Carolina recently marked 20 years since the launch of the education lottery. Revenue has generated about $1 billion a year in that funding, but experts argue the lotto isn't living up to its original promise. As our Andy Weber reports, what was once sold as a bonus to get more money into schools has now become a piggy bank to cover routine expenses that already exist.
August 31st, 2005, a bill creating the North Carolina Education Lottery was signed into law by then-Governor Michael Easley.
This just means that the 4-year-olds who need pre-kindergarten are going to get it, that the low-wealth counties who need help with their school construction are going to get it, and the kids who are working hard and don't have the money to go to college are now going to be able to go.
While it wasn't explicitly written in the law, supporters frequently frame the lottery as a bonus, a revenue source that could cover some expenses
a total of $18, sir.
The state was not previously able to fund.
But it's a supplement to those, and it's one of the answers that helps us address some issues such as school construction, which is so badly needed across the state.
That provision was removed at the last minute. So that is not in law, and that controversy over whether or not it supplants existing funding, still lingers.
That's Bob Libke, who oversees education policy for the John Locke Foundation, a conservative think tank based in Raleigh. Libke says a lack of clear guidelines have allowed the legislature to use lottery revenue to pay for expenses once covered by the state's general fund, like custodians and maintenance workers.
It's not in statute that the money can only be used for this, this, and this. Essentially what has happened over time since it was passed is functionally, in my view, it's become a cookie jar.
This isn't really something extra. It's funding the fundamentals.
Matt Ellenwood directs education advocacy for the North Carolina Justice Center, an influential left-leaning policy shop in the Tar Heel state. He argues the lottery would live up to its original promise if more guardrails were put up.
There's new programs for younger children that weren't there when the lottery began, or were just starting. They weren't serving very many kids. So that'd be the sort of thing that you'd want to write into law, that the lottery money should be directed towards providing.
Experts on both sides of the political spectrum agree you can't blame a single political party for the lottery becoming what's been called a cookie jar or a piggy bank. Democrats passed the original bill and Republicans have controlled the General Assembly in Raleigh for 15 years. Lawmakers will ultimately have to decide to put in limits or parameters, but lately there's been no real desire to make changes. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
In a statement to Queen City News, lottery officials reiterated that the General Assembly decides how lottery funds are allocated. They went on to say last year they provided $141 million more than what state officials asked for, and then that money is being used to build new schools.
All right, so check this out. The FAA is investigating after a plane clipped a pole on approach to the Newark Liberty International Airport, sending that pole then into a bakery truck that was being driven on the roadway nearby. It was all caught on video from inside the truck. Take a look.
Holy, oh my.
Wow, that is incredibly scary. You don't expect that when you're driving down the road. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey says that United Flight 169 was on its way to runway 29 when it hit the pole. Sunday, this was yesterday, one of the plane's landing gear tires even went through the truck's window and windshield, according to a bakery executive. Thankfully, the driver only suffered minor injuries in that collision. The Boeing 767 and all of its 221 passengers and 10 crew members landed safely. No word on what led to that incident. We will have our Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May K. Beeler talk more about this coming up later this morning.
I cannot wait to hear what she has to say about that. Well, there's a party down in Georgia, and it's not stopping anytime soon. How one of NASCAR's most popular drivers emerged victorious after a wild day in Fort Worth. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Coming up on 6:45, welcome back, everyone. A NASCAR favorite is returning home with a win.
And the Canes are gliding into Game 2 of Round 2 in the Stanley Cup playoffs later today.
Carolina Sports Live's Joey Ellis has your morning sports.
It was another very busy weekend of NASCAR with another eventful race in Fort Worth. And the winner on Sunday in the Worth 400, Chase Elliott, a guy who had won there just 2 seasons ago, collecting his second win on the season. It was just a beautiful day in Fort Worth for the 11th race of the Cup Series season. And Carson Hocevar was on the pole for the second straight year there. He was, of course, the winner last week. And towards the end of the opening stage, it's Christopher Bell in the 20 car making the pass on his teammate in the 11. Denny Hamlin for first, but runs into some trouble. The 20 clipped by a spinning Todd Gilliland in the 34. It suffered plenty of damage. Early end for Bell. He's had some just tough days recently. That would make the way for this. Fellow Toyota driver Eric Jones in the 43 just sneaking his way through to stay out through the caution, and pays off. He would take the opening stage. It's his first career stage win in the Cup Series. Very cool stuff from him. And into stage 2, some trouble on pit road. Cole Custer can't get to his box. Ty Gibbs is kind of blocking him there. Joey Logano in the 22 slams into the rear of the 41, and that would do it for the 3-time champion who won there a season ago. A DNF for him. He's out of the chase, at least for now. So end of stage 2, Chase Elliott would climb back to the field, passes Brad Keselowski, and would take the stage win to set himself up rather nicely for what proved to be a pretty eventful final stage of this race. It was mostly green in stage 3 until this. Texas, a lot of single car cautions. Corey Heim had a good day, causes one there, causes a spin out, and then after it would lead to this. On the white flag just before that, John Hunter Nemechek spins out after contact with Kyle Busch. So the yellow gets thrown out, and Chase Elliott takes it and runs with it the rest of the way. Takes the checkered for his second win of the season. It's his second win at Texas in the last 3 years, as now the NASCAR season shifts to Watkins Glen next weekend. But in the NHL now, where it's been a very near perfect start for Rod Brindamore's Carolina Hurricanes. Got 5 playoff games, 5 wins, already outscoring its first 2 opponents 14-5 in those 5 games. And how about Logan Stankoven? He's been white hot to this point. 6 goals in those 5 games. And the goaltending with Freddie Anderson in between the pipes maybe has been the difference. The Canes lead the Flyers 1-0. Game 2 tonight in Raleigh. It's an 8 o'clock puck drop. And Brindamore was asked Sunday if this hot start has even surprised him at all. Well, he says it's what they've been pretty much most of the season.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think we have played well, but hockey's such a random thing. I mean, you get a bounce here or there that goes out the window. So, it helps though to obviously get ahead of it. I think everyone's digging in. I mean, it's what we kind of try to do all year. I mean, and now I think the little difference might be that the goaltending has been a notch up than what it had been during this regular season, which was fine then, but now it's been that much better, and that's probably the difference.
The Hurricanes look to take a commanding 2-0 series lead in the conference semifinals. As I said, 8 o'clock puck drop tonight from the Lenovo Center. We'll have live post-game coverage as the Canes look to stay up on the Flyers there. And Carolina Panthers news, we'll get you set for rookie OTAs coming up on Friday. We're getting our first look at this rookie class. We got all of that to get to, and a lot more tonight at 11 o'clock on Carolina Sports Live.
Charlotte FC is back in the loss column for the 4th straight time after falling 1-0 to the New England Revolution on the road Saturday. The Crown had a couple chances in this one, particularly early on in the match, but they never quite found the back of the net. Charlotte was close to escaping with a point. However, a handball call in stoppage time gave New England the chance for a penalty kick, which Carlos Gil snuck in right past goaltender Christian Kalina.
Very competitive game at times. I thought we started really well first 15 minutes. We stayed really compact as a team today defensively, which was better. We pressed better today. They definitely had spells with the ball as well, but I couldn't really see them opening us up to score, to be honest. And so it's a disappointing one today.
You can't fault it tonight. We've lost the game, but at least we've shown improvements from the last 2 games, because they were simply not good enough. Unfortunate to lose the game in the last minute, but that's football, and football's a tough game. But we've got, like I said, we've got four big games at home to put ourselves in a good position going into the break.
All right, so here's a look at some of the more concerning numbers for the Crown after Saturday's loss to the Revolution. Charlotte FC now holds a 4-5-2 overall record with 18 goals for and 19 against them. The squad, very similar to last year, has not had a good start away from Bank of America Stadium, just a 1-4-1 record this season. But it's not all bad news. The good news ahead for FC is that the next 4 games are at the Bank, starting with a matchup against Cincinnati, getting some of that momentum back, hopefully. All right, Ted, we're building momentum as our morning goes on. We're going to warm up quite nicely today.
Oh, yeah, warming up until what will be the upper 70s, near 80 degrees peak heating hours of the day. 48 degrees right now with calm winds, plenty of sunshine over the Carolinas. We're still in the upper 30s to low and mid 40s along the I-40 corridor, 30s to mid 40s up through Boone and Jefferson. So a bit of a chilly start, cool start to your morning as we get into the 60s for 10 a.m., low 70s lunchtime. Highs make a run for the upper 70s near 80 degrees, which lands slightly above normal for this time of year. We'll hold on to those low 80s before a cold front bumps us back into the 70s, second half of the work week. That comes at the expense of some rain and storm chances into your Thursday. Right now, looking at your tree pollen being the main culprits behind flaring allergies. Oak, hickory, sycamore, relatively high here for your Monday into Tuesday, with high pressure sitting just off the North Carolina coast. That's going to continue to give us winds out of the southwest, playing into those breezy conditions Monday afternoon. Sunshine dominates heading into your Tuesday. A few cloudy skies start to roll in, mixing in with the sunshine. Moisture ramps up over Kentucky and Tennessee throughout the day on Tuesday, approaching our western-facing slopes, giving us partly cloudy skies before Wednesday ushers in late evening rain, and then we have the potential for storms ahead of that approaching cold front on Thursday, giving us some isolated downpours Thursday afternoon and evening. Now, lows tonight will be on the chilly side again, low 50s into the mid 50s for uptown, more in the way of the upper 40s in our mountain counties. So make sure you dress appropriately early in the morning. Tuesday rebounds into the low 80s with those 70s expected to move in. Thursday, we're back into the mid 70s by Saturday to kick off the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now. The most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
This is going to be a good talker for the day. If you actually like or think that you're good at putting together furniture, you got nothing on these people, especially her. Watch this. This is in London, right? A competition where people race against the clock to build IKEA furniture as quickly, and here's the key, accurately as possible. Competitors had 10 minutes to build an IKEA bedside table. During the Flat Pack World Championship, this year's champion is Haley McCauley. That's who you're watching there with the blonde hair. She finished 8 minutes, 20 seconds, beating her own record from last year.
For anybody they're just doing it for themselves, I would just say make sure you read the instructions carefully and don't do anything permanent until you're 100%, or else it's going to cost you some money.
At the beginning,
Okay, some good advice from her. Another tip from competitors, they say, oh, this is hard. Try not to get angry or frustrated with the furniture. Take a little break if you need to. Oh my God, tell me you guys have all put some kind of IKEA furniture together.
Oh
All the
yeah,
time.
Amazon
Yeah.
furniture, IKEA furniture, Walmart furniture. I mean, we've all moved so much that you just have to kind of like keep starting over if you don't want to pay to move everything.
There's something about IKEA furniture though. If a relationship, if you can put one of these together and your relationship stays together within 30 days of it, God bless you, because this is a true test. I think couples that are engaged should put a piece of furniture together, put a 5-drawer dresser together from IKEA.
Oh,
if you can make it through that, then maybe go ahead with the marriage.
That should be like the premarital counseling is like, build the pulpit that they stand in front of.
The direction, there's not a lot of directions. There's a lot of Danish cartoon drawings in there, which is probably why I think guys think we don't like directions anyway, but we're like, I'll just look at the cartoon. You're right. Maybe you grew up reading comic books and think I got this.
And then this way.
And then you get to the end, you're like, oh, there's a whole bag of things that I didn't add. And I'm like, these have to go somewhere.
Wow, they always give extra.
Well, you're like, oh, these are a lot of extra pieces, huh?
Yeah, they're
generous. The table falls over.
You guys do the little, they give you the world's smallest tool, too.
Yeah.
The Allen wrench.
Which is really hard. You know, with your pinky, you're trying to turn the Allen wrench. Get rid of it.
I don't use that
Put it in a drill, right?
I have a drill bit.
It
That's
says
the key.
not to. You just have to be really gentle with it.
Bring the torque down.
That's it.
Torque down.
Exactly.
That's it.
All you need.
That's
Faster
your
is
advice.
not always better when
Game
it comes to IKEA furniture.
I'm like pit crew with
Yeah, do not be NASCAR pit crew. Yeah, if you start going that relationship will be over. I'm just telling you. All right, coming up on a 7 o'clock hour. Stay with us. We'll be back. Spirit Airlines has officially gone out of business. The fallout local flyers and workers are now feeling after the airline's collapse.
A multi-billion-dollar healthcare merger is being put on hold as top lawmakers put it into question, why they say concerns center around people across the state.
Plus, mandatory water restrictions for most of our region. The changes for residents and businesses as the severe drought continues.
Queen City News starts now.
It is straight up 7 o'clock. Good Monday morning, everyone. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador is on special assignment.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we're looking at dry conditions this morning. Sunny skies, nice chilly start to the day, but we'll be warming up. Getting into the upper 70s near 80 degrees this afternoon.
Sounds perfect.
I love it. A little bit more seasonal.
Yeah, slightly above normal.
Okay.
Typically we hit the upper 70s this time of year, so 2 degrees off, not feeling too bad. So.
I feel like Mother Nature's trying to hit a moving target. She's
Yeah.
either below it or she's above it, but we just can't get like on the board.
Exactly. We're in the vicinity, but that really only works in, I guess, horseshoes when you're looking at getting close to the target. At least a warmer start to your morning compared to where we were yesterday, so not going to have the same bite in the air, and of course having the jackets will be helpful, but layers will be the name of the game as we warm up looking around the crown. South winds 3 miles per hour, upper 40s temperature wise right now, so a little chilly to start. The sun's been up for about 30 minutes, and we are looking at your 7 to 9 degree gap from yesterday into today, leaving us in the upper 30s Albemarle, Salisbury, upper 40s Rockingham. We're in the upper 30s to mid 40s Boone and Jefferson, with the I-40 corridor bringing those low to mid 40s, upper 30s as well. Wadesboro, Schrock getting in again what will be looking at more in the way of those 60s towards your mid-morning hours. Rockingham in the upper 70s. I'm looking at 70s Lancaster into Rock Hill, 77 degrees around 2 p.m. for Rock Hill. Charlotte getting in the upper 70s as well. Albemarle already knocking on the door of 80 degrees by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Shelby, Gastonia, mid to upper 70s. Mostly sunny skies with a little bit of the cloud cover moving in as we approach that I-40 corridor from Statesville into Salisbury. Sunny skies dominate Morganton into Hickory. 70s turn into the low 80s around uptown, 60s in our mountain counties. I'll break down more of our setup here, coming up with another look at your forecast in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Local officials are beginning to issue heavy fines to homeowners and businesses who don't reduce their water usage.
The worsening drought conditions are raising concerns about public water supply and wildfire risks.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudis is live this morning in Northwest Charlotte by one of the city's water treatment plants. And Savannah, we know this is a bad problem across the Carolinas. Where are we seeing the most impact throughout the state?
Yeah, Jason, according to the state's Drought Management Advisory Council, here in the southern Piedmont region is where we're seeing some of those driest conditions. Now, while the little rainfall that we've seen over the past few weeks has done very little to actually improve the overall condition, officials say that it has enough to actually partially lift the state's burn ban. As of this weekend, North Carolina Forestry Service officials, they have lifted the ban on open burning for 81 counties. This is the same ban that they first issued back on March 28th. Now, you'll notice still in effect for 19 counties. That includes Cabarrus, Davidson, Gaston, Iredell, Mecklenburg, Rowan, Stanley, and Union. The state agriculture commissioner says people even outside of those areas, they still need to be vigilant when burning anything because we're in the middle of spring wildfire season. Meanwhile, more of those cities within the 19 impacted counties are changing their water restrictions from voluntary to now mandatory. Some businesses, like Pinky's Westside Grill in Charlotte, already practicing conservation efforts, both the environmental and economic benefits.
We don't have an actual dishwasher going. We have people washing them. So they take a little extra precaution to not just sit there and let the water run for 30, 40 minutes.
Charlotte's water restrictions, the mandatory ones, those go into effect in about 2 weeks. We'll look through some of those new restrictions and how much people may be paying if they don't follow them coming up in our next hour. Reporting live in Northwest Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Thousands of people across the world continue to scramble this morning as the fallout continues from Spirit Airlines going out of business. The low-cost carrier took its final flights Saturday morning before ending that service for good. The 34-year-old company was once worth as much as $5.5 billion on the stock market. Spirit's collapse marks the first time in 25 years a major U.S. airline has gone out of business due to financial trouble. The move has left thousands of flyers and employees wondering what comes next. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks explains how difficult it's been for flyers to get answers and their money back.
Every other airline check-in kiosk is full except for Spirit. There's no customer service, no gate agent, no nothing. It's empty. It's affecting thousands of flyers across America Saturday, including one family headed to New York.
We booked for Spirit, but obviously it got a Spirit shut down, so I was a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, I don't know what to do now.
And neither do thousands of other Spirit Airlines flyers. The airline closed its doors early Saturday morning after talks between the company and the federal government over a $500 million bailout stalled, leaving passengers like this man scrambling for the next available flight.
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there, and like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
I tried calling customer service. It's disconnecting by itself automatically.
Every flyer saw this sign taped to yellow kiosks. We regret to inform you that Spirit Airlines has ceased global operations. All Spirit flights have been canceled and customer service is no longer available, with a QR code directing them to an informational website.
What Spirit Airlines is now going to do is go through an orderly liquidation process. We'll see how that develops over the course of the next several days. If you're a customer, many of the airlines that are not Spirit are stepping up to provide you assistance. So United, Delta, JetBlue, and Southwest are capping their ticket prices for Spirit customers. It's going to vary between the airlines.
The airline was known for its cheaper fares compared to major airlines. This family was headed to New York from Charlotte Saturday evening. He says they paid $300 for one-way tickets, but that same ticket for other airlines?
It's $200 more I have to pay now.
I have to find another solution to get out of here because they're waiting for me in Miami.
At the Charlotte Douglas Airport, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
7:07 is the time now. One suspect is dead and another is in custody after a chase led to a deadly crash. This all started last night after 10 o'clock on Old Pineville Road. Officers spotted a stolen vehicle and tried to stop it. The driver refused to stop, leading CMPD to call off a chase due to their policy, which only allows for pursuits for crimes dangerous to life, like shootings or kidnappings, not property crimes like car theft. The car was then spotted by another officer who watched it crash onto I-77 at Nations Ford Road. One suspect was taken into custody. The other ran across the interstate before being hit and killed by a passing car. CMPD still has not released the identities of those two suspects. Several agencies are now investigating, including State Highway Patrol and CMPD.
A major partnership between Atrium Health and Wake Med could be hitting a speed bump. The Wake County Board of Commissioners were set to vote on the matter today, but State Auditor Dave Boliak is raising concerns about transparency. Wake Med administrators say this would be a major step toward building on its legacy of outstanding care, bringing in a $2 billion investment and creating more than 3,300 jobs. However, Boliak released a statement saying the rollout of the proposal raises questions about the impact on customers. He says the lack of transparency does not instill confidence, but calls for greater scrutiny and explanation. He went on to say, in the interest of the people of Wake County and all citizens of North Carolina, the planned vote should be delayed. North Carolina State Treasurer Brad Briner also has some concerns about the potential merger.
When you stop competition, you get higher prices. It's a basic economic concept, and it unfortunately does work exactly that way in North Carolina.
Officials will hold a news conference tomorrow to share details on that plan.
New this morning, former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani is in the hospital in critical condition. That's according to a spokesperson who was also asked who has also asked the public, for prayers for the 81-year-old former mayor. The reason for Giuliani's hospitalization was not shared, but we know his condition is stable. Giuliani became known as America's mayor for his leadership in the aftermath of the 9/11 terror attacks. Spokesperson did not say how long Giuliani is expected to stay in the hospital. All right, let's bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton to talk about a beautiful start to this Monday and work week.
Yeah.
We need some rain, though, Ted, in a bad way.
Yeah, we need rain because drought conditions still continue. We're looking at the extreme drought, the exceptional drought in that red shading. The darker red shading is your level 5 out of 5, which is just east of Uptown, playing into the lack of moisture in the atmosphere, not bringing much rain here for this Monday. When it comes to the deficit, for the past year, over 25-inch deficit just east of Charlotte. Again, that matches where the exceptional drought is. Notice the last 30 days, we've been behind anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches and a ½ an inch to 1 inch. Rock Hill into Monroe still seeing the necessity for rain, which comes back heading into your Thursday. So next few days will be mostly dry. Wednesday into Thursday will bring some low-end rain chances, specifically in our mountain counties, with more of the widespread impacts heading into Thursday afternoon and evening. Radar as of right now looking mostly clear, not seeing too much in the way of radar to impact your morning commute. Mostly dry as we hold on to high pressure just off the East Coast. We'll continue to usher in the sunshine, breezy conditions heading into this afternoon. More on what to expect with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. We told you earlier that rush hour typically kicks off around 7. That has officially started, although you can't really see it necessarily from this camera. This is from NCDOT, looking right towards Uptown. You can see the skyline to the top left. That's I-85 traffic merging in the middle onto I-77. Looking good, a little bit slow here and there, but that's typical. Coming down from Lake Norman, beautiful shot of I-77 traffic on the right-hand side. That's southbound coming down from Lake Norman, right 2 lanes. A little bit slow as you get closer to Huntersville. Overall, a couple of incidents on the in the middle and towards the west side of the city, but nothing really out of the ordinary for this time of day. We're seeing the volume grow, not only coming in from Gaston County, but down from the Lake Norman area, coming up from South Carolina. You guys are good. Unless you're on this one stretch. This is right near the state line. It's always where it bunches up. This is near Westinghouse, near Carowinds, traffic splitting off to 485. The rest going straight up into I-77. Inbound Independence looking good this morning. Quickly, here's your drive times from the east side of the city. Just don't be distracted on this Monday morning. We'll give you another update coming up around 7:30. May Kay, good morning.
Well, good morning. Well, as we know now, the ultra-low fare airline that flew the bright yellow Airbuses in and out of CLT is no more. Known for its dirt-cheap prices, nickel and diming tight seats, and the subject of endless jokes, Spirit has closed up shop for good. I'm May Kay Bueller coming up what this means for you. Plus a little-known fact about Spirit that people never talked about. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
Listen up, passengers. If you had a Spirit flight booked out of Charlotte Douglas International, don't go to the airport. The ultra-low-cost airline known for its bright yellow Airbuses in the sky, they are no more. After 34 years, Spirit shut down in the wee hours on Saturday morning. All flights now canceled. 17,000 workers out of a job.
This is huge news. So transportation correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler is joining us to talk about a little known fact about Spirit that people never really actually talked about or realized.
I know, because people made fun of the airline so much. Well, insiders say the doubling of jet fuel prices, that was the final nail in the coffin for the financially fragile airline that was just emerging from bankruptcy. Well, Spirit was known, as you know, for dirt cheap airfare prices, hidden fees, tight seats, uncomfortable cabins, and extreme nickel and diming. But despite its polarizing reputation, many travelers used it because it was one of the cheapest options for frugal flyers, making air travel more accessible to a wider range of passengers. But above and beyond that, there is something about Spirit, a record most passengers were not aware of. So amid all the jokes, a critical fact was overlooked. Spirit had one of the cleanest safety records in the U.S. airline industry. Did you know, with Spirit, every flight that ever took off landed safely? Not a single fatal crash. In its operating history since 1992, the airline never lost an aircraft, never lost a passenger. And although Spirit became shorthand for bare bones travel and endless jokes, yes, many of us laughed at the many memes, it deserved better. Spirit's safety record was exceptional.
Okay, so other than those things you mentioned, in what ways are we talking here?
So the NTSB accident database reveals that Spirit, like many other airlines, carriers, did have occasional incidents, including bird strikes, emergency landings, battery fire in an overhead bin. But for Spirit, none resulted in a passenger fatality. Now, there was an incident in July 2015, contaminated cockpit air sickened both pilots. No passengers were harmed. The plane landed safely, but the captain died 50 days later after suspected poisoning from toxic cockpit air. Well, a lot of people are going to remember the jokes, but facts disclosed one of the most made fun of names in American air travel leaves us with a safety record most better loved airlines would gladly claim. On May 2nd, Spirit's final landing closed out a chapter that few airlines in the world will ever match.
Oh, it's sad, especially for those tens of thousands that lost their job as well. I can't help but think about the other budget airlines. What's going on with them? Is this going to affect them as well?
Probably.
Yeah.
All right, so the low-cost airline sector as a whole has asked the Trump administration for $2.5 billion in relief. Sean Duffy said, no. Now, Spirit may be the first, analysts say, but unlikely to be the last to go under. So according to reports, JetBlue founder Dave Nealman warns his airline may go bankrupt this year, unable to swallow the rising jet fuel prices.
All right, so what are other major airlines doing to support customers with Spirit who had their flights canceled?
Right, so those airlines that have the same routes are offering discounted prices for Spirit customers. Make sure you have your confirmation number and proof of purchase. Also, the other airlines, all the major airlines, are offering Spirit team members the opportunity to apply for jobs, and they will have preferential hiring. So this is a big deal. And that includes American, United, Delta, JetBlue, Southwest, Allegiant, Frontier. They've all agreed to support Spirit passengers and employees.
Speaking of passengers, real quick, May-Kay, any refunds for those passengers that already bought travel?
I was surprised to hear this. Spirit put aside a special account with money in it. So if you bought your ticket through Spirit, you will on a credit card, you will automatically get a refund. If there's ever any issue, your credit card holder should reimburse you anyway for services not rendered. Now, if you have points or vouchers, that remains to be seen. They're trying to work that out. That's going to take a while. But Spirit did put aside money for passengers to be reimbursed.
Interesting. All right, May-Kay.
Yeah, thanks for that.
We'll figure out what happens from here.
Prayers for all the 17,000 employees who have lost their jobs.
Yeah. All right, May-Kay, thank you for that update. All right, let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Ted. Peyton, Ted, if you are catching a flight out of Charlotte Douglas, weather is not going to be the cause of your delay.
Yeah, it should not be the cause of your delay. We have light winds, sunny skies, visibility is nice and clear as we have those upper 40s. A little bit on the chilly side as you head out the door. Dew points in the low 40s, separated enough from the temperatures, not concerned about fog. So there's that Queen City in the distance from our Independence Boulevard camera. Upper 30s, Boone, mid 40s, Jefferson. We're getting out of the upper 30s to low 40s now through the I-40 corridor. Still Lincolnton, Albemarle holding on to some of those cold conditions. Same goes for Salisbury in the upper 30s here this morning. Upper 40s will start aiming towards the 50s as that sun really gets to work through the 8 o'clock hour. We'll be in the upper 60s late morning, early afternoon, low 70s before highs settle in the upper 70s near 80 degrees heading into the peak heating hours of the day. We'll stay above normal through Tuesday and Wednesday. Average highs this time of year typically land in the upper 70s. I'm looking at low to mid 70s Friday into Saturday after rain chances come in second half of the work week. So tree pollen stays relatively high, anywhere from that 7 to 8 count, maybe a little bit of relief on Wednesday, but oak, hickory, sycamore, really the culprits behind those flaring allergies. Zyrtec, Claritin, keep it nearby as high pressure sits off of the North Carolina coast. A breezy conditions giving us winds out of the southwest. Partly cloudy skies up through the Ohio Valley region into parts of Kentucky into West Virginia. Looking at more of the cloud cover building here, pushing east from Tuesday into the eastern portions of the Tennessee Valley region. That will still impact our western facing slopes, but Tuesday into Wednesday brings low end rain chances for the afternoon and evening. Thursday's the day to watch with the impacts of the wet weather. Those storms rolling through could be heavy at times, especially heading into your Thursday evening. I'm looking at 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch of rain possible when everything is said and done, heading into the back half of the work week. In terms of your lows tonight, we'll drop down in the low to mid 50s, so a little chilly to start your morning. But on the colder side, up through our mountain counties, Boone and Jefferson, mid to upper 40s in your early morning hours. 7-day forecast will bring in 80s first half of the work week, 70s Thursday into Friday. Rain chances come back Sunday to finish off the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is 7:25 on this Monday morning. Welcome back. Beautiful shot of New York City. My gosh, that is spectacular. Kicking off a new work week, a new week of trading. We are looking at futures this morning. A little mix. The Dow's down a little over 200 points. S&P down about 8. NASDAQ in the green. As things wrapped up on Friday, let's take a look at that. Also mixed. The Dow was down about 150 points. NASDAQ and the S&P were in the green. We are going to catch up with our business correspondent, Jane King, a little bit later in the show. She's going to be live from the New York Stock Exchange in about an hour at 8:25. For the first time in nearly 20 years, Charlotte will be playing host to U.S. Navy Week. Today kicks off a week's worth of community service, performances, and educational programming. Sailors are also partnering with local schools, nonprofits, and other groups all across the Queen City for several military and civilian engagement events. The U.S. Navy is going to also have a heavy presence at this week's Truist Championship starting on Friday. Those events run through the 10th, and we want to say, first of all, thank you for your service and welcome to Charlotte. Hope you love your time here. We're going to take a break. You're watching Queen City News on this Monday morning. We'll be back.
We hit 70 degrees to finish off the weekend. That was below normal for this time of year. Today ramps up into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees. Sunshine dominating before our next chance of rain moves in. We'll have a look at your forecast coming up.
Well, many counties across North Carolina will now see mandatory water restrictions. Where and what those restrictions will include.
Teachers from all over North Carolina coming together, calling for more funding for public schools. Their message to state lawmakers. 7:30 here on your Monday morning. Good morning, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Monday, everyone. Julian Sador on special assignment this morning. Ted is across the studio in the Weather Center saying, man, it is just going to be pleasant this morning. It's going to be cool, nice, all these lovely words that we like. We're looking at it right there from our tower camera. I mean, it's beautiful, Ted.
It is beautiful, and we just a little chilly as long as you dress appropriately. Doesn't feel too bad out there. Hot coffee type of morning, iced coffee type of afternoon as we'll ramp up to near 80 degrees heading into the peak heating hours of the day. So taking a live look here through Uptown, we have those clear skies. A few thin clouds overhead, but for the most part, holding on to those upper 40s, starting to warm up into the 50s through your mid-morning hours, and those winds will stay light to start before becoming breezy later on this afternoon. We finished off the weekend with a high near 70 degrees below our average high of 78 degrees we typically expect to see this time of year. Winds come out of the south at 3 miles per hour, temperatures upper 40s, low 40s dew point wise, keeping us separated from the temperatures, so fog not a major issue early this morning. I'm looking at anywhere from 4 to even 5 to 7 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. Wadesboro looking at a 9-degree difference. 40 degrees along that I-40 corridor, upper 30s, low 40s, Boone and Jefferson, upper 40s uptown. It won't take long to get into the 50s and then even into the 60s by 10 a.m. Wadesboro, Schrott, Rockingham, upper 70s, 2 o'clock for Monroe with mid-70s, Lancaster for your early afternoon hours. By the time we hit the afternoon, upper 70s for Charlotte, Concord in the upper 70s with plenty of sunshine to go around. I'm looking at those 60s mid-mornings for Shelby into Gastonia, Statesville, low 60s with a little bit more cloud cover towards our higher elevations. I'm looking at sunshine dominating Morganton into Hickory with our mountain counties holding on to partly cloudy skies and temperatures landing in the low to mid 60s in the early afternoon. Still around uptown, I expect those highs to touch 80 degrees. Southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Breezy at times. Could see wind gusts upwards of 20 miles per hour. Overnight lows settle in the 50s heading into your early morning hours before we rebound into the 60s for our mountain counties. Rain chances ramp up Wednesday for the higher elevations, focusing on Thursday for more of your impacts. Again, heading into the second half of the work week. Some thunderstorm activity possible ahead of an approaching cold front. I'll break down more of your overall setup here, coming up with another check in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
Thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. The sun is up and shining all over our viewing area, and these shots are beautiful. From NCDOT, looking different vantage points here around the Crown, just north of Uptown. This is 85 and 77 interchange in all directions, whether you're merging on, off, in every direction. Things are moving and grooving. We like that this morning because we're officially in rush hour and things are looking good. Further north, if you're coming down from Mooresville or Cornelius, this is what you're used to. 77 southbound traffic's on the left, unless you're in the toll lanes where you're zooming along. Things are slow. Stop and go about 20, 30 miles an hour all the way through Huntersville till you get to 485. Overall, a couple of incidents scattered around the Queen City. No major issues causing like big time delays. This is just kind of typical for this time of day. Here's drive times coming in from Gaston County, all around 30 minutes, whether you're coming down from Lake Norman, up from Fort Mill, all fairly slow this morning. Here's the North-South Carolina state line splitting I-77 at Westinghouse. Half the traffic on the left is going on the 485 interchange. The rest is going right into Uptown. Outside our studios, all 8 lanes of 85 traffic looking good. A lot of construction going on for the next couple of years out there. East side of the city, inbound Independence, both inbound and outbound. That stretch also looking good all the way up around the bend. Here's those drive times as well. Even coming up 74 from Monroe, you guys are looking good. Quickly, if you're headed to the airport, drive times overall satisfactory, I would say. No major delays. 45 minutes coming down from Lake Norman from that traffic we showed you. We'll give you another look at traffic coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour.
All right, Jason, thank you. Mandatory water restrictions will soon take effect for most of the Charlotte region. Officials announced the changes Friday due to ongoing drought conditions. Charlotte, Gastonia, Mooresville, just a few of the areas so far putting in those restrictions. There will be limitations on when you can water your lawn and other outdoor water use, like washing your car at home. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell spoke with Charlotte water officials about those restrictions.
Effects of this ongoing extreme drought still pretty evident here along the Catawba River near Lake Wylie. And because drought conditions are not improving even in the slightest, Officials say when those stage 2 mandatory water restrictions take effect in 2 weeks, we will all have to do our part.
We normally see about 46 to 50 inches of rain a year, and right now we're running a 15-inch deficit year to date.
And drought management officials say that deficit has them very concerned about the region's water supply heading into the summer.
We certainly can't control the drought. We certainly can't control the evaporation rates, but we can control what we do.
Cities and towns in the Catawba Watery River Basin, which serves more than 2 million people, are now being told to enforce Stage 2 water restrictions. Charlotte Water tells us those restrictions in the Queen City will start May 15th.
So the more we can do at home, the better off we'll be.
Homeowners are being asked to only water their lawns twice a week. Odd number addresses on Tuesdays and Saturdays, even numbered addresses on Wednesdays and Sundays, but only before 6 a.m. or after 6 p.m. No at-home car washes, no filling up backyard swimming pools.
No power washing hard surfaces. We're also asking you to not operate water fixtures that don't support aquatic animal life at this time.
Businesses are also being asked to cut down on non-essential water use, and Charlotte Water says it will enforce any violations, starting with $100 fines.
When it comes to drought, we get in slowly, we get out slowly.
Officials hope that conserving water, along with some much-needed rain, can keep us from entering a Stage 3 drought, which the region hasn't seen since 2009.
We get into a 3, 4, 5-year drought, we're in some serious trouble.
Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Today, Statesville city leaders will begin enforcing the mandatory water restrictions there, which include, again, not washing your car or power washing your home. If you are caught, property owners could be fined starting at $200.
A suspect is dead and another is in custody this morning after a chase led to a deadly crash. This started after 10 o'clock last night on Old Pineville Road. Officers spotted a stolen vehicle and they tried to stop it. The driver refused to stop, leading CMPD to call off the chase due to their policy, which only allows pursuits for crimes that are dangerous to life, like shootings or kidnappings, not property crimes like car theft. The car was then spotted by another officer who watched it crash on I-77 at Nations Ford Road. One suspect was taken into custody. The other ran across the interstate before being hit and killed by a passing car. CMPD still has not released the identities of either suspects. Several agencies are now investigating, including State Highway Patrol and CMPD.
Spirit Airlines' sudden closure Saturday is creating a lot of headaches for people who are just trying to get home. The company closed after talks with the federal government stalled, and it's left people scrambling at airports. People flying out of Charlotte Douglas say they were shocked to find closed kiosks, service desks, and no agents to help them. Some flyers say that the closure means that they're now spending more to get home.
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there. And like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
Delta, JetBlue, Southwest, and United have all set ticket prices to $200 for Spirit customers who have confirmation numbers and a proof of purchase for a limited time for them to rebook other flights.
7:38 right now. Scenes like this played out all across North Carolina on Friday. Teachers coming together in not only Raleigh, but Charlotte and other cities to call for more money for educators as well as their schools. Greg Funderburg spoke with the teachers about their cause.
North Carolina educators say they've had enough.
They don't want us to get pay raises. They don't care about our schools, and I'm out here because I'm mad.
And they're fighting for better pay.
Just not for our pay raises. We need to be able to provide more resources in our classroom for teachers.
They say many educators are working 2 and 3 jobs just to pay the bills.
2 part-time jobs. It would really be impossible to live and meet those basic needs without having this extra income to supplement my teaching pay.
I'm living with my parents again, so I went from living independently in an apartment in college to living with my parents again.
These educators made their way to Halifax Mall in Raleigh for the Kids Over Corporations rally in March. They say funding public schools is a topic everyone should be talking about.
I hope that the public actually starts to understand that
we are all in this together.
Advocates like Terrence Whitby, who comes from a family of educators, couldn't agree more.
See them come home, some days crying, some days like, how we gonna pay the bills, and that adds up, and it's a lot of stress and pressure on our educators.
Educators say this is only the beginning, and they plan on continuing their efforts until their voices are heard by state lawmakers.
That was Greg Funderburg reporting. President Trump has indicated the U.S. will help guide stranded ships from the Strait of Hormuz today. The president made that announcement on a Truth Social post. He offered few details, though, on how the U.S. would help those stranded vessels and seafarers. Iran denounced the declaration, calling it a ceasefire violation. The announcement comes after a large cargo ship in the strait was reportedly attacked by small boats just off the coast of Iran. The crew on board is reportedly safe, though. Meanwhile, negotiations continue over Iran's 14-point proposal to end the war. The U.S. is reviewing the plan. It's unclear when a response will be issued. 2 U.S. service members are missing in Morocco after taking part in a military exercise. Officials say the soldiers went missing during a recreational hike, not during training. They were last seen near Ocean Cliffs in the vicinity of the Cap DRAA training area. The search team includes helicopters, ships, and mountain rescue units. The ongoing exercise, called African Lion, involves more than 7,000 personnel from more than 30 nations. The annual event is the largest U.S. joint military exercise in Africa.
There's a new push to have life-saving devices at public and charter schools across the state. The Smart Heart Act would require that all schools in the state to have an automated external defibrillator, or AED, on campus, as well as a cardiac emergency response plan. The push comes in response to a pressing need during the 2023-24 school year, when 6 North Carolina students suffered cardiac arrests while at school. One of those young students died.
When you think about what comes through the doors of our schools on a daily basis, it's not just students, it's staff, it's visitors, it's family members of everybody that, that lives in this area. This is a safer community because of the things that we've implemented.
Our goal is that every child has the best chance to come home. No one sends their child to school thinking that they might not make it home at the end of the day. And, losing one child is one child too many.
And the goal is to ensure that all schools are equipped with these critical life-saving devices and to also have plans in place to respond effectively during an emergency. We do have some breaking news this morning. One person has serious injuries after a bus crash in northwest Charlotte. You can see here, tow truck loading up that car, the whole right side completely torn off. We've got photojournalists out there taking a look at that. This is in northwest Charlotte. This is right at the intersection of Ambassador Street and State Street, not too far from Thrift Road. We're hearing from medic. They are confirming that one person was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Again, not clear exactly what happened, but you can see some of the CMPD cruisers out there, other utility crews in that car loaded up onto that tow truck. They'll be pulled off here momentarily, and they'll be working to get that intersection, that road. Again, Ambassador Street, State Street, they'll get that open hopefully in the next half hour. So we'll bring you more as we continue to learn more information as well. We'll have that on air and online at qcnews.com.
This past year, North Carolina had actually the highest graduation rate in our public schools in our history.
All right, so that's the good news. Why the North Carolina State Superintendent says, though, there is a huge opportunity being missed, making that new report incomplete. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
7:46 is the time. Welcome back. One university asked people to grade the state's public education system, and the results are in.
It came out as teachers marched at the Capitol calling for more support Friday.
Bob Buckley spoke with the state superintendent, who believes the marks may reflect important progress.
It's time for report cards, and Elon University recently asked North Carolinians to grade their public schools. More than a third gave the school system either an A or a B. 26% gave a C, but nearly a quarter of respondents gave the schools either a D or an F.
I wonder if you look at that and think that's overblown.
Yeah, so I do think that there's more to the story than might be found in a poll like that.
Superintendent Mo Green says there may be an education problem, but it's just as much with people who don't have kids in public schools knowing the real story.
Let me just give you just a few metrics that'll help folks understand a little bit better. 87.7% of our students essentially graduating on time, the highest in our history. You couple that with the fact that North Carolina this past year had the highest level of participation and performance on college-level advanced placement exams.
54% of students took a college-level course, a record number, and nearly 3/4 of students did well enough on those exams to earn college credit. But Green says just as important is what the schools were able to do with kids who don't want to go to college.
We had the most industry-recognized credentials earned by students this past year, by career and technical education students in North Carolina's history, with over 380,000 credentials earned.
When Elon asked people who gave the schools a poor grade what's to blame, nearly 40% said weak school management, and more than half said a lack of parental involvement. But the number one answer was that the state doesn't spend enough money on education.
Is it money? Is it getting the parents involved, or can you not separate those two?
We're about $5,000 or so less than the national average. We're also about $3,500 to $5,000 less than our border states of Virginia and South Carolina.
Education is by far the largest item in the state budget at nearly $20 billion, which is about 56% of all spending. But to get to the national average, North Carolina would need to increase the education budget by $7.5 billion, a nearly 40% increase. Superintendent Green says he understands that would be a big ask, but
you're talking billions of dollars that would go into a system that is, I would argue, doing good work. It could do even better work.
Expect it to be an issue in races for the legislature this November.
And that was Bob Buckley reporting. We want to bring it here closer to the Queen City. Beautiful shot this morning of our south end part of the city, which if you visit here maybe once or twice a year, every time you come back, that view will be completely different. It changes more than any part of our city.
It really does. The skyline ever evolving, more businesses. So it's that thriving part of town. We love to see that. And Ted, we're thriving in terms of our just nice weather, right?
Yeah, feeling nice and comfortable. Later this afternoon is going to be even nice and warmer. Out of the 40s now, low 50s for Charlotte. In the low 40s, I-40 corridor to mid 40s Hickory. Still in the upper 30s for Boone, but Albemarle, Salisbury, Lincolnton now out of the upper 30s, settling in the low to mid 40s, kicking off this Monday. We'll have mostly sunny skies, clear conditions, upper 60s on tap for your late morning hours. Lunchtime gets in the low 70s with mid to upper 70s expected here. Peak heating hours of the day gets to near 80 degrees as our average highs typically sit in the upper 70s this time of year. So low 80s Monday through Tuesday and Wednesday. Cooling down with that cold front ushering in those 70s back half of the work week. I'm looking at low to mid 70s Friday into Saturday, but rain chances ramp up by Thursday as we look to finish off your work week. So right now, looking at oak, hickory, sycamore, the tree pollen being the main culprits behind those flaring allergies. Relatively medium to high pollen count here for most of the work week. High pressure off the North Carolina coast, giving us those winds out of the southwest. So a little breezy today while we hold on to mostly sunny skies. Now Tuesday, we'll see a little bit of the cloud cover start to creep in, mixing in with the sunshine. Moisture picks up over parts of Kentucky and Tennessee as we head into Tuesday evening. Moisture picks up for Wednesday. Low-end rain chances in our mountain counties, and I'm looking at the showers and storms pulling into the Queen City as we head into Thursday afternoon and evening. Could bring in a few isolated downpours here headed into the second half of the work week. So 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch possible. Again, anything we get is going to be helpful to alleviate drought conditions, but we need more consistent days of rainfall, not necessarily just a whole bunch at one time, because most of that will run off. Overnight lows chilly, dropping down into the low to mid 50s, upper 40s, mountain counties. We'll see those 80s Tuesday and Wednesday, 70s move in second half of the work week with those dry conditions to start the weekend, but rain chances return by Sunday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Tensions rising in the Middle East as it appears Iran and the U.S. aren't making much progress in negotiations to end the war. Now President Trump has a new plan to help stranded ships navigate the Strait of Hormuz. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, we'll have a live report from Washington on those latest developments. Plus some wild video caught on dash cam as a bakery truck is just driving down the road when out of nowhere it gets hit by a pole that was hit by a landing airplane. We'll tell you what went wrong causing that crazy collision as we break down what happened with our chief transportation correspondent, May Beeler. And also in our 9 o'clock hour, a new work trend is emerging with a lot of younger people fed up with the rat race and a lack of jobs here in the States. More are looking for work overseas. We're talking about the unusual economic shift with our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
The Senate Judiciary Committee unanimously voted to advance a bill requiring major AI companies to ensure an age verification process. The Senate bill has been dubbed the GUARD Act. Companies like Meta AI, Google, Gemini, Grok, ChatGPT, and Character AI all allow access to kids as young as 13 to their AI services. The Senate action stems from parental allegations that AI companions have pushed children into sexual conversations and even suicide. AI companies have said their products do include built-in safeguards, and they continue to refine the process. More American workers who quit their jobs in the U.S. are moving overseas to work. A recent study by the workforce intelligence company Revelio found that over the last 5 years, the number of employees who have left their positions here in the U.S. to work overseas has more than doubled. Technology professionals led the wave of out of migration. This comes as European countries have been investing more and more money in artificial intelligence, cloud infrastructure, and other tech sectors. Coming up on 8 o'clock this fine Monday morning. Don't go anywhere as we kick off our next hour of Queen City News.
Queen City News starts now.
Yes, it does. It starts right now. It is 8 o'clock on this fine Monday. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for watching Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador is on special assignment.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we're holding on to lots of sunshine today. Still dry out there. Should be pretty warm and comfortable, getting to near 80 degrees later on this afternoon.
We like it.
I like it. One thing we haven't said today is if you are a Star Wars fan, May the 4th be with you.
Yes.
Got a lot of Star Wars fans.
How have we gone this many hours?
Listen, I mean, I don't know. It's now we've been on since 4.
Yeah.
We're just now talking about it. But, you know, if you're Star Wars fans, it's one of those things, if you know, you know, which means tomorrow's Cinco de Mayo. So don't let it throw you off.
Yeah.
We got a lot happening in 48 hours, Ted.
It was 8:01 a.m. on May 4th when I realized Cinco de Mayo is going to be on Taco Tuesday this year. Let's
Come
go.
on now.
Here we go. Taking a look around sunny skies, and it's going to be nice heading into your Tuesday as well. Having a look from our Independence Boulevard camera, uptown, top right-hand corner of your screen, Monroe, bottom right, top left is our tower camera out of West Charlotte. Still seeing the Queen City in the distance here, and a pretty quiet start to your morning. 52 degrees, south winds, 3 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid-40s, so separated enough from our temperatures as we hold on to those low difference in temperatures from 2 degrees warmer to 9 degrees warmer. Wadesboro, at least a single-digit difference, though. It's not a drastic change. That's giving us our low 50s, Charlotte into Monroe, mid-40s, Albemarle, low to mid-40s through the I-40 corridor. We're getting out of the 30s now for Boone, Jefferson in the mid-40s. Sunshine dominates Wadesboro into Sharon, Rockingham. Monroe, upper 70s come early afternoon. We'll be in the mid-70s, Chester and Lancaster. Charlotte looking at 77 degrees with clear skies through your early afternoon. Sunshine dominates from Concord into Gastonia into Shelby. Maybe some partly cloudy skies second half of the day. Up towards the I-40 corridor from Statesville into Salisbury. 60s late morning, more in the way of the 70s, Morganton into Hickory and Lincolnton, with our mountain counties peaking near the upper 60s, near 70 degrees, peak heating hours of the day, low to mid 60s come that 2 o'clock hour. We'll have another look at your forecast with another check here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Well, rush hour started at 7. It's building on top of that. It's like a snowball effect, right? Right now, you're looking at a lot of slow traffic on 77 southbound, trying to work its way into the heart of Uptown. Great looking shot here. 77 at LaSalle Street. That's the overpass there. But unless you're in the toll lanes going right down the middle of the interstate, you're moving at about 20 miles an hour. So it's going to take you a while. But hey, be grateful, right? At least it's moving. There are other parts of the city where it's not, as in coming down I-77 from Iredell County, Mooresville, Cornelius, Huntersville. You know the drill between here, Cornelius and Sanford Road at Huntersville. Both sides of the interstate now we're seeing. Unless you're in toll lanes, paying for speed, you're going to be slow trying to work your way into the heart of Uptown. We're seeing it from all sides. No major accidents that are slowing things down. We're hearing there might be a new one out in Gaston County near Cox Road. We're taking a look at that, but we're kind of looking at all different vantage points this morning. You can see it slow coming down. The slowest here coming down from Lake Norman this morning at about 30 minutes to get to 485. Other stretches of the Queen City that we can show you real fast. Here's another shot coming down near Stamford, near Huntersville, where it picking up speed a little bit. The other end of 77 at the state line near Carowinds. This is the 485-77 split, where you can see that traffic going on either side. Good looking shot here of the Queen City. And we'll give you another look at some of the maps around the Queen City, plus drive times to the airport coming up around 8:30.
Charlotte City officials are moving to make their voluntary water restrictions mandatory.
They say the ongoing drought has made conservation efforts critical for protecting reservoir storage.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live outside the city's water treatment plant on Brookshire Boulevard with a look at how customers will now have to cut back. Savannah?
Yeah, Annie and Jason, Charlotte is one of several local municipalities who are upgrading their rules for water usage after the state's latest drought report. Now, Charlotte Water is giving their customers about 2 weeks to get used to the new adjustments. Here's a look at those restrictions that will be starting in 2 Fridays from now on May 15th. Charlotte Water customers, they are limited, only allowed to water their lawns 2 days a week, and which days depend on which side of the street they live on. Odd-numbered addresses will be limited to Tuesdays and Saturdays, while even-numbered homes can water Wednesdays and Sundays. All landscaping irrigation has to be done after 6 o'clock at night and before 6 the next morning. Charlotte water customers are banned from washing their cars at home, filling up empty swimming pools, although topping them off is okay 2 days a week, power washing driveways and sidewalks, and running decorative water features which don't support fish or other aquatic life. Now, in this stage of the drought, anyone who violates the order could get a $100 fine for noncompliance. Charlotte water officials say protecting the water supply has to be a group effort.
When it comes to drought, we get in slowly, we get out slowly. So the more we can do at home, the better off we'll be.
Now, as of just 5 minutes ago, Statesville officials, they granted the ability to issue those fines for the water restrictions. Those restrictions start today in Statesville. So coming up in our next hour, we'll explain how watering your lawn on the wrong day could lead to a $600 fine. That's coming up just after 9. Reporting live in Northwest Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. Appreciate that. 8:06 right now to Iran, where the U.S. military is leading a new effort this morning to guide ships from and through the Strait of Hormuz.
News Nation Washington correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo joins us live to break all of that down. Gabrielle, good morning.
Good morning. The United States overnight released 22 Iranian crew members from a container ship that was seized about 2 weeks ago. That announcement came from Pakistan, the country mediating talks between the U.S. and Iran, and they say that it's a confidence-building measure on the part of the U.S. as these talks continue.
Doing very well with regard to Iran.
Over the weekend, negotiations to end the war between the United States and Iran continue with no clear sign of progress. According to President Trump,
they want to make a deal. They're decimated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years.
Instead, the U.S. is launching a new operation at the Strait of Hormuz. Dubbed Project Freedom, the goal is to restore free navigation for commercial shipping through the critical oil passageway. On social media, President Trump writing, "The ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance." He says the stuck ships are running low on food and other necessary supplies. U.S. Central Command says the initiative will involve guided missile destroyers, more than 100 aircraft, and 15,000 service members. Iran says it's a ceasefire violation, but President Trump is warning any interference will be dealt with forcefully.
This new mission at that critical oil passageway comes as the gas prices here in the United States have reached a national average of $4.45 per gallon. Guys.
All right, Gabrielle Caracciolo in D.C. Gabrielle, thank you so much. North Carolina teachers are calling on state lawmakers to give them raises and to improve the funding that they put into schools. They held a rally and a march in Raleigh on Friday to deliver that very message. They say funding for public schools should be prioritized over corporate tax breaks and private school voucher programs. They say public schools have been struggling for a while with crumbling buildings, crowded classrooms, rising healthcare costs, and teachers leaving the profession altogether because of low pay. Now they're calling on lawmakers to enact change.
We have yet to get a state budget, and so coming together now to pressure and push and be present really brings it to the forefront for our public.
People who went say they hope Friday's turnout pushes lawmakers to rethink how they fund public education as the state continues to rank near the bottom nationally in both school funding and teacher pay.
As teachers demand more funding and higher pay across the state, North Carolina recently marked 20 years since the launch of the education lottery. Revenue has generated about $1 billion a year in education funding, but experts argue the lotto is not living up to its original promise. As our Andy Weber reports, what was once sold as a bonus to get more money into schools has become a piggy bank to cover routine, already existing expenses.
August 31st, 2005, a bill creating the North Carolina Education Lottery was signed into law by then-Governor Michael Easley.
This just means that the 4-year-olds who need pre-kindergarten are going to get it, that the low-wealth counties who need help with their school construction are going to get it, and the kids who are working hard and don't have the money to go to college are now going to be able to go.
While it wasn't explicitly written in the law, supporters frequently frame the lottery as a bonus. a revenue source that could cover some expenses
A total of $18, sir.
the state was not previously able to fund.
But it's a supplement to those, and it's one of the answers that helps us address some issues such as school construction, which is so badly needed across the state.
That provision was removed at the last minute. So that is not in law, and that controversy over whether or not it supplants existing funding, still lingers.
That's Bob Libke, who oversees education policy for the John Locke Foundation, a conservative think tank based in Raleigh. Libke says a lack of clear guidelines have allowed the legislature to use lottery revenue to pay for expenses once covered by the state's general fund, like custodians and maintenance workers.
It's not in statute that the money can only be used for this, this, and this. Essentially what has happened over time since it was passed is functionally, in my view, it's become a cookie jar.
This isn't really something extra. It's funding the fundamentals.
Matt Ellenwood directs education advocacy for the North Carolina Justice Center, an influential left-leaning policy shop in the Tar Heel State. He argues the lottery would live up to its original promise if more guardrails were put up.
There's new programs for younger children that weren't there when the lottery began, or were just starting and aren't serving very many kids. So that'd be the sort of thing that you'd want to write into law, that the lottery money should be directed towards providing.
Experts on both sides of the political spectrum agree you can't blame a single political party for the lottery becoming what's been called a cookie jar or a piggy bank. Democrats passed the original bill and Republicans have controlled the General Assembly in Raleigh for 15 years. Lawmakers will ultimately have to decide to put in limits or parameters, but lately there has been no real desire to make changes. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
In a statement to Queen City News, lottery officials reiterated that the General Assembly decides how lottery funds are allocated. They went on to say last year they provided $141 million more than what state officials asked for, and that money is being used to build new schools. May-Kay.
All right, well, a mishap at a New York airport over the weekend has passengers on edge after their plane hit a light pole and a truck on short approach to the runway. I'm May-Kay Beeler, coming up what investigators are looking into. Ted?
And we are mostly clear to start your work week. Rain chances holding off until midweek into your Thursday. That's going to bring your next chance of showers and storms. As of this morning, not seeing much on radar. All clear for the roadways. I'll break down your forecast coming up. A live look this morning over Independence Boulevard. The most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
pretty wild stuff. The FAA is investigating after a plane clipped a pole on approach to Newark Liberty International Airport, sending that pole right into a truck. And this is dash cam video that we have here, just being driven on the highway. It was all caught from the inside and from the outside. Thankfully, no one was injured, but an investigation is clearly underway to determine what exactly caused this to happen in the first place.
What a scary situation. Joining us now, our Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot, May-Kay Beeler. May-Kay, wow, crazy video here. First of all, I'm glad everyone's okay.
It's a head scratcher. I mean, this never happens. This is rare. And I'll tell you why. I'm not going to speculate. Of course, that's for investigators to come up with answers for us. But I will tell you what they're going to be looking into. So obviously, the plane was too low. And as professional pilots, we are taught to fly a certain glide path and a localizer. That means we're lined up with the runway and we're flying at an altitude that's going to keep us above all obstacles. Not only do we have instruments in the cockpit that show us how to do that, but there are lights on the ground called VASIs, or visual approach slope indicators. And if the lights are red over red, it means you're too low. Red over white, you're on glide path. White over white, you're too high. So there were all sorts of visual references that the pilots could see to let them know they were too low. And they're trained to fly a stable approach. That means they're at an altitude, a rate of descent that is stable, and an airspeed that's stable. So for them to come in too low means something has gone wrong somewhere. If it's pilot error, I'd be shocked, because you have two pilots on board. And the captain is the pilot in command. The first officer might be flying, but if we see we're too low, someone's got to take over. Too low. And you've got warnings in the cockpit. So for it to be pilot error, I'm shocked. The FAA will look into that. But was it windy that day? Was there wind shear that made the airplane go too low at the last minute? I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist. I didn't check the weather report.
May-Kay, I'm amazed that, so not only did the airplane clip this light pole or so whatever utility pole was on the turnpike there, but then one of the wheels, part of the landing gear, goes through the windshield of a truck.
It's shocking.
And I can't believe that equipment was not damaged enough. I mean, it clearly landed okay.
That's what they say. It landed okay. I am shocked, and thank God, right? Thank God. But I am just shocked. So obviously the plane's in maintenance. They have to check out the plane. They would have done a drug test, an alcohol test for the pilots, because they're trained not to do that. There are all sorts of indicators that you're not going to come in too low. So was there a mechanical issue? If this happened in instrument conditions, and I believe it was a beautiful, clear day, you can
That's what it looked like.
You can look out the window, and I can see I'm too low. I don't know. Mechanical, more than likely. Weather related, more than likely. I don't know. Typically, if you come in too low like that, go around. It's a call for go around, full power, go around mode. Let's go. Come back and do it again. I don't know what went wrong. Investigators will look into this, ask all the questions. I'm just glad everybody's okay. And frankly, the fact that tire, the main, I don't know if it was the nose gear or the main gear, what hit the truck, but my gosh.
I mean, obviously that could have killed someone. Caused a mass pile up there on the turnpike. May-Kay, I'm not surprised that this hasn't happened more, but there are many airports where planes do come in over a freeway. I think there's one at Chicago O'Hare.
Right. But you're still on a glide path.
Okay.
So it's a certain number of degrees, a descent that you're coming in, and it guarantees obstacle clearance. So they were too low to hit a light pole and a truck. They were too low. Why were they too low? That's what investigators will. I'm shocked by that, really. Because pilots are trained not to do that. So something unusual has happened, and if they were fatigued or tired or distracted, there will be remedial training. I guarantee it.
221 passengers, 10 crew, and then, of course, the bakery delivery driver who miraculously has got minor injuries, but the fact that he's alive is just crazy. So it could have been a much worse
Honey, you wouldn't believe what happened.
I'm going to be late with that delivery.
It's just really a miracle if you think about it, that everybody's okay. So let's see what the investigators say.
All right, we'll be waiting for that. May-Kay, thank you.
Ted, let's take a peek outside. We don't have any windows in the studio. You are our window to the world. How are things looking?
It's looking pretty good. We have lots of sunshine over Independence Boulevard. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace as well near Sharon Amity Road. Low 50s, south winds at 3 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid 40s and holding on to, again, those light winds out of the south. Now, The low 50s have taken hold, but getting out of the upper 30s. Boone now at 40 degrees, mid 40s along that I-40 corridor, upper 40s Albemarle. We're all starting to get a little cool and mild before we ramp up into the 60s, even low 70s heading into lunchtime. Sunny skies will dominate. Second half of the day gets us into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees peak heating hours of the day, upper 60s into this evening. We'll hold on to 80s Tuesday and Wednesday, average highs in the upper 70s this time of year before we cool down Thursday into Friday, finishing off the work week with those below normal temperatures and dry conditions after rain moves in on Thursday. So taking a look, oak, hickory, sycamore, tree pollen will be relatively medium to high for most of the week. That's going to flare your allergies up. High pressure sits off of the North Carolina coast, giving us those winds out of the south. Partly cloudy skies, some rain chances over through Kentucky. They'll have more of a wet week ahead while we stay sunny and dry for your Monday heading into Tuesday. Partly cloudy skies roll in. Notice this stationary front slowly tracks its way towards the Tennessee Valley region, increases the moisture over eastern Tennessee. Our western facing slopes gets a little bit of the cloud cover with rain over our mountain counties heading into your Wednesday. Thursday brings more of the impacts of that approaching cold front, delivering the showers and isolated storms, heavy rain at times as we approach your Thursday afternoon and evening. I'm looking at a total of maybe 3/4 of an inch to an inch of rain when everything is said and done. More in the way of the low to mid 50s, overnight lows in the mid to upper 40s. Mountain counties will rebound in the low 80s Tuesday and Wednesday with upper 70s on tap for Thursday with the storms rolling through. Cold front bumps us back into the low 70s by Friday, dry to kick off the weekend. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. As we go to break, I want to take you live to this just beautiful, gorgeous start to the day up in New York City. They are borrowing our Carolina blue skies. We'll let them have it for the day. The futures are a little mixed. The Dow, S&P are down. NASDAQ is in the green. We'll join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. Stressful is how many Americans describe 2026 so far, and GameStop is looking to buy one of the biggest online marketplaces. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and much more. Jane, good Monday morning.
A happy Monday to you too, Jason. And futures are lower this morning. Not as much as we were looking at losses an hour or so ago, but still this report from Iran media about a U.S. warship that was turned away at the Strait of Hormuz, maybe a missile fired on it, all been denied by the Pentagon, by the way, but still enough to just kind of increase the nervousness here as we head into a brand new trading week. We did close at record highs on Friday. Companies have been delivering strong earnings, so that's giving the markets a boost. We have a big jobs report. That's the event this week, which will come out on Friday. Well, GameStop has made an offer to buy eBay in a bid to grow eBay to rival Amazon. Now, GameStop has been quietly building a stake in eBay shares ahead of this offer. They're offering to pay $56 billion for the company. eBay acknowledged the offer, but has not made any comment about that so far. And America's word of the year for 2026, stressful, according to a new survey. The survey of 2,000 Americans conducted by Talker Research found the top word that people used to describe the year so far was stressful, followed by challenging. And older Americans were actually more likely to describe their experience this year as stressful compared to younger generations. Jason?
Well, there you go. Interesting. Now I'm kind of ruminating over what word I would say for 2026. I'll get back with you, Jane. I don't know just yet. Markets.
How about tired?
Tired.
Like
oh, you know
tired.
What? I like
Exhausted.
that.
Yeah.
Once you get to a certain age and category, Jane, which we are, yeah, that's a good word. I like that. It fits most days. Listen, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Market opens at 9:30.
Thanks.
We'll join you after the opening bell. 8:27 right now. Taylor, good morning.
Good morning, Jason. Well, after years of sky-high home prices, we're finally seeing a shift. I'm your chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. Coming up, where prices are falling and why it's not happening everywhere. You are watching Queen City News. Time is 8:27, 52 degrees out there. The most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, 8:30 here. Happy Monday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Monday, everyone. Welcome to the Queen City. If you are here for the Truist Championship PGA Tournament this week, I know we've got a lot of golf fans, a lot of visitors. We welcome you to Charlotte. Hope you love being here. Appreciate you watching us this morning. Julian is off this morning. Matter of fact, working on assignment out at Quail Hollow Golf Club. We'll join him more tomorrow and this week on that. In the meantime, Ted, listen, golf. Everyone is watching the weather. It plays such an important role in how that goes this week.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think practice rounds are looking clear, nice, and then we bring the rain in on Thursday. And
on the first day.
On the opening day.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ted.
Look at them pointing the fingers at you, Ted.
My bad. Taking a look right now, West Charlotte with the Queen City in the distance. Plenty of sunshine to go around. Maybe you have an early tea time today that you're setting up and looking ahead to the future for. We will be nice and comfortable even through the peak heating hours of the day, ramping up into what will be the upper 70s, near 80 degrees later this afternoon. Low 50s, south winds at 3 miles per hour, dew points in the mid 40s, so separated enough from the temperatures, not a major concern. I'm looking at anywhere from 5 to 6 to 7 degrees on the warmer side compared to where we were this time yesterday, giving us those low 50s. Charlotte, Monroe, mid to upper 40s, I-40 corridor. Same goes for Boone and Jefferson. Low to mid 50s east towards Wadesboro and Rockingham. Looking at those sunny skies dominating through the peak heating hours of the day. So upper 70s, Wadesboro into Sherrod, Rockingham at 79 degrees, Monroe 78 degrees with mid 70s for your 2 o'clock hour for Lancaster into Chester. We'll have those 60s late morning hours heading into your early lunchtime, low 70s with the upper 70s by 2 p.m. in Gastonia. Shelby in the mid 70s. I'm looking at sunshine, clear conditions, Statesville into Salisbury. Back towards Hickory into the I-40 corridor towards Morganton. We are going to hold on to more of those mid 70s sunny skies, partly cloudy skies for our mountain counties as we usher in those 50s for your late morning hours, more in the way of the low to mid 60s heading into Boone and Jefferson. So highs make a run near 80 degrees, peak heating hours of the day, southwest winds coming in anywhere between 5 to 10 miles per hour. Sunshine dominates. I'll break down more of what we could expect here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Teddy, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Let's get outside and look at our pinpoint traffic for this 8:30 half hour. Sun is shining all over the Queen City, and we are loving it. Traffic's also heating up, though. We're looking here right around the curve. This is I-77 southbound, working its way into the heart of Uptown, going underneath LaSalle Street. At least it's moving right at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. That inside curve was not moving other than toll lanes. So we're seeing some improvement there, which is nice this morning. Let's hope it stays that way. Here's a look a little further north coming down from the Lake Norman area, Cornelius. This is I-77 south on the right-hand side. Stop and go all the way through Huntersville. That's typical, unless you're paying a little extra for those toll lanes where you can zoom right past all that traffic. Overall, things aren't too bad. This is typical for a Monday morning. 7 or 8 different incidents scattered inside, mostly the 485 loop, but nothing causing major delays. Down at the South Carolina state line, right near Carowinds, this is the 485-77 split right there, coming up from the south part of the state. That is looking good. Concord Mills, the northeast part of the city, coming down from Cabarrus County down I-85. Both lanes of traffic, or all directions there, I should say, looking good. Quickly, here's your drive times. Coming down from Lake Norman is the slowest stretch on that side of town. On the east side of town, you're looking pretty good, even coming up 74 from Union County from Monroe. We will wrap up your traffic, give you drive times to the airport coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. We got to follow up to this breaking news this morning. One person has serious injuries after a bus crash in northwest Charlotte. Look at this accident here from this car. This was a scene about an hour ago. It happened at the intersection of Ambassador Street and State Street. That's not too far from Thrift Road. Medic confirming that one person was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. It's not clear exactly what happened here, but there was heavy damage to another vehicle as well. We will bring you the latest throughout the morning as we learn more.
A suspect is dead and another is in custody after a chase led to a deadly crash. It started just after 10 last night on Old Pineville Road. Officers spotted a stolen vehicle and tried to stop it. The driver refused, leading to CMPD calling off the chase due to their policy, which only allows for pursuits for crimes that are dangerous to life, like a shooting or a kidnapping, not property crimes. The car was then spotted by another officer who watched it crash on I-77 at Nations Ford Road. One suspect was taken into custody, but the other ran across I-77 before being hit and killed by a passing car. CMPD still has not released the identity of those two suspects. Several agencies are now investigating, including State Highway Patrol and CMPD.
New this morning, former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani is in the hospital in critical condition. That is according to a spokesperson who also asked the public for prayers for the 81-year-old former mayor. The reason for Giuliani's hospitalization wasn't shared, but we do know his condition is stable. Giuliani became known as America's mayor for his leadership in the aftermath of the 9/11 terror attacks. The spokesperson didn't say how long Giuliani is expected to stay in the hospital. Thousands of people across the world continue to scramble this morning as the fallout continues from Spirit Airlines going out of business. The low-cost carrier took its final flights on Saturday morning before ending service for good. The 34-year-old company was once worth as much as $5.5 billion on the stock market. Spirit's collapse marks the first time in 25 years that a major U.S. airline has gone out of business due to financial trouble. The move has now left thousands of flyers and employees wondering what's next. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks explains how difficult it's been for flyers to get answers and to get their money back.
Every other airline check-in kiosk is full except for Spirit. There's no customer service, no gate agent, no nothing. It's empty. It's affecting thousands of flyers across America Saturday, including one family headed to New York.
We booked for Spirit, but obviously it got a Spirit shut down, so I was a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, I don't know what to do now.
And neither do thousands of other Spirit Airlines flyers. The airline closed its doors early Saturday morning after talks between the company and the federal government over a $500 million bailout stalled, leaving passengers like this man scrambling for the next available flight.
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there, and like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed. I tried calling customer service. It's disconnecting by itself automatically.
Every flyer saw this sign taped to yellow kiosks. We regret to inform you that Spirit Airlines has ceased global operations. All Spirit flights have been canceled and customer service is no longer available, with a QR code directing them to an informational website.
What Spirit Airlines is now going to do is go through an orderly liquidation process. We'll see how that develops over the course of the next several days. If you're a customer, many of the airlines that are not Spirit are stepping up to provide you assistance. So United, Delta, JetBlue, and Southwest are capping their ticket prices for Spirit customers. It's going to vary between the airlines.
The airline was known for its cheaper fares compared to major airlines. This family was headed to New York from Charlotte Saturday evening. He says they paid $300 for one-way tickets, but that same ticket for other airlines?
It's $200 more I have to pay now. I have to find another solution to get out of here because they're waiting for me in Miami.
At the Charlotte Douglas Airport, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
The time is 8:38 now. After years of home prices climbing higher and higher, that trend is finally starting to crack. New data shows prices are now dropping in about a third of major U.S. cities, including some here in North Carolina.
All right, so let's bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young, to talk about this. So this feels like a long time coming.
Yep.
What's behind the shift?
Yeah, what we're seeing is essentially a reset from that pandemic housing boom. I mean, as we know, it goes without saying, prices really surged over the last couple of years, and so did mortgage rates. So what this really did was it really made buyers kind of hit a wall. Many were priced out and didn't enter the market at all. And we're finally getting to a point where homes can only sit on the market for so long until sellers have to kind of reevaluate their expectations and finally lower their prices. And that's what we've been seeing more frequently, especially over the last 3 months.
All right, so we're obviously all hoping this is around us. Where are we seeing these dips?
Yeah, so the key numbers, according to Adam, which is a real estate data company, it shows that prices are coming down or have come down in 39 of the top 129 largest metros. And this is not consolidated to one region. This is really across the entire country, from the East Coast to the West Coast, California, Texas, and especially Florida. I mean, that was the state with the highest amount of cities that saw price drops, and the highest was 9% year over year, which is a pretty big drop just within 365 days. North Carolina did see some drops, not as drastic as Florida, only 2 cities. That includes Raleigh, which saw a 1% drop year over year, and also Durham, Chapel Hill, that market saw an 8.7% drop year over year, which is pretty drastic, I think. Charlotte was not on the list.
Okay.
Not yet.
Some hopes dashed there if you were hoping for some good prices. But why are we seeing those drops so drastically in other places but not in others?
Yeah, I think it really comes down, specifically the Charlotte market, to just demand staying really strong. So in a lot of cities where we saw prices drop pretty astronomically, it was really because buyers didn't enter the market. There was a pushback. The homes were sitting on the market longer. And again, the sellers had to kind of readjust their prices. But here in Charlotte, the demand, again, people just continue to move here and homes aren't staying on the market very long. So sellers don't feel the need that they have to necessarily drop their prices. I will say the Charlotte market, just like several other cities where we haven't seen price drops, it's steadying here. We're not seeing price increases necessarily, but we're sitting around that $400,000 to $410,000 for the average home here, and that has been the case for about a year now.
Okay, so if you're a home buyer, Taylor, what does this mean for you? And then also, is this sort of the title shift a lot of people have been waiting on?
Yes, with an asterisk, right? So
Okay.
I think what this trend does, is it gives buyers more options, right? They also have more negotiating power. There's also 11% we've seen more active listings in North Carolina. So that's good for people trying to get in the market. And also it helps with negotiating. I mean, a couple of years ago, we saw buyers having to put $20,000 over asking price to kind of get their foot in the door. That's not the case. I will say the asterisk here is that affordability is still an issue, right? I mean, home prices, if we're just looking back over the last couple of years, are still at record highs, and mortgage rates are also high. So that is still the kind of asterisk of the affordability issue. But I will say this trend shows that, yes, we are seeing kind of a change in tide, and the fact that prices here are steady, I think is a good thing for buyers. But until we see those mortgage rates come down, I still think it's going to be an issue for a lot of people.
That is the biggest sticking point.
It is.
And it has been for a while. So Taylor, we'll keep an eye on this and see how it progresses. Thank you. Well, there is a party down in Georgia, and it's not stopping anytime soon. How one of NASCAR's most popular drivers emerged victorious after a wild day in Fort Worth. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
A NASCAR favorite is now returning home with a win.
And the Canes are gliding into Game 2 of Round 2 in the Stanley Cup playoffs later today.
Carolina Sports Live's Joey Ellis has those stories in your morning sports.
It's another very busy weekend of NASCAR with another eventful race in Fort Worth. And the winner on Sunday in the Worth 400, Chase Elliott, a guy who had won there just 2 seasons ago, collecting his second win on the season. It was just a beautiful day in Fort Worth for the 11th race of the Cup Series season. And Carson Hocevar was on the pole for the second straight year there. He was, of course, the winner last week. And towards the end of the opening stage, it's Christopher Bell in the 20 car making the pass on his teammate in the 11. Denny Hamlin for first, but runs into some trouble. The 20 clipped by a spinning Todd Gilliland in the 34. It suffered plenty of damage. Early end for Bell. He's had some just tough days recently. That would make the way for this. Fellow Toyota driver Eric Jones in the 43 just sneaking his way through to stay out through the caution and pays off. He would take the opening stage. It's his first career stage win in the Cup Series. Very cool stuff from him. And into stage 2, some trouble on pit road. Cole Custer can't get to his box. Ty Gibbs is kind of blocking him there. Joey Logano in the 22 slams into the rear of the 41, and that would do it for the 3-time champion who won there a season ago. A DNF for him. He's out of the chase, at least for now. So end of stage 2, Chase Elliott would climb back to the field, passes Brad Keselowski, and would take the stage win to set himself up rather nicely for what proved to be a pretty eventful final stage of this race. It was mostly green in stage 3 until this. Texas, a lot of single car cautions. Corey Heim had a good day, causes one there, causes a spin out, and then after it would lead to this. On the white flag just before that, John Hunter Nemechek spins out after contact with Kyle Busch. So the yellow gets thrown out, and Chase Elliott takes it and runs with it the rest of the way. Takes the checkered for his second win of the season. It's his second win at Texas in the last 3 years, as now the NASCAR season shifts to Watkins Glen next weekend. But in the NHL now, where it's been a very near perfect start for Rod Brindamore's Carolina Hurricanes. Got 5 playoff games, 5 wins, already outscoring its first 2 opponents 14-5 in those 5 games. And how about Logan Stankoven? He's been white hot to this point. 6 goals in those 5 games. And the goaltending with Freddie Anderson in between the pipes maybe has been the difference. The Canes lead the Flyers 1-0. Game 2 tonight in Raleigh. It's an 8 o'clock puck drop. And Brindamore was asked Sunday if this hot start has even surprised him at all. Well, he says it's what they've been pretty much most of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have played well. But hockey's such a random thing. I mean, you get a bounce here or there that goes out the window. So, it helps, though, to obviously get ahead of it. I think everyone's digging in. I mean, it's what we kind of try to do all year. I mean, and now I think the little difference might be that, the goaltending has been a notch up than what it had been during this regular season, which was fine then, but now it's been that much better, and that's probably the difference.
The Hurricanes look to take a commanding 2-0 series lead in the conference semifinals. As I said, 8 o'clock puck drop tonight from the Lenovo Center. We'll have live post-game coverage as the Canes look to stay up on the Flyers there. And Carolina Panthers news will get you set for rookie OTAs coming up on Friday. We're getting our first look at this rookie class. We got all that to get to and a lot more tonight at 11 o'clock on Carolina Sports Live.
All right, Joey, appreciate that. Well, it's hard to believe that. I mean, here we are, May. We've gone from like the upper 40s, I think, Saturday, Sunday? Yeah. Now we're looking at the 80s, maybe by tomorrow.
Making a run for the 80s this afternoon. We finished off the weekend hitting 70 degrees on Sunday. Today will be maybe about 10 degrees above that through the peak heating hours of the day. Already in the low 50s, south winds at 3 miles per hour. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace right now on Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. Low to mid-50s, Charlotte into Monroe, mid-40s, upper 40s, Boone and Jefferson, mid to upper 40s through the I-40 corridor. I know I gave you a lot of 40s, so we'll make it to the 50s and then eventually 70s through lunchtime. Second half of the day, upper 70s, near 80 degrees before upper 60s rolls in for this evening. Relatively cool and comfortable later on tonight, as we dip down into what will be the low to mid and upper 70s Thursday into your Friday. Average highs are usually going to be aiming for the upper 70s this time of year. We'll be closer to normal Thursday and Sunday to finish off the weekend. Tree pollen stays high, so we will continue to hold on to that high pollen count Monday through your Thursday. Medium to high pollen count, so keep the Zyrtec and Claritin nearby as high pressure stays in control, leaking off of the North Carolina coast. We'll have those partly cloudy skies rolling through over Kentucky into western facing slopes of the Appalachian Mountains. holding on to more of the cloud cover over eastern Tennessee, while we just look at partly cloudy skies into your Tuesday, holding off on rain chances at the very least until midweek for the start of your Wednesday. So pushing you moving the clock into motion, pushing you into your midweek, into the second half of the work week. Notice the rain sets up over our western facing slopes Tuesday. Wednesday, we'll see more of the mostly cloudy skies ramping up for rain chances in our mountain counties. I'm looking at the spotty showers and isolated storms that really become an issue heading into your Thursday, with that low pressure system ushering in more of the aggressive rainfall second half of the work week. 3/4 of an inch to an inch of rain possible. Again, this will help to give us a little bit more of that rain that we need to slowly get out of those drought conditions, but we need a lot more and more consistent and long frame in order to get out of these drought conditions. So overnight lows settle in the 50s. We'll rebound into the low 80s for your Tuesday and Wednesday. Cold front brings rain and storm chances second half of the work week. Dry by the start of the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All 4 matchups in the NBA Conference semifinals are now set. One of the biggest rivalries of the 4, the Philadelphia 76ers take it on the New York Knicks. And Philly is doing everything they can to be Philly and to keep Knicks fans out of their home arena. The Sixers, they are restricting, get this, ticket sales to fans only that are living in the greater Philly area. Philadelphia tried to do this back in 2024 when they also played the Knicks in the playoffs. The Sixers ownership group bought more than 2,000 tickets to keep them out of the hands of Knicks fans. That didn't work, though. On Saturday, Sixers center Joel Embiid specifically asked Philadelphia fans to show out for this year's home games, saying that the home games from the 2024 series felt more like a New York home crowd. Will it work this time around? Nope.
Nah.
Teddy said no.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Only because, I mean, those tickets are expensive. So you can't just be like, hey, everyone in Philly, like, go ahead and buy a ticket.
Yeah.
Isn't that the city of brotherly love?
It is.
Is this the way to show brotherly love? To keep out your
Doesn't matter.
rival?
Doesn't matter. It's sports.
It's sports.
It is sports. I guess that's true. All that goes out the window.
It's like New York to Philly. You're only looking like maybe 4 hours. Like it's not long at all.
Yeah.
So you can
that commute is very doable.
Yeah. So you have a lot of folks who are probably, you think of the Knicks up towards northern New Jersey, upstate New York. They might just want to shoot over to Philly instead. Or even just watch the whole series.
Have the Knicks fans done this to retaliate? Like, have they tried to close out the tickets to only Knicks fans to not let Philly fans in?
Not that I know. We don't have that problem.
They don't need to. So listen, one of our producers, Robert, is a diehard Knicks fan, and that's an understatement.
Yeah.
And he says apparently they don't need to. It doesn't matter. I mean, Knicks fans apparently just kind of rule the roost anyway. And so
high confidence there. We'll see how it works out.
It'll be an interesting semifinal series coming up with the NBA. So we'll be talking about it all week long, I promise you. All right, stay with us. I got a couple of minutes left in this hour before we kick off our final hour, right around the bend.
A team in Tennessee is working to make cattle farming greener by supplying farmers with renewable energy. Solar company Silicon Ranch has created software for the first cattle-compatible solar facility by positioning panels horizontally instead of at steep angles to accommodate larger livestock. Experts say the design helps maximize the use of the land, and it also shows signs of helping the soil below retain moisture.
There's reduced evapotranspiration, so less moisture is leaving the soil, less moisture is going up into the atmosphere, which is actually beneficial for plants. That could mean things like we need less irrigation.
Farmers could also benefit financially, with some solar companies offering about $1,000 per acre to lease out land for their panels. All right, 8:59 coming up on our final hour of Queen City News Now.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Monday morning, everyone. Happy May the 4th. Glad you are with us on our 9 o'clock and final hour. I was going to keep that a secret, but I'm letting everyone know it is our final hour. Thanks for watching. On this Monday morning, I'm Jason Harper.
Soak us all in while you can.
That's
I'm
right.
Amy Satowski. Julian Sador is on special assignment.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. Lots of sunshine to go around today. That's going to be serving up a nice warm afternoon after we start off a little chilly heading out the door.
I needed to bring the jacket out again this morning.
Yeah,
it was kind of cool. We've got a lot of golfers in the Charlotte area all week long. Practice kicking off right now at 9 o'clock out at Quail Hollow for the Truist Championship, which kicks off Thursday. So at least they can enjoy some dry weather between now and Thursday, right, Ted?
Yeah, the practice should be pretty good. We are going to introduce more of those rain chances Wednesday into Thursday, and that's where I think Thursday will really have the impacts of some of the heavy rain. This morning, if you have an early tee time, that's not looking too bad. Winds are calm. Temperatures in the upper 50s. We are warmer to start by 2 to 4 to 5 degrees compared to where we were this time yesterday. So your temperature change gives us those mid 50s, Charlotte into Monroe, upper 40s, low 50s, now Boone and Jefferson. We'll aim for the 60s mid-morning hours from Wadesboro, Rockingham into Lancaster, Rock Hill in the low 60s mid-morning. 70s on tap by 2 p.m. for more of the way of Concord into Albemarle. Upper 70s for Charlotte coming around the early afternoon, mid 70s back towards Shelby. Sunshine dominates through Statesville, Salisbury, 60s turn to 70s, late morning into the afternoon. Hickory and Morganton holding on to the mostly sunny skies with partly cloudy skies for our mountain counties and much cooler, just more in the way of the mid to upper 60s early afternoon for Boone and Jefferson. We'll have another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. Starting today, Statesville residents could be fined hundreds of dollars for not following citywide water restrictions.
It's one of several municipalities to tighten water usage limits amid the ongoing drought, including Catawba County, Gastonia, and Charlotte.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live at one of Charlotte's water treatment plants with a look at why the regulations are now going from voluntary to mandatory. Savannah?
Yeah, Amy and Jason, these drought conditions have not improved over the last couple of weeks significantly enough, so those restrictions, which started out as voluntary a few weeks ago, are now slowly becoming mandatory. For example, Charlotte's conservation regulations, those begin in about 2 weeks on May 15th, while Statesville leaders will start today. So beginning this morning, city leaders in Statesville can issue fines worth hundreds of dollars to people who are doing things like washing their car at home, filling swimming pools, or watering their lawns on restricted days. Odd-numbered addresses can only irrigate Saturday nights, even-numbered on Sunday nights. A first violation of these rules will lead to a $200 fine. The second offense doubles to $400. Any violation after that will cost $600 each. Statesville leaders say the city is in a stage D3 extreme drought. There's only one stage higher, exceptional drought, which some parts of the region have met these qualifications for. Officials who monitor the Catawba Watery River Basin, a source of water for about 2 million people in North and South Carolina, say that they haven't seen levels this low since 2009.
We normally see about 46 to 50 inches of rain a year, and right now we're running a 15-inch deficit year to date. We certainly can't control the drought. We certainly can't control the evaporation rates, but we can control what we do.
Now, the little rain that we did see over the past few weeks has made some difference as far as burn ban goes. Over the weekend, North Carolina forest officials said that they are lifting the ban partially on the open burns. So for 81 counties, they say just be careful because we are still in spring wildfire season, but there are 19 counties, including many in our area such as Mecklenburg, Union, Stanley, Rowan, Gaston, Iredell, Cabarrus, Davidson, Union as well. All of those still under a burn ban for now. So just a few select ones here in the South Piedmont region. Other than that, they say conditions are somewhat improving. We're going to stay on top of these drought conditions, keep you updated as it continues. Reporting in Northwest Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Breaking this morning, one person has serious injuries after a bus crash in Northwest Charlotte. This is a look at that scene about an hour ago. It happened at the intersection of Ambassador Street and State Street, not far from Thrift Road. Medics says one person was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. It's unclear, though, what exactly happened, but as you can see, there was heavy damage to another vehicle. We'll bring you the latest once we get more information.
A suspect is dead and another is in custody this morning after a chase led to a deadly crash. This started after 10 o'clock last night on Old Pineville Road. Officers spotted a stolen vehicle and they tried to stop it, but the driver refused to pull over, leading CMPD to call off their chase due to their policy, which only allows pursuits for crimes that are dangerous to life, like shootings or kidnappings, not property crimes like car theft. The car was then spotted by another officer who watched it crash on I-77 at Nations Ford Road. One suspect was taken into custody. The other, though, ran across the interstate before being hit and killed by a passing car. CMPD still has not released the identities of the two suspects. Several agencies are now investigating, including State Highway Patrol and CMPD.
Well, Spirit Airlines' sudden closure Saturday is creating a whole lot of headaches for people trying to get where they need to go. The company closed after talks with the federal government stalled, and now it's left people scrambling at airports. People flying out of Charlotte Douglas were shocked to arrive and find closed kiosks, service desks, and no agents to help them. For some flyers, that closure means that now they're spending more money to get home.
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there. And like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
Delta, JetBlue, Southwest, and United all set ticket prices to $200 for customers who have confirmation numbers and proof of purchase from Spirit for a limited time.
Well, it seems like this played out all across North Carolina Friday. Teachers coming together in Raleigh, not only Raleigh, but Charlotte and other cities, calling for more money for educators as well as their schools. Greg Funderburg spoke with those teachers about their cause.
North Carolina educators say they've had enough.
They don't want us to get pay raises. They don't care about our schools, and I'm out here because I'm mad.
And they're fighting for better pay.
Just not for our pay raises. We need to be able to provide more resources in our classroom for teachers.
They say many educators are working 2 and 3 jobs just to pay the bills.
2 part-time jobs. It would really be impossible to live and meet those basic needs without having this extra income to supplement my teaching pay.
I'm living with my parents again, so I went from living independently in an apartment in college to living with my parents again.
These educators made their way to Halifax Mall in Raleigh for the Kids Over Corporations rally in March. They say funding public schools is a topic everyone should be talking about.
I hope that the public actually starts to understand that we are all in this together.
Advocates like Terrence Whitby, who comes from a family of educators, couldn't agree more.
See them come home, some days crying, some days like, how we're going to pay the bills, and that adds up, and it's a lot of stress and pressure on our educators.
Educators say this is only the beginning, and they plan on continuing their efforts until their voices are heard by state lawmakers.
Greg Funderburg reporting. President Trump has indicated the U.S. will help guide stranded ships from the Strait of Hormuz today. The president made that announcement in a Truth Social post. He offered few details on how the U.S. would help the stranded vessels and seafarers, though. Iran denounced the declaration, calling it a ceasefire violation. The announcement comes after a large cargo ship in the strait was reportedly attacked by small boats just off the coast of Iran. The crew on board is reportedly safe. Meanwhile, negotiations continue over Iran's 14-point proposal to end the war. The U.S. is reviewing that plan. It's unclear, though, when a response will be issued. 9:09. Let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, we are still in a pretty significant drought.
Yeah, we are looking at level 4 and 5 out of 5 with those drought conditions very much secured around the Carolinas into the Queen City. As a matter of fact, the exceptional drought, some of the worst drought conditions we've had in almost 2 decades, impacting Union County into Stanley County, Cabarrus County, and eastern Mecklenburg County this morning. That deficit is looking at about 25 inches, if not more, below what we typically typically see in a year average. In the last 30 days, we're half an inch to an inch below where we should be over Monroe. 2 inches deficit through Charlotte, so we need as much rain as we can get. Next chance of showers looks to focus towards Thursday, coming in the form of some pop-up showers, isolated storms, second half of the work week. Right now, dry on radar, not seeing much activity to get your morning started. I'll break down your setup for the work week and walk you through Thursday's rain chance coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Let's wrap up our pinpoint traffic reports for today. We're on the backside of rush hour, looking live right now right at Uptown. What a beautiful shot here from NCDOT. Looking at traffic on 77 southbound, working its way under LaSalle Street right there. Slows down around the bend. I'm going to give this a grade of not terrible, right? It's not fantastic, but it's certainly, we've had better, we've had worse, but it is moving the way it's designed to move as everyone's trying to funnel their way into the heart of Uptown. Just north of the city, this is near Huntersville, 77 at Sam Fur Road. Traffic in all directions looking good this morning. Here's a quick look around the Crown. About 8 or 9 different incidents scattered. Most of these are on secondary roads, not causing any major delays. Here's the 45-77 North split right at the state line near Carowinds, near Westinghouse Boulevard. That stretch looking good. Up near Concord, coming down 85 from Cabarrus County. You guys are in great shape. Inbound Independence also looking good this morning. Quickly, here's your drive times. Depending on where you're coming in from Gaston, Iredell County, York County, South Carolina, down from Concord, in from Albemarle and Monroe, all in good shape. Let's wrap it up with some drive times to the airport. Even though Distracted Driving Awareness Month is over officially in April, it continues, at least it should, the other 11 months of the year. Put that phone down till you get to where you're going. May Kay, what's coming up?
All right, we've been talking about it all morning. The ultra low fare airline that flew the bright yellow Airbuses in and out of CLT is no more. Known for its dirt cheap prices, nickel and diming, tight seats, and the subject of endless jokes, Spirit has closed up shop for good. I'm May Kay Bueller. Coming up, what this means for you, plus a little known fact about Spirit that people never talked about. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
If you have a Spirit flight booked out of Charlotte Douglas International, do not go to the airport. Leave your bags at home. The ultra-low-cost airline known for its bright yellow Airbuses up in the sky is no more. After 34 years, they shut down over the weekend Saturday morning. All flights canceled. 17,000 workers now out of a job.
We'll bring in, of course, our chief transportation correspondent and pilot, May-Kay Beeler, talking a little bit about a very little-known fact that no one really noticed with Spirit.
And it's really important. I'll get to it in a second. So what happened? Insiders say doubling of the fuel prices. That was the final nail in the coffin for the financially fragile airline that was just emerging from its second bankruptcy. So we know Spirit was known for dirt cheap, bare fares, hidden fees, tight seats, uncomfortable cabins, extreme nickel and diming. And despite its polarizing reputation, though, many travelers counted on it. They used it because it was one of the cheapest options for frugal flyers, making air travel more accessible to a wider range of passengers. But above and beyond that, there is something about Spirit, a record most passengers were not aware of. All right, amid all the jokes, a critical fact was overlooked. Spirit had one of the cleanest safety records in the U.S. airline industry. Did you know with Spirit, every flight that ever took off landed safely? Not a single fatal crash. In its operating history since 1992, the airline never lost an aircraft, never lost a passenger. Although Spirit became shorthand for bare bones travel and endless jokes, and yeah, many of us laughed at the many memes, it deserved better. Spirit's safety record was exceptional. A lot of people don't know that.
Okay, no, that's usually not what you're looking at, unfortunately, with an
Right,
airline.
you're looking at your money.
You're looking at your money and what you get for it. But in what ways are we talking about with this safety record?
So the NTSB accident database reveals Spirit, like really pretty much all the other air carriers, had occasional incidents, including bird strikes, emergency landings, a battery fire in an overhead bin. This is common these days, unfortunately. For Spirit, though, none resulted in a crash or a passenger fatality. There was an incident, though, in July 2015 when contaminated cockpit air sickened both pilots. No passengers were harmed. Plane landed safely, but the captain died 50 days later from suspected poisoning from toxic cockpit air. A lot of people are going to remember the jokes, but facts disclose one of the most made fun of names in American air travel leaves with a safety record most better-loved airlines would gladly claim. On May 2nd, Spirit's final landing closed out a chapter that few airlines in the world will ever match.
Wow, and now 17,000 without a job. That's so sad when you think about all those families.
Oh, gosh.
So when you look at other budget airlines, are they hurting just as bad?
Uh-huh. Maybe not as bad, but the low-cost airline sector as a whole requested the administration give them $2.5 billion in relief. Sean Duffy said, Spirit may be the first, but analysts say unlikely to be the last to go under. And according to reports, JetBlue's founder warns the airline may go bankrupt this year, unable to swallow the fuel prices. Doubling fuel prices, can you imagine?
Yeah, it's hard to stay in business, right? Okay, so what are other airlines doing to support customers who maybe had a Spirit ticket and their flight got canceled?
So all the major airlines are stepping in to give you a discount. If you fly the routes that Spirit flew, if they flew, they're going to cap the prices, give you a discount. You need to show a receipt and proof of your confirmation number. This is for a limited time.
Yeah.
Plus, all the employees are out of work. United, Delta, American will give these employees preferential hiring. So they will give you an opportunity to apply and hire you before other pilots. So, you know, you can make fun of Spirit, but this is a very sad time for all these employees and for the whole airline industry.
Make it quickly before we run out of time. For those that had already purchased tickets, are refunds? Is that even possible?
Yeah, this is a really great thing. Spirit put aside money in a special account so that if you bought your ticket through Spirit on a credit card, you will automatically be refunded. Now, if there's some type of issue, you can go through your credit card holder. They're going to refund your money for services not rendered. And now, if you've got points, loyalty points, I don't know about that.
You might not be getting those
Probably,
back.
but they're going to try to help. That's going to take longer.
Yeah.
Right. So check out the website about the restructuring of Spirit. Just go to Spirit's website.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, May-Kay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Coming up on 9:20 this Monday morning, we had great weather over the weekend. Hopefully more is coming throughout the next couple days. Ted, what do we need to know?
Yeah, we are looking at a nice warm up this morning, already in the upper 50s, aiming for 60 degrees. I think we'll touch 70 degrees by lunchtime. That was your high yesterday. We're going to be exceeding that later today. Winds are calm, dew points in the mid 40s. Our 50s take hold all across the I-40 corridor, low to mid 50s this morning, even in the low 50s towards our mountain counties. I promise I can get my numbers out. 70s on tap early afternoon, and highs will peak in the upper 70s near 80 degrees heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Upper 60s through the 10 o'clock hour. Our average highs typically land in the upper 70s this time of year. We'll be slightly above normal Monday through Tuesday and Wednesday, 70s second half of the work week Thursday into Friday, mid to upper 70s Saturday into Sunday throughout your weekend. Now your pollen forecast. Oak, hickory, sycamore tree pollen will be high here for the remainder of the week. Medium to high pollen counts, so keep that in mind with your Zyrtec and Claritin. Very much needed. High pressure leaks off the North Carolina coast. Winds stay breezy out of the southwest. Cloud cover will build as we head into Tuesday. Partly cloudy skies on tap. Second day of the work week after a mostly sunny Monday. I'm looking at rain chances picking up too. Heading into Lexington, Kentucky, eastern Tennessee, late Tuesday into your Wednesday. I'm looking at the potential for some of the showers to move in late Wednesday into your Thursday, rather. Pop-up showers and isolated storms coming into play later on in the day. Here's a look at your Thursday evening, where I think we'll get anywhere from 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch when everything's said and done heading into your Friday morning. Overnight lows tonight settle in the low to mid 50s. We'll have upper 40s on tap for our mountain counties. 7-day forecast brings us those low 80s Tuesday and Wednesday. More in the way of those 70s Thursday into your Friday, with a dry start to the weekend, but rain chances return Sunday to finish off the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
More building owners are cutting their losses and selling after office occupancy plummeted during the pandemic. In some cities, occupancy is now rebounding, but the building values essentially crashed after COVID. One example in Chicago, where a building that originally cost $306 million was just recently sold all the way down to $41 million.
Not like companies don't want office space. It's just that the value proposition of office space had gotten so out of whack from what companies really need. And I think really affordable office space, just like really affordable apartment rents, will be attractive.
According to real estate data gatherer CoStar, office space use in Charlotte is actually starting to rebound as well. And the bigger the space, the better. The average size of a signed office lease here in the Queen City is now over pre-pandemic levels as big headquarters expand here into our region.
In 2020, the CDC established a federal eviction moratorium in an effort to help prevent people who couldn't make rent during the height of the pandemic from becoming homeless. Now, while it lasted from September 2020 through July 2021, hundreds of landlords across the country say they are suffering economic impacts from it to this day. Landlords say they took on debt to pay mounting costs. Others say they had to lay off staff, delay repairs, and even sell their properties.
The cost of this was borne by the rental property owners when it should have been borne by the federal government. And that's why we brought the lawsuit under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution, which prohibits taking of private property without just compensation.
Supporters of the moratorium say that it helped to keep them from spreading COVID and it kept the community safer. So they also claim that many landlords had benefited from billions in federal funds for emergency rental assistance. Some property owners say those funds did not fully cover their losses, while others cite issues at the local level in securing that money.
It's almost 9:27 on this Monday. A beautiful start to the day. Looking over New York City and the harbor there. Futures kind of a mixed bag this morning. The Dow and S&P in the red. NASDAQ is up about 11 points. We're going to join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange. The market's open in 3 minutes. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back into Queen City News Now, our final half hour here on your Monday. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. May the 4th be with you. Welcome in on this May the 4th. Thank you, Ted. I don't know what that was.
I don't know what it was.
But I appreciate you. I don't know if that was a Star
love the
Wars.
sound effects.
Yeah, the sound effect was
Kinda sounded
fantastic.
Like huzzah.
Support,
like
yeah.
Wrong era, but
Yeah.
It's okay.
It works.
Probably should have been more like a.
Hey,
Oh,
that
there
was a
we
pretty
go.
good Chewbacca.
A little Wookiee.
I like that. Nicely done. Listen, in case we run out of time between now and the end of our show, which is in 30 minutes, by the way, don't forget tomorrow is not only Taco Tuesday, it syncs up with Cinco de Mayo. We've been training for this day all these Tuesdays in years past.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's the day. So let's start with Happy May 4th. We'll get to that tomorrow.
Tacos have to be like my favorite type of food you can have.
I'm with you.
It's like top 2. See, oh, you got the.
Look at you rolling your R,
Tacos
trying to
El
get
Paso.
all. Now that you did Chewbacca, now you feel like you're just traveling all around the world.
Man of many talents, that's all I got to say. Taking a look right now, upper 50s, winds are calm. If you're heading out and about, enjoy that sunshine. Dew points separated from the temperature, so not too concerned about fog. Visibility is nice and clear here for your Monday. Anywhere from 4 to 5 to even 6 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday. We're talking double-digit difference in our mountain counties. Low 50s, Jefferson into Boone. We're in the upper 50s, Charlotte, Monroe, Concord, and low 60s east of I-77 towards Wadesboro into Rockingham. That's where we also have those 60s on tap through your mid-morning hours, upper 70s by 2 p.m. Mid-70s, Lancaster for 2 o'clock hour, 77 degrees Rock Hill. I'm looking at Charlotte, Concord, Albemarle, still sitting in those 60s through the 10 o'clock hour, 70s on tap early afternoon. Gastonia and into Shelby holding on to some good sunshine, just some partly cloudy skies up towards Shelby. Statesville into Salisbury, looking at upper 70s through the 2 o'clock hour. Highs will peak near 80 degrees. Hickory into Morganton, I'm thinking mid to upper 70s for your afternoon highs with plenty of sunshine, partly cloudy skies on tap for our higher elevations. Mountain counties bringing us more in the way of the mid to upper 60s this afternoon. A high near 80 degrees for uptown. Southwest winds will be breezy at times, could be gusty as well. Overnight lows settling into the 50s, heading into your early morning hours with your mountain county forecast, bringing in 60s and 70s for most of the work week. Overnight lows in the 40s and 50s, low 60s on Friday. Rain and storm chances come into play Wednesday and Thursday. I'll break down more coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. Charlotte is a top city for recent college grads to find a job.
And investors are watching the Middle East closely again this morning.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, markets, they're reacting to conflicting reports out of the Middle East. What are we hearing?
Right. Well, we're cautious this morning, Jason and Annie. The Dow's down 150, 60 points or so. We are close to record highs, and so I guess a little bit of a pullback, not all that unexpected. Oil is higher. Iran media reported that it had fired missiles on a U.S. warship. Now, those reports were denied by senior Pentagon officials, however, but the fact that the reports were even mentioned kind of evidence that there are continued tensions in the Middle East, and at record highs, the markets are seeing a little bit of selling this morning.
All right, so Jane, the South has more than just sweet tea, right? We apparently have the best job market out there for college grads.
A string of cities across the Sun Belt emerging as the graduate hiring hotspots and what's otherwise a challenging job market for young professionals. So the Wall Street Journal reports Birmingham, Alabama actually topped the list where college grads are getting jobs, followed by Tampa, Florida. But Charlotte was in the top 10. Also Raleigh, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Nashville. So, yeah, everybody's moving where the weather's nice.
Yeah, like literally everyone in the country, Jane. So this is interesting. GameStop is making an offer to buy eBay.
So GameStop is offering $56 billion to buy eBay. Now, GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen says he wants to turn eBay into an Amazon rival. There are questions about exactly how the deal would be financed. They have some money, but not the whole $56 billion. So we'll see what happens. But certainly an interesting turn of events. We'll see if they're actually successful with this.
Yeah, you know, Jane, when I think eBay, I don't immediately go to GameStop. But we'll see what happens.
One day.
I know, but they do have collectibles,
yes.
And I think they want to grow it. So I don't know. I mean, take on Amazon, that's quite a feat. But,
I was going to say good luck with that. It's been a couple decades in the making, but we'll see how it shakes out for them. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you dark and early here tomorrow morning.
Thanks.
All right, coming up on 9:35 now. At a time when the job market feels tougher here at home, more Americans are looking elsewhere for work. A growing number of people are actually leaving the U.S. workforce to take jobs overseas.
All right, let's bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young, to talk about this. So we've been talking so much, just kind of like how Jane did, how tough it is for people to get into the job market right now. So what's going on here?
Yeah, so this isn't just people working remotely from a beach somewhere. We are actually seeing more Americans take jobs with companies that are overseas, meaning they're leaving the U.S. workforce altogether. Just in the last 5 years, it's estimated that the number of Americans who are leaving the U.S. to take jobs has doubled, and that's according to workforce intelligence company Revelio. And this is being driven by a mixture of things, right? So you have the chase for a lower cost of living, you have lifestyle, and in some cases, as we just mentioned, it's opportunities. I mean, Americans are struggling to find jobs right now, so they're saying, hey, I might as well look overseas.
Wow. Okay. So are you finding that this is a certain group of people and certain industries that are doing this move?
So this is not happening across the board. Yeah, this is really tailored to kind of the white collar workers who have more flexible jobs. So think industries like tech, finance, consulting, marketing. I know IT consulting was really the top job that's doing this. And it's basically roles where you can either work remotely or you can easily kind of transfer your skills abroad without having to jump through too many hoops. As you could imagine, it might be more difficult for healthcare workers or teachers or blue collar jobs to do this. So yeah, it's primarily the white collar, more flexible jobs where we're seeing this.
All right, so what does this actually look like? You know, picking up and moving overseas, and where are people going?
Yeah, so while a big chunk of these people are still living in the U.S. and working remotely, we are seeing a big number of people actually picking up and leaving. Last year, it's estimated 2,500 workers each month actually did this. They left the U.S. to go work overseas. And the most common place that they're going to is Europe. France was the most popular destination. I get it. France is really cool. But yeah, it's not just remote work, right? Like people are actually leaving the U.S., picking up their lives and building it somewhere else.
Okay, so we know that through the pandemic, we saw a lot of remote. I mean, everyone started hopping on Zoom, doing things we had never done before. Technology and remote access made it easier. Are you finding that maybe because of that, we sort of have this more global labor force now?
Yeah, and I think that's exactly it. I mean, the pandemic showed a lot of people that, look, I can work anywhere. Again, we saw even people in the U.S. moving to cheaper cities just because they were able to keep their salary from a bigger city and able to live somewhere cheaper. And that also made people realize, like, I could maybe even take this a step further and go to an entirely different country. And, you know, companies, again, I think this comes down to opportunity that we're just not necessarily seeing in the U.S. right now. They're not hiring. We are, again, we've talked about this many times, we're in this no hiring kind of freeze right now. So, you know, workers are maybe just more open to the move now than they ever have been in the past.
Definitely an adventure.
It is.
It is.
I thought
To
about
put
it
it
many a
lightly.
time.
Oh, yeah,
Like, can I
we
just
have
go
too.
open up like a drink shack in Thailand and like live on the beach? That sounds great.
Listen, I'll come put the straw in the drink. I'll come help.
Thank you.
I'll put the
Thanks for
little
your help.
umbrellas in there.
You can
Yeah.
sing to people.
Oh, there we go.
We'll get a good thing going there.
Serenading in Thailand. Taylor,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. Appreciate that. All right, switching gears now. It is 9:38. New this morning, one person has serious injuries after a bus crash in Northwest Charlotte. This is part of the scene from about an hour ago. It happened at the intersection of Ambassador Street and State Street. That's right near Thrift Road. Medic confirming that one person was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. We don't know exactly what happened there. We know heavy damage, at least to this white car that we keep seeing right there, in addition to a bus. As soon as we get more information, we will pass that on to you.
A suspect is dead and another is in custody after a chase led to a deadly crash. It started just after 10 last night on Old Pineville Road. Officers spotted a stolen vehicle and they tried to stop it. The driver refused to stop, and that led CMPD to a quick chase, but they had to call it off due to their policy, which only allows pursuits for crimes dangerous to life. So that's something like shootings or kidnappings, not property crimes. The car was then spotted by another officer who watched it crash on I-77 at Nations Ford Road. One suspect was taken into custody, but the other ran across I-77 before being hit and killed by a passing car. CMPD still has not released the identities of those two suspects. Several agencies are now investigating this, including State Highway Patrol and CMPD.
Also new this morning, former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani is in the hospital in critical condition. That's according to a spokesperson who also asked for the public to pray for the 81-year-old former mayor. The reason for his hospitalization wasn't shared, but we do know his condition is stable. Giuliani became known as America's mayor for his leadership in the aftermath of the 9/11 terror attacks. The spokesperson did not say how long Giuliani is expected to stay in the hospital. North Carolina teachers are calling on state lawmakers to give them raises and improve the funding that they put into schools. They held a rally and a march in Raleigh on Friday to deliver that very message. They say funding for public schools should be prioritized over corporate tax breaks and private school voucher programs. They say public schools have been struggling for a while with crumbling buildings, crowded classrooms, rising health care costs, and teachers leaving the profession because of low pay. Now, they're calling on lawmakers to enact change.
We have yet to get a state budget, and so coming together now to pressure and push and be present really brings it to the forefront for our public.
People who went to Raleigh say that they hope Friday's turnout pushes lawmakers to rethink how they fund public education as the state continues to rank near the bottom nationally in both school funding and teacher pay.
This past year, North Carolina had actually the highest graduation rate in our public schools in our history.
Well, that's the good news. We'll tell you why the North Carolina State Superintendent says, though, there's a huge opportunity being missed, making a recent report incomplete. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
One university asked people to grade the state's public education system, and the results are now in.
It came out as teachers marched at the Capitol calling for more support Friday.
Bob Buckley spoke with the state superintendent, who believes the marks may reflect important progress.
It's time for report cards, and Elon University recently asked North Carolinians to grade their public schools. More than a third gave the school system either an A or a B. 26% gave a C, but nearly a quarter of respondents gave the schools either a D or an F. I wonder if you look at that and think that's overblown.
Yeah, so I do think that there's more to the story than might be found in a poll like that.
Superintendent Mo Green says there may be an education problem, but it's just as much with people who don't have kids in public schools knowing the real story.
Let me just give you just a few metrics that'll help folks understand a little bit better. 87.7% of our students essentially graduating on time, the highest in our history. You couple that with the fact that North Carolina this past year had the highest level of participation and performance on college-level advanced placement exams.
54% of students took a college-level course, a record number, and nearly 3/4 of students did well enough on those exams to earn college credit. But Green says just as important is what the schools were able to do with kids who don't want to go to college.
We had the most industry-recognized credentials earned by students this past year, by career and technical education students in North Carolina's history, with over 380,000 credentials earned.
When Elon asked people who gave the schools a poor grade what's to blame, nearly 40% said weak school management, and more than half said a lack of parental involvement. But the number one answer was that the state doesn't spend enough money on education. Is it money? Is it getting the parents involved, or can you not separate those two?
We're about $5,000 or so less than the national average. We're also about $3,500 to $5,000 less than our border states of Virginia and South Carolina.
Education is by far the largest item in the state budget at nearly $20 billion, which is about 56% of all spending. But to get to the national average, North Carolina would need to increase the education budget by $7.5 billion, a nearly 40% increase. Superintendent Green says he understands that would be a big ask, but
you're talking billions of dollars that would go into a system that is, I would argue, doing good work. It could do even better work.
Expected to be an issue in races for the legislature this November.
And that was Bob Buckley reporting there. Which North Carolina area has the best paramedic team? Dozens of agencies from all around the state competed over the weekend to find out. The annual North Carolina Emergency Medical Services Expo was held in Winston-Salem. Paramedics were brought into a ballroom to respond to a mock emergency of a situation they might encounter on the job. One scenario paramedics had to tackle was someone who was parachuting stuck under a tree with leg wounds. The event served as a finale for a year-long paramedic training.
So they'll compete in a real-life scenario that's as realistic as it can possibly be, and they'll have a lot of challenges thrown at them in front of their peers that they'll have to take care of the patients that they'll be confronted with, and then they're judged based upon that.
Well, first of all, I hope that never happens in real life to anyone involved. Teams were graded on their communication, their conduct, and clinical management. Judges will put together a final score and announce the winners coming up tomorrow. Wow, it's kind of cool. You don't really think about, exercises and the training that our paramedics and first responders go through.
Absolutely. I mean, I know they do those kinds of trainings for, like at theme parks, we do that at Carowinds, but it's interesting to put that into a competition because, you know, they're all highly competitive. They want to be the best at what they do. So can't wait to see who wins, Ted.
I'd be competitive, but if I were to do it right now, I'm not properly trained, so I'd be there like, pass me that thingy, the thing
to wrap.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
The only part I'm trained in is to be the parachute guy dangling from a tree.
Yeah,
that's about all I'm qualified. Let me be the guy hanging from a tree.
I would make a great patient. Heading out the door, hopefully you don't have to be a patient to this weather. You could be a participant to the weather as we get into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees later on this afternoon. 57 degrees, winds are calm. Heading out the door, Independence Boulevard moving at a speed limit pace. Our low 60s taking hold now. Charlotte into Monroe, mid to upper 50s, I-40 corridor. We're just ramping up, folks, making a run for what will be upper 70s near 80 degrees, peak heating hours of the day. So low 60s, late morning hours, we're getting to the 70s lunchtime, a high near 80 degrees before we cool down second half of the work week. Thursday brings in some rain chances. Your average highs this time of year typically land in the upper 70s. I'm looking at your pollen forecast. Will be medium to high for most of the week. Oak, hickory, sycamore, we'll be looking out for those impacts as we head into your work week. High pressure off the North Carolina coast. That's giving us winds out of the southwest. Looking at what will be mostly dry and sunny conditions for the start of the week into your weekend. We're looking at the rain chances ramping up over parts of Kentucky into eastern Tennessee. That's what's going to give us the midweek to late week rain heading into your Thursday. I'm looking mainly, again, at what will be the increasing moisture over eastern Tennessee coming over the border late Wednesday afternoon into the evening, bringing in more of the rain chances that move in for the start to your Thursday. Thursday evening could see some downpours leading to what could be 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch of rain when everything is said and done. So overnight lows tonight settle in the low to mid 50s. I'm looking at mid to upper 40s towards our mountain counties. 7-day forecast will bring in those low 70s for Tuesday and Wednesday, and we'll continue to hold on to warm temperatures, but 70s on tap after storm chances on Thursday, mid 70s Saturday to start the weekend.
All right, Ted, thank you. An important vote is coming up that could impact thousands of high school athletes in North Carolina. Only on Queen City News Plus, our Morning Edition team sat down with the Weddington High School boys volleyball coach and the head coach of the U.S. men's Olympic volleyball team to learn more about the sport and why sanctioning it here in North Carolina is critical.
They're playing 4.5 feet over the top of the net and hitting the ball 80 miles an hour. And people in the backcourt have less than 0.2 of a second to respond. So all you got to do is, if you want to see the beauty and power of the game, is to go on YouTube and just go volleyball, best plays ever in volleyball, and you'll see things most people who have not seen it will be blown away by the height above the floor that guys play, above the net, the power at which they propel the ball, whether it's serving or attacking.
All the way down to teams that are just fighting for gym space, or they're fighting, sometimes they have to rent gym space outside. You know, there's no school support there. So it's like pushing water up a hill. And it's very hard to get any sort of support or buy-in from kids when they also don't feel supportive. So it'll immediately present like the legitimacy that we need.
And you can catch that full interview in next week's episode of Morning Edition, out Tuesday. So actually this week's episode of Morning Edition. All of our original shows are free to watch on Queen City News on our app. You can download it on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. The North Carolina High School Athletics Association could make a decision on sanctioning boys volleyball on Wednesday, May 6th. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast. We'll hit 80 degrees this Monday afternoon, warming up, and then those low 80s Tuesday and Wednesday. Rain and storm chances roll in late Wednesday into your Thursday. Looking like a wet start to the second half of the work week, but dry by the start of the weekend.
All right, we like that. Okay, so a large bear's journey through a neighborhood over the weekend drew its own audience. We have a lot of these, right? This fairly sizable bear was spotted Sunday roaming around Sunland, California, just north of LA, prompting some locals, as you can see, to just come on over and see what was going on.
What is going on with this bear? Apparently, he was seen walking around some of the local streets and then popped into some home areas, casually, just strolling along. Some lawn furniture and a barbecue grill there, the Sunland area. It's right up against the southern part of the Angeles National Forest. Police said that they believe the bear eventually moved away from the residential home.
They believe.
I would like a little more confidence.
I'd like a little bit of more confidence and proof.
Yeah, I'd like a definite yes or no, not a, well, he might be in your backyard, but we don't know.
Yeah,
we'll keep looking.
Some specificity would be helpful. In
Very helpful. But
Yeah.
hopefully wherever he is, he's safe. I hate to see it when the bears have to get put down.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
It's
I
not
agree.
their fault.
Hopefully he'll go back to wherever he came from safely.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, we got just enough time to send it over to Alicia and Liza. Listen, first of all, you both look fantastic, but I feel like with what you're wearing, you guys look like a gender reveal party.
We do. Liza, you got something to tell us? No, I know. Do you?
No.
You guys?
No.
Nope.
Yep.
Stay tuned for the baby shower on Positively Charlotte. That's coming up.
Okay.
No, seriously though, we've got Mother's Day gift ideas. So kind of in that vein, Jason, what you can buy your mama.
There we go.
This Sunday.
I like
Sounds
it. There
perfect. Stick around to watch. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 4.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up today on Positively Charlotte. We had an inside man at George Strait's concert in Clemson, and we've got all the details.
And we celebrate a day that is out of this world. Find out how you can join the rebellion on this May the 4th.
And we get our nerd on with sci-fi round of I See You. Oh my goodness, this is going to be rough for Liza and I at least. Right here on Positively Charlotte. Happy Monday. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles.
I'm Liza Mahachek. It's so great to have you joining us here on your Monday. Hopefully you had a great weekend. It was jam-packed for us.
We had a great weekend. I think this was like one of my ideal weekends in Charlotte because there's just so much goodness. Okay, so let's do our weekend recap, shall we? Okay, I'll take it away.
Take it away, sister.
Thank you, girl. So I started out at Bloom Studios for the new Horizon of Kofu immersive experience of ancient wonders of Egypt. It runs through August 30th. I brought my 13-year-old niece. So we had some bonding time, but it's really cool, you guys. So you put on the VR and you really feel like you're in Egypt. So you go through, you know, the rivers, you're like inside of the pyramids. It was just pretty amazing. So I highly think everybody should go. Then I emceed this Founders Lounge. So this was put on by Aisha Marie Fox. She's a stylist who's on our show. I met her through Liza. And she's just amazing. So she brought together successful founders, 4 of them in Charlotte, to speak to up-and-coming founders. So it was just a beautiful day of meeting people and bonding and seeing people in Charlotte really talk about their good wishes. I think we have a picture of Aisha because I want to shout her out because she did. There she is.
Love.
She made that dress, Liza.
Oh my gosh, she is always
She's so talented.
Like dressed so well constantly. She's always got her eye on what's good in fashion, and so
that's right.
Love her.
That's right. So that was amazing. That was great. And then my dad came to visit. So we had a Sunday fun day. There he is, Papa Quarles. So we went to the Ballantine Hotel with my sister and all of our family. Just had fun with all the kids and just really hung out Sunday. So it was
fun.
Really fun. Your family was in town as well.
Yes.
So tell me about your weekend.
Exactly. It was so much fun. So we went to Gray's Diner. So we told you guys about it last week, and that's a vegan milkshake. It was.
Was it good?
So good.
Wow.
They also have regular milkshakes too. But then my dad got the shrimp and grits. Fantastic. My grandma said their burger was one of the best burgers she's ever had.
Okay.
It was so fun. And then also for Mother's Day, we ran to the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market, and I got my mom and my grandma flowers because they have such gorgeous flowers.
So you have such a beautiful family. Look at them.
I love them. They're just so fun, and so fun having them in town. And then also, of course, you know, I got to have my matcha.
Gotta have your matcha.
So I went to Babalu. If you've never been there, it's in South End. Really, really good. I got their blueberry yuzu matcha.
Ooh.
Ran to La Lima, which Alicia, you love La Lima.
I love it. I love it.
So good. I got one of their sandwiches there, and was delicious. And then also, we of course had to take a trip to check out
the troll.
Had to bring them there. So there's my dad, my mom, my grandma, and it was really fun. They've started planting some flowers by his feet, which goes with the poem that is correlated with this. So if you remember, we told you about Thomas Dambo's troll a couple months ago. He came and built this. This is all built out of recycled wood, so it's made from pallets and you know, wine barrels and telephone poles, and he is just massive, and it's so cool. So.
That's so cool. You were in those Charlotte streets. Okay,
That's right.
We were so busy this weekend. We didn't get to make it to our friend Mondo's event, but we want to tell you all about it. Our friend Mondo Namrali had his Isla de Esperina fundraiser for the 24 Foundation. And Mondo's a cancer survivor and thriver, and he helps raise money with his pirate-themed event.
That's true. This is also in honor of the 25th year of 24 Hours of Booty. It was held at Norfolk Hall, and we know they had a great time and also raised a whole lot of money. That event is so fun. Alicia and I went last year, and it's just a great time to get to dress up in the costumes, and also, of course, it's for a great reason.
For Mondo's mission. That's right. We love it.
Well... Well, he may not be a young troubadour, but he won't be gone anytime soon. The king of country music performed at Clemson University on Saturday with over 90,000 people in attendance. Look at that crowd.
Wow.
So North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, and more all showed up for a good time.
It gives you chills seeing all those people. Okay, the show was a hit, as you can see, but guys, the venue wasn't. So concert goers say there was a lack of organization from Clemson, from unclear road closures to lack of on-site direction on parking or traffic. I'm talking 45 minutes to go 2 miles. You'd expect a major sports institution would have done better considering how well their football games are managed. In summation, the show was awesome. The audience was given LED bracelets that you saw to light it up. but they were computer controlled, so it was a light show that seems to be only this side of Texas. Sorry, it was his first show outside of Texas. So overall, amazing concert, logistics, not so good.
But this is really cool because when I went to the Eras tour, they had this same kind of thing where it was like LED, it lights up, and there's all these graphics that you can see at being part of the crowd. So it's
so
fun because
cool.
you get to be part of the show, and so seeing that happen there too, it's so fun, but it makes it even more magical.
So let's say concerts are so expensive, and it sounds like this one was extra tedious to get into. So the fact that they had the LED experience to elevate it, I think, is amazing.
Yeah. All right, well, here at Positively Charlotte, you know we're always down to celebrate and have some fun, and today is no different, as it is May the 4th. So scruffing looking nerd herders, we salute you. Whether you're a casual fan of the saga or you can get lost for hours debating the inconsistencies of the special edition re-releases, today is a day for space nerds everywhere to let their freak flag fly.
That's right, may the 4th be with you. Okay, so to help you out, we found a few events going on for the Jedi in you that you won't want to miss. So kicking things off early, right now after the show, make sure you get down to Max Heroes and Villains Comics and Collectibles in Matthews at 11 a.m. for their Star Wars Day celebration. The first 10 paying customers will receive a free goodie bag filled with all kinds of stuff from a far galaxy away, and all items are 15% off today that are Star Wars related. Then in Cordelia from 6 to 8 p.m., you can get in the 6th Rage out of Ignis Self-Defense's Practice in the Park, where customers are encouraged. Maybe we'll get to see some lightsaber duels, I don't know, Liza, or the drop-in training opportunity you won't want to miss.
And to cap it all off, we have a couple opportunities to get you in touch with your inner Star Wars fan. So Vaulted Oak Brewing is hosting Star Wars Night Trivia at 7 p.m. So be sure to be bearing the whole crew and show everyone who's truly with the Force. And at 7:15, the town of Davidson is putting on a free film series starting tonight. So the OG A New Hope will be screened in the lot between Ben & Jerry's and Summit Coffee. So bring a chair, bring a friend, and see where it all began. And be sure to tag us in your posts about what you got up to today, where you went, and maybe we'll showcase them for Revenge of the 5th. But may the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you. It's going to be 80 degrees today. It's a great day to run around and celebrate for all who do.
I agree.
All right, guys, and in that theme, don't go anywhere because we've got a galactic edition of I See You that you won't want to miss.
And if you're looking for a gift for the graduate in your life, we've got deals and perks that you're searching for after this short break.
You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte, where we continue to celebrate May the 4th. So May the 4th be with you. Non-nerds, don't worry. We are done after this.
Okay, thank God. I'm like,
it's
all right.
time for a game of I See You. So Alicia, what's the theme for today?
Of course. Okay. Well, you may have picked up on it, but we're doing Star Wars today. So thanks to our producer, Joey. Okay. So always the same rules. We get a pair of eyes. We identify who it is together. And of course, let us know how you did at home on our socials. All right, Liza Mahacek, let's do this.
All right, I'm ready.
Oh my gosh. Really?
Oh,
okay,
who is okay, what's our first clue?
I've also played the Joker.
Oh.
Jack Nicholson?
Who else has played the Joker?
Heath Ledger. Mark Hamill.
I'm glad that you know these things.
I got a hint.
Yes, Mark Hamill. Yes, we knew it. We knew it the whole time.
Mark Hamill.
We were just checking to see if you guys at home knew. We wanted to give you some time.
Oh, that is Carrie Fisher.
Yep, I was gonna.
That's Carrie Fisher.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. We got that one right.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah,
Okay,
Princess
Fisher.
Leia. Yeah.
That's right, girl.
Okay.
Okay, on to our next.
I mean, the black and white photos are not helping.
I know.
Oh, wait.
It makes it a little bit harder. Our first clue is
Harrison Ford. Fine.
Harrison Ford?
Fine. That's a fine man.
Yes, Harrison Ford.
Yes, Harrison Ford.
There we
Look
go.
at that smile. Did you know that he and Princess Leia had an affair on set?
They did?
They did.
Oh my gosh, okay. You know what? Alicia might not know Star Wars, but she knows the drama. She's going to know the drama.
He was
okay, also in Frankenstein and Dune? Oh, Dune. Okay.
An Oscar winner?
His name is Oscar.
His name is
okay,
Oscar.
his first name's
His
Oscar.
name's Oscar.
I really don't. I'm not.
I don't even know who that is.
Oscar Isaac?
He's handsome. I've never
He
seen this
is
man in my
handsome.
life. He's very
That's a
handsome.
good-looking man.
Good-looking man.
Okay, on to our next.
Oh, hey, girl. Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman?
That's Natalie Portman.
Okay, I believe you.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's true.
She's pregnant at the age of 44.
Oh my gosh, yes, girl. Yes, Natalie, congrats.
Yes.
Woo woo.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Christopher Walken. I made that up. He's in Star Wars. I started Moulin Rouge.
Who was in? Name some.
Trainspotting. Well, Moulin Rouge was Nicole Kidman.
Yeah. Who else? The way that I haven't answered a single one of these. Not a single one.
Wait, wasn't Hugh Jackman?
All right, we're getting it revealed. Ewan McGregor? Yes.
Okay, guys. Did y'all do better than us?
I hope you did.
Oh, we got more. Oh, Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, that's our guy.
That's our guy.
We love our guy Sam.
That's Sam.
Yay! We got that one.
We're not just
Alicia got that one.
We're not just
I literally not even.
That's okay. Your energy is.
I'm riding
me.
your coattails on this one.
Your energy
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with it. Okay.
Oh, wait. I do know who that is. He's British.
Okay. I also starred in Jumper.
What
I
is
don't
Jumper?
know what Jumper is. I don't know.
That's a terrible clue. Hayden Christensen.
Okay.
He was like popping like 10 years ago. We wouldn't have known that. It's not a household name. Oh my God. Is that E.T.?
Girl, even I know. I know it's not E.T.
What is that? That's scary.
Geez.
Oh, that's
it's Yoda.
Okay,
all right. I am a little ashamed that we didn't get that one.
Oh, he's so cute. Look at Yoda.
You know what? I wish we had a little image of Baby Yoda. I love Baby Yoda.
Yeah, he was at
Baby
the
Yoda's
Oscars.
So
Remember?
cute. He was. He was looking so cute.
All right, we didn't do terrible. How'd you guys do? Let us know.
We didn't do good by any means, but we didn't do
I'm glass half full.
Yeah, exactly. It's because it's Positively Charlotte over here.
Positive.
We didn't do bad. Okay, well, many popular fast food chains are offering deals for new grads as the cap and gown season approaches. And Chipotle will give a buy one, get one free entree code to the first 10,000 customers to buy $40 or more in graduation-themed gift cards from their website through May 14th through the 18th. So the Buffalo Wild Wings also is offering customers who buy $50 worth of gift cards a $10 bonus card, and that you can redeem from June 22nd through July 31st.
Okay, and Red Robin, they have great fries. Gives 20%, such good fries, right? Gives 20% off of all catering orders when using the code 26grads. That runs through July 12th. And Dunkin' has all kinds of deals through its app on earning extra points and beverages and donuts throughout May. So it's a great time to show that you're a grad in life and how proud you are of them, and maybe score some freebies on the side. I love that.
You know, like you said about the Red Robin fries, love their fries.
So
they also have bottomless broccoli. Really good.
That's such a Liza statement.
Really good.
Who else is ordering
really good bottomless
broccoli? Girl, let me just go get the bottomless. I bet they do, Liza. Okay, so we're seeing an increase in the number of American workers who quit their jobs in the United States and move overseas to work. A recent study by the workforce intelligence company Revelo found that over the last 5 years, the number of employees who have left their positions in the U.S. to work abroad has more than doubled, from 2.7% in 2021 to 6% by the end of last year.
The survey took into account both domestic and foreign-born workers, and technology professionals led the wave of out-migration. So this comes as European countries have been investing more and more money into artificial intelligence, cloud infrastructure, and other tech sectors. So if you could move anywhere else for work, where would it be?
Italy.
I was going to say the same thing.
Hands down. I went to Lake Como. I've been to Italy several times, but I went to Lake Como and I was like, I just
You said I want to live here.
So you, Italy too?
My one of my sister's friends moved to Italy, and she was fully virtual. And so she was, working kind of opposite hours, but she worked there for 5 years and now she's moved there full time. She's like working there full time. And so, but I think it's like, once you move, you got to be ready to never come back.
You gotta be. My friend Allie, one of my good friends, lives. She bought a place in Italy. She lives half there, half here. Hi, Allie Politi. She's living the dream. But yeah, I think. I mean, who wouldn't want to live in Italy?
Seriously, especially like during the summertime.
Ooh, girl.
Ooh, when you could go and you're just like walking along. Where you want to live on?
I would like to live in Lake Como.
Okay.
What about you?
I don't know. We went to when I went to Italy with my family, we went to Burano and Murano, which are these little islands off of Venice, and I would love to live in one of those little tiny small towns.
They flood though. I know. I've been to those little cities.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I love Italy. It's small, but you can get mountains. You can get
True.
beach,
You can get everything.
and great
Love
food.
Italy. You know what? Italy, sponsor us.
Sponsor us.
Sponsor
Call
us.
Positively Italy. All right, guys. Our parents, well, they told us don't go into business with friends, but what about setting up a bank account with them? We're looking into the interesting new trend right after the break.
And here's a live look at Uptown. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. Well, we have a new installment of the Positively Charlotte Book Club. Amy Runyon's new book, Missed Connections, asks the question, what if you had the chance to revisit every relationship that truly mattered? We've got Amy joining us right now to tell us more about this time-traveling story. It's so great to have you joining us. Thanks so much, Amy.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course. So tell me a little bit about what inspired this novel.
You know, because I'm coming to contemporary fiction, having written a lot of historical fiction, some World War II, Canadian colonials, I really approach it from a research perspective. And I watched a tremendous amount of YouTube when I was researching for my first two contemporary novels about the food industry. And of course, Michelin came up over and over and over again. And, you know, learning about how competitive it is to become a guide inspector, which is a really posh job that pays really poorly. And I just was fascinated by it. And I could just imagine the life of somebody who has spent years, because on average, you have to be in the food industry for about 15 years to even have a shot of a successful application. And having a big setback after 15 years and then wondering, what could I have done differently in order to have a successful application? And that's Sabrina's journey. And she actually has a chance to go back. So I pitched it sort of as The Bear Meets the Midnight Library. You get to relive, you know, certain key moments of your life, but it's set in the gritty underworld of the fine dining industry, which I've found totally fascinating to learn about.
I didn't realize that for people who are Michelin, you know, experts going around kind of judging and critiquing, I didn't realize that you couldn't even tell your family. It's like the FBI and the CIA.
Oh, exactly. And that was absolutely fascinating. Like you're not supposed to tell your parents because obviously parents love to brag. You can tell your partner, I mean, but it could become like a Mr. and Mrs. Smith situation with like dueling spies or something if you didn't. But yeah, I mean, aside from your partner, it's on a very much a need to know basis because they take it so very seriously. And they want the ratings to matter, and they do. They really do. They're still the gold standard after all these years. I mean, it was started up as a guide that the Michelin Tire Company started to get people to encourage people in France to drive more. And so they indicate, I mean, how do you motivate French to drive? Show them where the good restaurants are. That's how
right.
you motivate the French to drive. Yeah.
Now, I know that you said you've written many historical novels and now you're getting into more of this contemporary fiction. So how does the genre really change your writing process? Because also I know that you're still kind of weaving in some historical aspects as well too.
Yeah, and I'm going to continue with historical as well. I'm in the midst of writing one. So it's a both and, not a either or. But really, I mean, it's similar from, I like doing a lot of research, as I mentioned before, to make things authentic without going overboard. It doesn't need to be a guide, into how to run a restaurant. But, I do, the difference is that, for my historicals, the historical events that I write about provide a scaffolding for the book. And then the interpersonal relationships and everything happen organically. That's the squishy fun stuff. The romance and all that sort of thing happen organically. But then with the contemporary books, so much of it is that interpersonal squishy stuff. It's a struggle. I have to create the structure in order to have a successful book. So that's been, the process I've had to learn is creating a structure without the benefit of historical events to kind of guide my way.
Wow. I mean, yeah. I'm so excited to read this book because it sounds like it is fantastic. Where can we find it and how can we learn more?
It is available wherever books are sold, your favorite online retailer. I love bookshop.org, and you can support your favorite independent retailer that way, or any of the major online retailers as well, your local independent bookstore, Barnes & Noble. They will all have it. And it's also a bang up audiobook by Carolyn Hewitt, Libro.fm or Audible or whatever audiobook service you use. And of course, ebook on any of those platforms. And you can learn more about me and my books at www.amykrunyon.com, little odd spelling, AIMIE. And I'm on social media, Instagram and Facebook primarily.
Awesome. Amy, we're so excited to get into this book. It sounds like it's going to be awesome. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, guys. So this one is kind of wild and so 2026. So there's a new trend where friends, not romantic partners, are opening joint bank accounts together. We're talking roommates, besties, travel buddies, even friend groups. Why would they do that? It's shared expenses made easy, like rent, groceries, utilities, trips, all in one place. No more Venmo, back and forth, or I'll pay you later drama. And experts say it can actually work if, and this is a big if, everyone sets clear rules.
Who can withdraw? What is the account used for? And what happens if someone moves out or stops paying? So financial professionals say that transparency is key, and you should never link your entire life savings. This is more household money than my future retirement plan. Bottom line, it can be smart, convenient, and very friendship testing as well, because when you add finances into any kind of relationship, that's going to be
that's a test.
A bit of a test. So if you're thinking about it, have some money talks before you open the account, not after. I think that money talks would be easier with friends than it would be with a partner.
I think so. Like when I was married, he had his account, I had mine, and we had a joint one for household goods. But to your point, anytime you mix in money,
it's like, no, if everybody's like, yeah, like let's all put $500 in every month, right? Then this is going to cover groceries for everybody. Only one of us can go grocery shopping, and then we'll just pull from that account. That was
the clear rules.
Hypothetically
Right.
makes sense,
Right.
but also at the same time, it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. It still kind of complicates things
I think so.
somehow.
I think once the money's in there, you better be prepared to lose it for good or for bad.
That's true. That is very true.
All right. Well, health experts say the current guidelines restricting exercise after breast cancer surgery might be too cautious. So a new study has found high-intensity resistance training should be a routine part of a patient's recovery after operations. And researchers say the training was found to significantly improve a patient's strength and mobility.
The survey involved nearly 200 recent breast cancer survivors who had completed a 3-month high-intensity resistance program. It found participants improved their strength, mobility, balance, and muscle mass, and made a quicker return to their everyday activities. The findings were presented at a meeting of the American Society of Breast Cancer Surgeons in Seattle on Friday. So this is really remarkable, but it also is, just again, another testament of how resilient breast cancer patients are, because
1,000%.
not only are you going through treatment, but you're working out while you're doing that.
Like trying to get your body better. But I'm glad that we're keeping up with the research and the latest studies.
Very important. Well, as the country's 250th gets closer, we wanted to take a look at what it means to be American, both across the country as well as right here in the Queen City. This is Jasmine's story. Take a look.
Feel like this is what I'm supposed to be doing, making the donuts, telling the story. Hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm a pastry chef, and this is my American story. I got started as a pastry chef by basically just growing up as an insatiable child. My appetite has always been very large. I had several toy ovens growing up. My cousin actually would kind of be my guinea pig, and I would make things with him. We lived with our grandmother for some time while my mom was in the military, and my grandmother essentially was like, Jazz, I got you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I challenge you to get into the kitchen to learn how to make things on your own. I started simple, and then I began to explore with looking up things online. I started in the midst of COVID. I took that opportunity to just start a donut pop-up. It gave me the ability to really get a feel of what I wanted to do, and from that donut pop-up, it turned into a business. Our most popular donut is the brown butter with sorghum caramel, which I made in honor of my grandmother. Growing up, she would eat white bread with molasses and butter. I was like, how can I turn this into a donut? It's our most popular flavor by far. Like, people love it, and I love that because it just makes me think of her. It's gone beyond the donuts. It's always been about the storytelling for me. I feel like this is what I'm supposed to be doing, making the donuts, telling the story, and that's my American story.
Join us every Monday and Wednesday leading up to the 4th of July for more stories about community, greatness, and pride. And be sure to check out our QCN exclusive show, Stars of Service, hosted by our own Brian Christensen.
Well, coming up, some sweet words from Marty to Doc Brown. Find out what he's waxing poetic about. Don't go anywhere.
You're looking live over Independence Boulevard. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Well, as you know, Mother's Day is this Sunday, and the current gifting trends are highlighting simple ways to show your mom you care. And joining us today is tech journalist, lifestyle host, and mom of three, Anna D'Souza, who is here with easy gifting ideas and a look at what's trending. Anna's a busy woman because she's also a QVC host, regularly contributes to Today.com, Yahoo, and many other platforms, and she's my friend. I love her. Hi, Anna.
I love you too. Hey.
Okay, Superwoman, how can we make mom feel special this Mother's Day?
All right. Well, with three little ones, including twin 7-year-olds, can you believe it? I can't believe it.
I can't believe
it. You can relate that your life, like mine, might feel like a video game. And it's the video game where you're always trying to find the missing stuffy, and somehow you are always on the hardest level, Alicia. I don't know how it's possible. But moms, as you know, are experts at putting everyone else first. We're running that full-service snack bar, and somehow bedtime unlocks tougher levels each and every night. If you know, you know. So that's why, for Mother's Day, I love the idea of flipping the script a little bit, getting mom something she didn't have to think about, she didn't have to plan for, to really show her that she's also a priority, and that is a major win.
Okay, speaking of major wins, how can we make Mother's Day feel more personal this year?
Well, as a mom, I love personalized gifts. I'm sure you do too. They just feel more memorable. So this Mother's Day, create something personal with Cricut. Now, Cricut Joy Extra and the Cricut Design Space app really make it easy to create those one-of-a-kind gifts like these custom mom sneakers, a handmade bouquet frame, a personalized mimosa champagne flute to upgrade her brunch. Yes, please. Now, the Cricut Design Space app is so easy to use with new guided flows that's powered by AI. And I also love that this compact machine is going to turn those simple ideas into keepsakes that she will treasure using materials like iron-on, vinyl, and paper. So whether you're new to crafting or already cut out for it, it's easy to use, no craft room required.
So what ideas do you have for the mom who's into beauty and skincare?
Well, I love a subscription gift, and Ipsy is an incredible option. It's a curated beauty membership that delivers some of the most viral, coveted skincare and makeup right to your door every month. Now, for Mother's Day, you can gift an Ipsy subscription for $105 for 3 months, and mom is going to get 5 full-size products every month, which is an incredible value, one of the top ways that people are now discovering new brands and beauty favorites. Truly that gift that keeps on giving. And I just got mine. I'm loving the Laura Geller Wearables palette and the Say Beauty Concealer, which is awesome under these TV lights. You can check them out over at ipsy.com/gift.
Okay, Anna, so many good ideas, but what is your favorite gift idea for mom this year?
All right, well, this is one that's gonna make her smile, literally. And this is taking the mission of capturing that family portrait. We all know that this is usually powered by a lot of mom magic and muscle. So if you take the reins on this, it's gonna make it feel extra special. You're gonna capture the chaos, capture the love, and then when it's all done, she will proudly display it as proof that you actually survived it.
Okay, so are there any other trends that are standing out this year?
Yes, well, one of the key trends I'm seeing now is simplifying those routines to really look out for your overall well-being and mom's well-being. A really great way to do this is think about a smart family planner, for instance, so that mom isn't the human Google Calendar for the entire household. Or even smart lighting so she's not fumbling for the light switch with her chin while she's juggling 12 bags and a diaper bag and all this other shenanigans. These are all going to help mom declutter mentally so that her sanity is sorted.
And Anna, where can we go for more information?
Of course, so you can head on over to tipsontv.com for more.
Our bye, friend. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day. My favorite twin.
Well, Gilmore Girls fans, this one might surprise you. Scott Patterson, the man behind Luke Danes, is admitting that during the entire run of the show, he never actually watched it while it was on air. So Patterson says back then he was laser focused on the work itself. Long days on set, tight schedules, script after script after script. There just wasn't much time or energy to go home and sit down as a viewer. So fast forward to now, all that has changed.
And Patterson says he's finally watching Gilmore Girls as an audience member for the first time ever. It's given him a whole new perspective. He says he has a deeper appreciation for the writing, the timing, and the way the characters and dialogue move so quickly, but still felt grounded and real. And yes, he acknowledges just how special the show was and still is to fans. For viewers who have rewatched the series over and over again, it's kind of nice to know Luke is finally there with you, coffee cup in hand, catching up on all the stars of Hollow all these years later.
I mean, I saw a clip of him talking about this, and I think that for a lot of actors, this is true. I think that, first of all, it's kind of hard to watch yourself back.
It's hard. It's difficult, yeah.
But especially when you're filming a show like that, where it's so go, 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 you don't have much time to watch it. And also, you probably don't even want to be, when you're not working, you don't want to be
working
about work.
in, especially because they've got super long days on set. I'm sure when he's off, he just wants to catch up on his life.
Exactly.
All right, guys, well, this is a sweet one. Michael J. Fox is showing love for his Back to the Future co-star Christopher Lloyd ahead of Lloyd's 88th birthday, and the nostalgia is real. Fox said he's still amazed by how youthful Christopher Lloyd is, both in energy and in spirit. And honestly, if you've ever seen Doc Brown in action, this makes total sense. The two actors have remained close over the years, and Fox credits a lot of that to the deep bond they form while making the iconic movie trilogy.
He says there's a lot of mutual respect and also a lot of affection that's never really faded. So Fox also talks about how special it is to see how much the films still mean to fans decades later, and how grateful he is to have shared that experience with someone like Lloyd, who he describes as kind, generous, and just as engaged as ever. So bottom line, Doc and Marty may have been time traveling on screen, but off screen, their friendship has aged beautifully. But I think that this is the same thing where, you think about Gilmore Girls, you think about Back to the Future. There are these things that became iconic, and in the moment when you're creating this, you think it's going to do well, but you don't know how well it's going to do.
It's just great art, because Doc's character is incredibly iconic, speaking of. I mean, this character stands the test of time, so it's nice to hear he's going 88 years strong.
We love it. Well, up next, we take a trip to the Titanic's resting place, right from the comfort of the Queen City. Don't miss it.
We're live from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. On your Monday, we were scrolling on Reddit the other day, and this one really stood out to us. So now we get to decide, is this person the bad guy? Okay, this one's a little awkward and very relatable. A 20-year-old plans full sister day with her 21-year-old sister. Brunch, shopping, nails, maybe a movie, just some quality girl time, some sister time. Day of the plans, she gets there first, grabs a table, and her sister shows up with her boyfriend, who she's only been dating for about 3 weeks. No heads up, no warning, just surprise third wheel. She keeps it polite, but when the boyfriend steps away, she asks her sister why he came along, since the day was very much a sister's thing kind of plan. And the sister says she didn't want him to feel left out.
Okay, but then it gets worse. When the check comes, the sister says it's your turn to pay and expects her to cover the boyfriend as well. She's shocked. The sister ends up paying for him, but the vibe is just off. And honestly, she doesn't want to go shopping, try on clothes, and get her nails done with the guy trailing behind them the whole time. So after brunch, she makes an excuse and heads out. Her sister's texting, asking what happened, and she's wondering, is she the bad guy here? What do you guys think? Rude exes, or is this totally fair boundary?
I think that this is fair.
It's fair.
I think that it's like,
don't
I
bring
made
your
these
man
plans.
along to.
And you made me pay for his breakfast? Are you kidding
Oh
me?
yeah, I didn't think about that. This reminds me. I was dating. That's why you don't spin the block. I was dating somebody. First date, somebody that I dated like many years ago, right? So this guy's now a dad. He shows up in New York. He was coming to visit me. Knock on my door. He was coming from Washington, D.C. with his 16-year-old kid. And I was like, oh, is there a child in tow? The man brought his child and didn't even tell me.
And didn't tell you?
He didn't tell me, Liza. I was like...
You can't be bringing people to things and not telling people.
But I wasn't even a mom then. What am I going to do with a 16-year-old?
Because exactly, it's like, if you know what, if you're doing that, it's fine. Just tell people.
Tell people.
You got to give them a heads up.
Give them a heads up, Liza. Give them a heads up.
Because that does change plans sometimes.
Yeah, I had to go get sippy cups. Like, what are we doing?
Can't. Okay, well, here's a question for you. Do you think you're a stan? You've got nothing on this Michael Jackson fan. Take a look at this.
I'm very proud of it. This is my escapism.
This is Chris Cook's Michael Jackson collection, tucked away in his basement in Loma Linda, reminding him of a simpler time.
When you're in school, in high school, you don't have bills, you don't have stress, you don't have kids, you don't have all those things. So, because a lot of people go, why do you collect all this stuff? Well, it reminds me of probably the happiest time in my life. I was very happy during that time, so I like to surround myself with all these things that remind me of that time.
He's admired the music idol from an early age, telling us he'd even wear an MJ-style glove under his Little League baseball mitt. But the spark was truly born from his love of dance.
I didn't walk or run anywhere. I danced. I was always in my mind going through a Michael Jackson video. The Way You Make Me Feel. We're on the street. I'm walking up to girls, going, "Who? Hey you," that kind of stuff, right?
Everything changed when he won a breakdancing contest back in 1987 and got to meet the King of Pop himself backstage at a concert in Kansas City.
He was very nice and was like, "Dance for me, show me what you got." And it's something connected then.
A connection that Cook dove into.
Back then, there was no YouTube. There was none of that stuff. So I'd have to wait for the Pepsi commercials, right, to come on so I could watch them and imitate them. And in Little Quappa, Oklahoma, trying to figure out, where I could borrow a VCR to get this tape to watch it and rewatch it and rewatch it.
Michael Jackson is back center stage these last few weeks. The Michael movie made a record debut for music biopics in April, earning $97 million in its opening weekend and launching it to #1 at the box office.
I was very excited for it to finally get out there, and the people that don't watch and follow and see everything Michael will actually go, wow, maybe he wasn't so weird.
And while he's never really counted how many pieces he has in his collection, when Cook's here, he's at peace.
I can, when I take a break in between Teams calls, I can really just kind of sit back and admire and, I put on MJ and listen and can relax. It's like I said, it takes me back to a time when I think I was happiest in my life.
Very cool. He was moonwalking. Yeah, he had all the moves.
He was killing it out there.
Yeah.
But don't you just love when people love something?
Yes. What would you collect if you could heavily?
I don't know. Do you have anything?
Barbie. She has everything.
I was kind of thinking Barbie.
Yeah, Barbie.
Because it's just like, it's fun. It's pink.
Fun.
It's bright.
Speaking of fun, you guys, the biggest stars in Hollywood and fashion will head to the iconic steps of the Metropolitan Museum of Art tonight for this year's Met Gala. The annual fundraising event will celebrate costume art. This year, the Met's new 12,000 square foot Condé Nast Galleries debuts.
So the dress code is Fashion is Art, and co-chairs for this year's gala include Nicole Kidman, Beyonce, Venus Williams, Anna Wintour. So the looks are going to be stunning, and we cannot wait for the chokehold that this is going to have on the whole population. So each year, the charity event raises 8-figure sums. Also, looking back here in Charlotte, the Mint to Be, which was Charlotte's Met Gala, was super successful this past weekend.
It was. It looks fabulous. Well, this is the first time in 10 years Beyonce will be there, so you know that's going to be great. And then I've been seeing Venus Williams and Serena all over New York for the pre-Met Gala party. Tiana Taylor had a party, so everybody was there. So it's going to be, it's 82 degrees in New York today. Great weather. Great weather for these outfits.
Man, that's going to be fun. I can't wait to see the pictures.
I'm excited. All right, guys, this is exciting as well because the Titanic is taking over the Charlotte area. We got a chance to check out the virtual reality experience of Titanic Echoes from the Past and all the excitement happening in their opening weekend.
We're talking Pilates, Lamborghinis, and virtual reality, all happening inside this very building. Let's go check it out. I got Greg here, who is the owner of the Greenhouse, which is the space that we're in right now, and there's so much going on. Tell us a little bit about what's happening right now today.
Well, today it's a little busy just because we have two events collaborating together. We have our kickoff of the VR experience that we'll talk about, and then we've also partnered with Chili Coffee Club in Charlotte as a way of bringing attention to the project, and it's been a smashing success this morning.
I mean, we're seeing Lamborghinis, we're seeing Pilates,
Yeah.
There's so much going on, so much excitement, but all of it is all really ramping up to Titanic Echoes from the Past. So tell us a little bit about this big virtual reality experience.
So we'll start at 1 p.m. today. That's our kickoff, and we are sold out almost the whole day. We'll run the experience for almost 2 months through June 28th, 4 days a week, Thursday through Sunday. The experience is 100% VR, and it's incredible. It's great for families, it's great for date night, it's great for kicking around on the afternoon. It only takes you about 45 minutes to get through from beginning to end, and you get a chance to see the ocean floor, the wreckage of the Titanic below, and then you get transported up to the deck, and you get to see all the things that made the ship one of a kind.
That is amazing. And also you look in here and you're seeing all of these weird shapes. You know, we've got purple, we've got orange, but it all transforms into these kind of virtual looks at the Titanic, right?
Yeah, it's very high tech, way beyond me, to be honest.
Way beyond my comprehension as well. I am amazed by this.
Essentially, the patterns are there so that the headset recognizes a unique scene, and then it matches that unique scene with a piece of the content in the show.
Wow. I mean, that is so cool. Now, I also want to talk about the fact that we have this here in Charlotte is so cool, but what makes Charlotte such a good city to have something like this?
Well, I mean, I think we've got a young, growing population. We've got a lot of people who are out looking for creative outlets. As evidenced by this morning, we had Chili Coffee Club with saunas, tents, and cold plunge pools, and house music, and Pilates class. You know, we're interested in building community, and I think that something like that pairs really well with it. And so there's only so many opportunities out there for you to come experience something in community, and I think what we're building here is exactly that.
So the only thing left to ask is, how can we come do this?
Well, you can buy tickets in 2 different places right now. We have the Titanic website, which is titanicclt.com. You can also go to the Greenhouse venue website, greenhouseclt.com, and buy your tickets. Tickets start at $27.50, and you pick your time and your day that you want to come, and it's as easy as that.
So easy, and it's going to be so much fun. Greg, thank you so much for having us today. We really
Thanks
appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Well, fans of Disney, and more specifically the live-action remakes, listen up. Disney's upcoming live-action remake of Tangled is adding Diego Luna to its cast of stars. He joins other actors like Kathryn Hahn, Tegan Croft, and Milo Manheim. I'm very excited about Milo being part of this. So Luna is already a part of the Disney family with his role as Cassian Andor in the Star Wars series Andor. And it's not yet known which role Luna will play, but Tangled is set to begin filming next month in Spain.
And Tangled will be joining the likes of Maleficent, The Lion King, and Beauty and the Beast, to name a few. So, Liza, I know this is something you're looking forward to. Which live-action Disney movie speaks to you the most?
Honestly, I'm not like huge with the live actions.
Oh, interesting.
You know, I'm not super big in this, but also I think Milo Manheim is perfect for this role for Tangled.
Okay.
But I think that there have been, you know, Disney's kind of just been really doing a lot of these live actions, and it's kind of like how we went from, you know, the animated movies to like the more like kind of like 3D renewed animated.
Yeah.
So,
That's interesting.
I don't know. What about you? Do you have one?
I don't know any of those people, and I don't know any live action. Nope.
You know what? But there's an audience for this. There are plenty of people who are very excited about this.
Yeah, it's shocking I'm a mom. I don't know anything. All right, guys. There's more positivity coming your way right after the break. Stay tuned for some wild horseplay. Look, oh, wow.
Look at them go. Here's a live look at Gastonia. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We will be right back after this very short break.
Well, there's a lid for every pot. So in Germany, thousands gathered to take part in the hobby horse tournament. Hundreds of riders met to compete in time jumping, style jumping, and traditional dressage in the two-day event. I cannot say that with a straight face.
So the pastime is mostly enjoyed by girls ages 12 to 14, but the competition is open to all ages. So there were a few adult hobby horse jockeys at this year's tournament in Frankfurt. Even a 60-year-old competitor getting in on the fun. So what's it going to take to get you on a hobby horse?
So y'all don't want me to be great. I'm not answering this question. What are we watching?
You know what? Plenty of people love this. There are some people out there who really love hobby horsing. This is what they love to do.
We're positively sure. I'm going to be quiet.
You know, and we love when people love things. We love when people love things.
If you loved a hobby horse, you do that.
You hobby horse.
You be a grown person and
hobby horse your heart out.
Hobby horse.
Yes.
We'll see you here tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Positively Charlotte.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome into Morning Edition. You know, we have had some amazing conversation and the addition of possible toll lanes on I-77 to try to get more people going through the city of Charlotte. But are toll lanes the answer? There are people out there that say, no, we're not. Matter of fact, we brought in Shannon Benz with Sustain Charlotte, who says, guess what? There are better ways that we can move more people through the city of Charlotte. And it's not with concrete. Take a look. There's a lot. We know how fast Charlotte is growing as a city, right? Hundreds are coming every single day. How do you adapt to the growth, not be overwhelmed? Traffic is just ridiculous here. But there are ways to do it better. NCDOT on I-77 has said, hey, let's make more toll lanes to go from uptown all the way down to the South Carolina state line. You guys have come along. Everyone's been vocal. Frustrations about more concrete, splitting up neighborhoods. So I want to talk to you about Sustain Charlotte, how you are trying to reimagine this corridor, and how do we move hundreds of thousands of people in and out of Charlotte every day, but make it a community? How do we do that?
Well, we have to move people more efficiently, right? That's the key, is moving people, not just cars. Cars are actually the least efficient way to move people because they require the most amount of space for any mode, right? And you can just simply picture how many people will fit on a bus and how many cars would fit into that same space that the bus takes, right? So you could have 50 people on a bus, and you might fit 1 or 2 cars or 1 or 2 people in their cars in that same amount of road space. So that's why you go to any great city in the world, they have transit, they have trains, they have buses. It's not because there's anything special about those cities. They just realize you cannot move everybody in a car when you have a lot of people in your city because it's just too inefficient. So as we grow, we have to kind of grow out of this sort of small town city. It's fine for people to get around by cars. But when you hit the big leagues, like we're in now, you have to move people more efficiently. It's the only way that you can continue to grow without people stuck in traffic.
And we're looking at all of these different images and proposals because there has been such pushback from a lot of communities and a lot of interest. Why? Because people drive I-77 every single day. There's neighborhoods that are at stake. There's whole communities that really are taking issue with this. So we've asked the community to submit your designs, right? Like, what would you want to see? We had a kid, make a slide with a blueberry field, and that's our preference.
I like that.
We want that, but not super realistic. So what is realistic from getting all of these designs? And if someone said, hey, I submitted that, what's the chance of that actually being taken into account?
Yeah, well, so I think, as far as the blueberry fields, right, there was a preschool, there was some 5-year-olds that actually got involved, and they were asked by their teacher to draw their favorite things, what they'd like to see more of in their city and in their neighborhood. And they said things like parks and swings. Someone said a blueberry field. But what was striking is that whether you were a 5-year-old or you were a 50-year-old, whether you were, a student or you were a professional, these designs all had basically the same things in common. People wanted more places to play and meet other people, right? And that's just a basic human desire. Like, we want to be with other people, right? We don't want to be stuck in our cars by ourselves, right? That's how we grew this city, so that many of us are forced into that, but that's not our nature as human, right? We want to be with other people. We want to have fun. We want to play. We want to be outside, right? We want to walk. That's what humans are made to do. Like, there's an expression that, birds fly, fish swim, and people walk. It's our nature. But in America, especially in Sunbelt cities like Charlotte, we have built our cities where walking is very difficult, right? Even though it's our nature as humans to do. So across all of these designs, you see lots of green space. And these are not just parks to look at. These are parks to use for recreation, for connection, for activities, for fun, for live music, all of these things. So that's what was really striking to me, is that independently, all of these people, no matter how young or how professional, came up with basically the same ideas. It just looks a little different.
Shannon, I want to ask you because for those who aren't familiar with the history, right? When we talk about 277 and 77, what they did to the historically black neighborhoods completely separated them, made it hard to do the things you're talking about, walk around, enjoy, and be connected to one another.
Right.
If plans go forward the way they are now, further dividing Charlotte's neighborhoods, further taking away that walkability that you were just talking about, how detrimental would that be?
Well, it's incredibly detrimental. I mean, those neighborhoods already have suffered and continue to suffer for generations, really, right? So, as you said, where we decided to put the state decided to put 77 really did separate our West Charlotte neighborhoods from downtown. And it wasn't just 77, it was 277, right? It was 85, it was 74. We didn't build these roads in Charlotte's wealthier, frankly, whiter neighborhoods. We built them in lower income color because they didn't have the power to stop them back in the 19. And so the fact that we're considering repeating that same thinking that we had in the 1960s before the civil rights era is really just shocking. What we need to be doing, and cities across America are doing, is repairing what was broken in these roads. Right? They're reconnecting the street grids that used to exist. You used to be able to walk between uptown and these neighborhoods, and neighbors could walk to their neighbors' houses. And once 77 was built, that wasn't possible anymore. These became literal barriers between neighbors. Where I talked to a guy who lived in one of these neighborhoods growing up. He had to change he was 10 years old at the time. He could no longer, because he couldn't get to their house anymore.
Oh,
he had to find all new friends that he could actually go play with because his neighborhood was so divided by 77. So, repairing and reconnecting is what other cities are doing, and that's what we're asking our elected leaders to do here in Charlotte. And the wonderful thing about that is it's not just good for those neighbors. It's going to make our city more vibrant, more fun for everyone who comes to this part of our city. And it's a great from an economic development standpoint as well. And I think not highlighted enough either.
I want to pull up one vision. Julian, if you can pull up that one image that was submitted. A lot of images were submitted, by the way, but there's a group, Eric and Megan Orozco, they're local urban planners. You and I have talked about, actually, can you go to, let's see, we've got that one right there.
Okay.
So let's look at this one. And I want you to help me pick this apart a little bit, Shannon, because you and I were doing some talking. NCDOT, they don't really spend a lot of time with urban planners. Let's think outside the box. How can we really pull apart I-77? You said something this morning that made my head almost blow up. As we look at this image, there's actually a creek under I-77?
There is, Irwin Creek. It's actually one of the longest creeks in Mecklenburg County. It goes well down into South Carolina as well. It turns into, originally it was actually Big Sugar Creek. What we call Little Sugar Creek was Little Sugar Creek because it's smaller than the actual Sugar Creek, which was, both of them were named after the original Native American tribe. Suga was mispronounced as sugar. By English first. And so Sugar Creek is now called Irwin Creek because it was named after a landowner whose last name was Irwin.
Okay.
But anyway, as you follow Irwin Creek it's actually clear up in North Charlotte. It goes a lot further north than what we're used to seeing west of Uptown.
Yeah.
Starts in North Charlotte, goes all the way through West Charlotte, and kind of curves back towards Pineville, goes through Pineville, goes down to Indian Land and beyond.
Oh, my man.
And it changed its name. So it's Irwin Creek through all of Charlotte. And then as it gets down into South Carolina, it becomes Sugar Creek again. But it's all the same creek, and it all flows into the Catawba River.
And so as we're going back and forth between two different images here. This one here is the creek on the left, right? That's the one that would be basically uncovered.
Right.
To flow freely. You got parks all around I-77. This is another image that a guy named Matt Weschler, this is what they're doing in Austin. And so you basically bury I-77, right? It's underground, and then you put parks and greenways on top of it where we can come together. Is this?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see it's possible. Other cities have done this all over the country. Austin, Texas has a plan in place to actually add 3 of these freeway caps to reconnect East Austin to downtown Austin. They hope to start construction, I think, in 2029. And so what you see in these visions are at least 2 caps. So I think both of these envision 2 separate caps. 77 on the west side of Charlotte kind of goes over some roads and under some roads. And so some parts of it are going to be easier to cap than others. And so as you see, like in this vision here, a part of it is still above ground and some of it is put below ground.
Yeah.
But it's really kind of flipping things. So, when we built these freeways through our sound, and what that did was that completely disconnected existing streets. That's why we have so many neighborhood dead end streets that dead end into the banks along these highways, right? So if we put them underground, we can reconnect all of these neighborhoods and free up all this land, right? So think of the land that 77 occupies, right? It's anywhere between 6 and 8 lanes plus ramps for 11 miles through our city, just south 77.
Yeah.
That's an incredible amount of valuable land that we can do so many other things with if we put the road underground.
And if we did that, because we're talking about adding toll lanes, right, to help get more cars moving through, would we be able to just expand lanes while we're under there too? If what we have and just putting it underground, if it's not enough above ground, how would it be enough below ground?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, absolutely. They could add toll lanes
Okay.
if they put it underground. They would just make a wider
Mm-hmm.
tunnel,
Right.
right? But we don't actually think, again, that's going to solve the problem. The way cities move more people is through more efficient means, which means mass transit.
A light rail under there?
It could be, or
Okay.
just dedicated bus lanes, right? Like we could take the existing 77.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's between 6 and 8 lanes, and where you are. We could take one, in many cities than what I'm about to suggest here, take one, just have it be only for high occupancy bus lanes, carpools, right?
Like what was supposed to happen on Independence.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so if we did that, which we could do for relatively no money, right? We'd have to probably buy some more buses. We'd have to obviously hire some more drivers. But if we ran a bus on 77 South, right, from the suburbs into uptown Charlotte at rush hour, and we had that bus coming every 10 to 15 minutes, and it had its own lane on 77.
Yeah.
People could fly through to get to uptown without having to sit in traffic. And we can literally do that tomorrow.
And we know that is just the beginning of many conversations. We need your input as people. If you have ideas on how we can better move people to the city of Charlotte, we want your help. All right, we're going to take a quick break. More to come on Morning Edition. We'll be right back. no question, the most out of this world story that we've been excited about, I would say all year, has been the Artemis crew going beyond where humans have been, around the moon. And of course, we had to sit down with our transportation correspondent and self-proclaimed space geek, May K. Beeler. What is this like? What is it going to be like? What's the future of space travel? Oh, this is a good one. Sit tight. Here it comes.
This is historic. Let's just start here. How cool has this been to watch?
This was so involved, and think the first time we've gone back to near the moon, because we didn't land, but near the moon since the Apollo program ended in the 70s. So this was huge. And the neat thing is, for young people like you all, who were not alive when we landed on the moon in 1969, this old fly girl, I was watching, and it made a huge impact on me. So I'm hoping it will do to all of you and to the next generation.
Yeah.
Of astronauts. And we have girl astronauts now because we're not this little. I wanted to be an astronaut, but back then it was just male test pilots. And I didn't think I was smart enough.
And we have a female
Hogwash.
astronaut on there. Hogwash, indeed.
Yeah.
Christina Cook, NC State alum. Go Wolfpack.
Yeah. Wolfpack in the house.
It's so cool. And I think we've really been enjoying, I mean, we can nerd out over the distance, the speed, all the statistics. But this crew right here, I think America is falling in love with the crew members because of all of the videos we're getting from them. And we should, I mean, when you think about it, with Apollo missions, we didn't really get that. Right? Because the camera technology just wasn't there. I don't even know if there was any video in capabilities in there.
There was.
But it was like really grainy and whatnot. So we're getting to know these people on a human level. And we even saw a really touching moment, May-Kay, when they went on the backside of the moon yesterday. So, but can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so Commander Wiseman, I want to make sure I get the names right because I do pretty much know them by heart. You know, they have a map of the moon. And yes, we have been to the far side of the moon before. The Apollo astronauts orbited the far side of the moon. And we've had a Chinese lander on the far side of the moon. So this isn't the first time we've seen the far side of the moon, but up close and personal and so wonderful. But anyway, Carol Wiseman is the wife, the late wife of the commander. And he was looking at a map and of the craters, and some have names and some don't. And they called down to Houston. And the crew just asked, is it possible that we can name one of these craters after Carol, the late wife? And so what's so touching about this is that she was a nurse practitioner. She died of cancer. And when she was diagnosed with cancer, her husband wanted to quit the astronaut program. And she said, no. How beautiful it is to have a supportive partner.
Yeah.
And here he is. And so that touched everybody. It's like, I'm not crying, you're crying. Everyone was literally crying. Did y'all see it?
Yeah.
Y'all watch the clip?
Yeah. Well, you talk about the relationship between the crew members, and you think of, doing a 4 to 6 hour car ride with my family. You need to make sure you're good to go. They're in this small, confined area for a 10-day trip, and they build that relationship. They build a rapport, not just for the trip, but the training together and everything that they go through. So you just imagine really the bond that they've been able to build even before takeoff.
How do you not get excited about that? And Artemis Crew 4 and 5 in the next couple of years, and where we're going to be in a camp on the moon and Mars. It is limitless to where we're going to be going. So I'm glad we got to spend some time and pick May-Kay's brain. We got much more of some of our best of more to this. So staying with the space theme, it's no surprise. It doesn't take us very much to go off the rails and go down a rabbit hole. What started as a conversation with one of the Artemis crew taking video of the moon with their phone turned into this conversation of, if you had to travel to space with your spouse or your significant other, your partner, could you do it? Would you do it? Would you end up wanting to kill each other, having to be locked up in space for a couple of days or a couple of weeks? So the conversation, whoa, did it take off on a turn. Take a listen to what we had to say about going to space with our spouse. So here's the deal. I would not sign up for a mission to Mars or the moon by myself. I would go with my wife. She is the perfect Amazing Race partner.
Ooh.
Would you go with your spouse, yes or no, good or bad, for better or for worse, Julian? Would it be for better or for worse for your spouse to be your astronaut partner?
We have a commercial break.
I'm just saying.
I would 100% go with Jordan. I would. Yeah, I would. I worry because Artemis had problems with the toilet. And my wife needs at least 6 bathroom breaks. Oh no.
Houston, we have.
Just keep the crab face.
We got a problem.
So it melts the ice on the outside. We can't afford a clog.
No. Should have to get a little back. I would go with my husband. He's very smart. He's really good at math. I would be the more organized one and maybe like a little bit more of the calm one, but like he could make us a really great spreadsheet about all the things.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure sheets that are necessary.
I bet there are. I bet there
You were
are.
really building Craig up, and then he's like, he could make a really great spreadsheet.
I'm thinking like a
Have
spread.
you seen these
Hold on.
spreadsheets?
I'm like a food spread. He's gonna make a spread sheet.
We just talked about hidden figures. Those spreadsheets are critical.
That's true.
They're mission critical.
That's true.
They are.
Are we talking about or
Yeah.
for vibes? Like, is it a vibes?
It's up to
person?
you. It depends.
For
The vibes gotta be there, right?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
definitely vibes,
We're
guy.
stuck in that
If
little
I took my wife,
Yeah.
I'm a vibe.
Okay.
Oh, you're the
I know
vibe
She
guy.
would
Listen,
like, do
I
the
know my role.
actual
I know my
important
role.
Stuff, and you would be like
I would
the
be
hype
like a
man?
ship cruise director.
Oh,
I would
perfect.
be the rocket moon landing director. I got all the activities planned. We're gonna have a good time, and she's gonna be like, "That's great." But we got 15 things we got to do before we get to your time, and I'll just sit back and watch, and I'll take videos on my phone.
There we go.
Jason, I can just see Jason loudspeaker. Hey, everybody on the moon, who's ready for the moon Macarena
I'm
at
telling
3
you right now,
p.m.
I'm
on
already
the
working.
southern deck?
I'm already working on the Atmos World playlist. I'm gonna make. We got good music, so that I know my role.
Harper on the moon.
Yeah. Right now, Harper will be like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, the Earth is gone. We got 41 more minutes till we
it.
see the Earth again. That blue
I
marble
was going to look out the right side of the capsule, guys. Look out the right side right now.
Perfect.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. To answer
I
your
would
question,
sign up.
yes, I will be bringing Jess.
Okay.
She's fantastic. She is like every one of my weaknesses is like her strength.
Oh,
perfect.
And we call her
good.
Eagle Eye because she'll spot something before it's a problem. So that is mission
Yeah, I want her
critical
on
as
board.
I
well.
want
I
her,
want her
I
on
want
board.
Jess on. You know, all of our spouses are a vibe, so we can all go to the moon.
Yeah.
When you guys know I'm a big cruise person with my wife.
Yep.
When they have moon cruises, which are just like, I guess like a space shuttle,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
With all the events and stuff like
Yep.
that. Boom, we're there.
Julian
what I'm
on
talking
the Lido
about.
We're
deck.
there.
I love it.
We got it. All right.
Lunar Lido. Hopefully my wife is not watching. Love you, honey. I'm sure it would be amazing in space. Listen, these are just some of our highlights and some of our favorites from the last couple of weeks. We've got more to come, so many conversations. I'm glad that you're a part of it. If not, hey, join us anytime you want to watch Morning Edition on Queen City Plus or on YouTube. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you.
They're going without pay and they're struggling to, figure out how to put food on the table. And then you got these Congress people who we pay for, and they're off vacationing, enjoying their spring break. Do you think the regular American gets a spring break?
Welcome back to On the Record here on Queen City News Plus. I'm Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber. Our first topic today, a conversation with a news organization that's pretty well known across the country, but brand new to covering D.C. That's, of course, TMZ, who has sent 3 of their reporters to cover the Capitol in only a way that TMZ can. Here's our conversation with those new reporters. First look, a few weeks back, TMZ had a few viral tweets calling out members of Congress and their vacations. What was the original interest there?
Well, we just thought that it's kind of messed up that there are so many people in our government, in the TSA, just in the DHS in general, that are going without pay. They're going without pay and they're struggling to, figure out how to put food on the table. And then you got these Congress people who we pay for, and they're off vacationing, enjoying their spring break. You think the regular American gets a spring break? I wish I got a spring break. And so spontaneously on air, Harvey said, send us your pics. If you see a congressperson out and about, loving their lifetime, send us your pics. And it grew into this huge phenomenon. Everyone sending in their pics. And so then one day Harvey comes to us and he says, fellas, I want you to move to DC. And here we are. And I feel like the whole vibe, the vibe is still the same. Like, people are still sending us their tips, their recommendations, their advice about how TMZ survives here and how we continue the good work we started with the whole Send Us Your Pics campaign.
So you mentioned Harvey's request for photos, him going to you for this new team in D. How did it materialize? How'd you guys get there, and how'd you establish yourself somewhat quickly among the Capitol Press Corps?
Well, I think we're still establishing ourselves. I mean, it's been a wild first week. We got in a week from this past Sunday, so we're still getting our feet wet, but we've been doing nonstop interviews. We've been meeting with everyone you could possibly imagine on both sides of the aisle, and that ranges from staffers to Congress people and even more. So we're so excited to be here and kind of integrate ourselves in DC culture, and it's been really nothing but positive thus far.
DC, people care about their jobs. They care about resumes. I'm sure someone has asked you, do you have experience covering politics?
The answer would be no.
Well, see, I'd disagree.
Okay, just
speaking for myself, we've been covering politics steadily at TMZ for years now, and TMZ Live, one of our 2 national television shows, we routinely have some of the biggest politicians you could think of who come in and speak with Harvey and Charles. And as for myself, I've covered numerous campaign cycles. We of course, whenever there's a big cultural event, and that could be an election, it could be a war, anything in between. I mean, we're all over it. So just by being on Capitol Hill now, we are physically boots on the ground, and that's only going to enhance our coverage.
Yeah, you mentioned your experience in it, but I can see someone who may just know TMZ on the surface that may make the claim aren't hard-nosed enough or serious enough to cover politics. What would you say to someone like that?
You know what? I think I'd say that's actually where our strength lies. I think the way that people consume political media nowadays, it has evolved over the years. And I think, TMZ fills the perfect gap for coverage on Capitol Hill, just because of how we do cover things. The way that CNN or Fox would go about covering something is very different to the way that we would go about covering something. I think that's evident in the clips that we've released. We have no problem, going up to politicians on Capitol Hill and asking them the questions outright that the people want to know about. Charlie's done a great job of that, and Jacob has done a good job of that. I've done a good job of that. And the reception we've received since we've started is, thank you, TMZ, for doing the work of the people, for bringing the truth to the people. So that's what I would say.
Which is crazy. That's just like the overwhelmingly positive response has been just like almost shocking and just so gratifying because often, TMZ, a lot of people have their opinions about, right? And the opinions are always quite diverse, to say the least, and that's fine and that's cool and that's always the way it's been. But to come here and be embraced by DC in general, having lots of people online kind of like cheering us on, like, finally, finally, we've got an operation like this, which is going to hold some sort of truth to power that hasn't been before. Like, this is a new way of doing things. Media is evolving, and I feel like we're at the forefront. And we're here for good now. We're here for good, and we're going to try to make a footprint, kind of getting to know the real side of politics, the real side of the politicians, and also just the real side of this amazing city.
TMZ is known for breaking stories around celebrity news as well as in Hollywood. I'm curious, is your goal to eventually scoop other news organizations in DC?
Absolutely. Getting scoops is a huge reason why we're here. We're here to compete. And we want to cover politics in Capitol Hill, again, the same way that a lot of people are when it comes to covering big events. And again, too, we're going to give it our own personal touch as well. Like kind of the clips that we've been mentioning. Sometimes we can have fun and we can talk about pop culture and people's personal lives, pulling back the curtain on what it's like being a politician in DC, and at times asking them very serious questions. I think it really just comes down to our approach. We don't want to just be shooting out questions and waiting on responses. We want to sound kind of more like someone at a town hall or someone that you meet at a bar and just kind of have these real talk, raw conversations. And I think that type of authenticity is what a lot of people are craving right now.
Is paying for big tips on the table?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because that's not something that we do. That's just categorically false.
I gotcha. I'm curious, is the permanent posting or temporary? I see you're in a conference room right now. What's the plan long term?
It's permanent, man. It's permanent. We are officially DC locals as of about a week ago. So we're hoping it continues to go as well as it's been going because like I'm moving my family out here. There, we've left our house. We're getting rid of our leases and that sort of stuff. So we're hoping this ride continues, and we think it will.
You mentioned the reception among viewers and followers. I'm curious, among members of Congress and federal secretaries, do they like you? Do they like you guys being there? What's been the reception there from members of Congress?
They actually do.
Great. It's actually, and I think that's one of the things that surprised us the most. I think being the new guy on the block, you come into it thinking, what if they don't accept me? What if they don't want to work with me? But I would say, like, a lot of Congress, a lot of the Senate, a lot of politicians and people that work on Capitol Hill are with you guys. Can we grab a coffee? Not even just the congressmen, but all of their teams as well. The reception has been really, really good, to be honest. Yeah, and so we're happy to be here. DC's welcomed us with open arms, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked at LAX for almost 13 years trying to get celebrity interviews, doing the same thing on LAX as I'm doing on Capitol Hill. And the strike rate of like people agreeing to an interview and people like giving a good interview is so much higher in Capitol Hill. All of these people, they want the platform. They want to show people who they really are. They want to talk about issues that really affect them. And we're giving them that platform. And we're not trying to gotcha anyone. We're not asking crazy questions. We're just trying to be like conversational and ask questions that are on our mind in the moment. There's no special sauce. So I've been really pleased with how many Congress people are like, let's do it. Let's do something TMZ. It really opens my mind to the possibility here.
And we're used to sort of that kind of rush up, in the moment TMZ interview. I saw some clips, though, of some longer form stuff you guys been doing, kind of a sit-down interview. I think it was about Epstein files, stuff like that. Is that also in the works, longer form interviews?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I don't want to speak too much on it, but we have some, I would say, ranking people in Congress that are have reached out, and we have these long form interviews scheduled, and they are going to be talking about things that I don't think have been spoken of on any other outlet before. So our long form interviews are definitely something we're looking forward to pushing out more in the near future.
Welcome back to On the Record here on Queen City News Plus. Our next topic is the fact that Virginia has recently redrawn their congressional maps. They follow several states who have done it, like Texas, North Carolina, and California. Virginia, controlled by Democrats in their state house, redrew it to give Democrats a 10-1 control of the seats in Congress if midterms go their way in November. So we spoke with Dr. Michael Bitzer over at Catawba College about what this means for the country as a whole when it comes to the control of Congress. Here's our interview. So let's first start with this recent change now, I guess, in Virginia. Where did this come from, and what do you make of it?
Well, this really came out of the Texas redistricting effort in order to pick up Republican seats at the behest of President Trump. That really had a domino effect. It impacted North Carolina, impacted California. Most recently, it impacted Virginia on Tuesday. And this was really the Democrats' response to Texas picking up basically about 5 congressional seats Now Virginia is going to be picking up seats as well. And so in the grand scheme of things, if you just look at the fundamentals in terms of what has been redrawn across the country, it looks like a wash, but we have Florida also insert itself into a redistricting dynamic. So we'll have to kind of wait and see how this all pans out.
I'm curious too, whenever you see a new map being drawn, there's always a question of a legal challenge. Is that on the table with Virginia and other maps we've seen, or is Virginia just the one that seems to be still up in the air?
Apparently, there is a legal challenge to the Virginia referendum that was held on Tuesday. So we'll have to see how the courts in Virginia deal with it. It's likely that it will not go into federal court because the U.S. Supreme Court in the Rucho v. Common Cause case out of North Carolina said redistricting is not a federal court issue. That belongs to the states. So however the Virginia courts rule on whether this referendum was constitutional, legal, that will be the deciding factor.
I'm curious too, we've seen in every state that has redrawn the maps, they've had to dilute districts. So for Texas, red district, or for Virginia, maybe in blue state or blue district, that becomes a little less blue or a little less red. Does that spell trouble for those majority parties in those states come the midterms?
I think this is a critical question that not a lot of people have been thinking about, but will be ultimately the determiner. What will be the political dynamics in 5 months, 6 months to the November general election that we have no idea right now where things will be headed? We believe it will be a good Democratic year. If you look at things like the generic ballot, Democrats are up typically about +5. These districts don't necessarily take that into account. They rely on past election results. And if some districts have been diluted in terms of, let's say, Republican strength, if it shifts more towards Democrats, that then opens up all these other districts that by normal dynamics would be Republican districts. But if the environment is shifting to the Democrats, and if there's some kind of wave going on, that potentially puts even more districts into play.
Yeah, it seemed like the initial effort by the White House was to counter a possible midterm down season. But there's a real risk of a backfire, fair to say?
Very fair to say. I think what we're trying to do was to buy an insurance policy against a Democratic wave election. And even in today's hyper-partisan, very calcified, rigid voting patterns, that doesn't always play to the Republicans' advantage. So we'll have to wait and see how things progress through the summer. If the president's approval rating continues to take a hit, if people are still concerned about the economy, those two factors oftentimes join together and become the primary determiners of what happens in a midterm. The Republicans want to try and blunt any potential impact, but that is extremely hard to do if the public has soured on the Republican Party.
in the eastern part of the state here in North Carolina, we did see 2 districts redrawn to give Republicans an advantage come the midterms. Things seem to have changed a lot in recent months and recent weeks. That being said, I mean, could we see, is there a possibility that both would go blue or stay the same? What's on the table, you think, for the midterms here in North Carolina?
Well, I think for North Carolina, certainly all eyes are on the first congressional district. That was a highly competitive, one of the only competitive congressional districts in the entire South was the North Carolina first congressional district in 2024. That went slightly Democratic, so Don Davis won that district. He is going to compete again in the newly drawn first congressional district. And again, if the dynamics of a Democratic advantage on the generic ballot kind of hold true, that could continue to keep that first congressional district that now is about an R+4, R+5 district, that could make it again competitive. The third congressional district, where they basically swapped out precincts, is a little less Republican, but I think that the basics, the fundamentals of that district will keep it Republican. One eye to really watch on is clear across the state in the western part of the state, the 11th congressional district. That one is also an R+5. But again, if the dynamics of a Democratic wave are really kind of lapping up against some of these Republican districts, I think that's going to be one to watch.
And flipping an R+5 for lay people, I mean, how hard is that? Because it does seem that it's been reliably safe. There are some big cities. Asheville comes to mind in that district. But how big would it be to change that over to Democratic control?
It would take a lot in terms of how we look at these as political analysts. An R+5, Republican +5 means it was 5 points more Republican than either the state or national dynamics. And when you get to that level, that is typically, it's in a swing possibility, but it takes a momentum of push on the other side to really compensate for those 5 additional points. People tend to be locked into their voting patterns. If you vote Republican or Democratic from one election, you're probably going to be doing the same thing. North Carolina has a small percentage of swing voters, but if a lot of people on the Democratic side are energized, if independents move against the Republicans, and if Republicans look at this election and say, you know what, we're going to lose, I'm not going to show up, those kinds of dynamics, the fundamentals of an election, really could play into some interesting dynamics.
And what was different this time, obviously, was it was a mid-decade redistricting effort. Can we see a near future where it's every 2 years or even smaller intervals? Because it seems to be a pretty, I don't want to say common political strategy to give an advantage to either party.
Well, North Carolina has about a 40-year history of never having one map of either the congressional or the state legislative maps hold for an entire decade. So we're used to these kind of mid-decade redistricting efforts. Oftentimes it was because a court told us to redraw the maps. But this is a new kind of political warfare going on. And at some point, when we get to 2030 and 2031, when we will have the census and then the formal redistricting process, it's probably going to end up being all of the states are, depending on who controls the legislature, the political party, they're going to maximize for the most gerrymandering in terms of partisanship. But we could see this as kind of a new opening in American politics.
And lastly, if Democrats do secure this blue wave come the midterms and do have control of the House, what does that mean for the president in his final 2 years in the White House, you say?
Well, I think it'll be intensity of gridlock on steroids. The Democrats will do massive amounts of investigations into the administration. The Trump White House and his administration will fight those. The other big question really is who controls the U.S. Senate. I think right now it's probably still an even split, but if the momentum continues to shift and if Democrats win in some pretty reliable Republican states, that dynamic also has a factor to play into all of this. Let's just say from 2027 to 2028, it's going to be all off the chart in terms of polarization, and we will have a presidential contest well underway.
Is it possible to form a presidential contest based off a midterm, or is it just a different landscape these days?
It's a completely different landscape. If you try to use what's going to happen this November to predict in 2 years, let's go to a bar and have a drink, because I don't think that that's going to be a realistic dynamic. But it's going to show the intensity of what we have going on in American politics, and particularly here in North Carolina.
Thanks again to the guys over at TMZ, as well as Dr. Michael Bitzer with Catawba College. That's all for us here on The Record. We'll see you next time.
Drought conditions continue to worsen in the Carolinas, so the fines Statesville residents and businesses may be forced to pay if they don't follow the rules.
Yeah, we don't have rain today. Dry conditions and plenty of sunshine to start the week. Already up to 70 degrees, warming things up for what was a cooler weekend. But although it's a dry start to the week, we could see an inch of rain at some point this week. I'll let you know when. Coming up here at noon.
And a copperhead bite sends Monroe's mayor's wife to the hospital. So the update on her recovery and how she says it all happened. Good afternoon, I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now with breaking news out of Gastonia. So one person is headed to the hospital right now after a tractor trailer overturned. The photo from the Gastonia Fire Department shows the aftermath of the crash on the off-ramp from I-85 North to 321 South. The collision, though, causing backups on the highway. Queen City News, of course, right now has a crew headed to the scene, and we will bring you the updates as more information comes into the newsroom. Well, starting today, Statesville residents and businesses could be fined hundreds of dollars for not following citywide water restrictions. Now, it's one of the several municipalities to tighten water usage limits amid the ongoing drought, including Catawba County, Gastonia, and Charlotte. So Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is at one of the Charlotte's water treatment plants right now with why the regulations are now going from voluntary to mandatory.
Drought conditions have not significantly improved in the past several weeks, so the conservation requirements that officials initially put out as voluntary are becoming mandatory, enforceable with fines. Now, Charlotte water officials say their requirements will go into effect May 15th, while Statesville leaders say theirs start today. As of this morning, leaders in Statesville can issue fines for anyone who's washing their car at home, filling up swimming pools, or watering their lawn on restricted days. Odd-numbered addresses can only irrigate Saturday nights, while even-numbered addresses on Sunday nights. The first violation will lead to a $200 fine. The second time there's a noncompliance, that fine doubles to $400. For a third violation and beyond, each violation is $600. Statesville leaders say that the city is in a stage D3 extreme drought condition. There's only one stage higher, exceptional drought. Some parts of the region have met the qualifications for that. Officials who monitor the Catawba Watery River Basin, the source of water for about 2 million people in the Carolinas, say levels are as low as they have been since 2009.
We normally see about 46 to 50 inches of rain a year, and right now we're running a 15-inch deficit year to date. We certainly can't control the drought. We certainly can't control the evaporation rates, but we can control what we do.
The rain has helped some. As of this weekend, North Carolina Forest Service officials have partially lifted the statewide open burn ban. Now, 19 counties are still under a burn ban. That's most of the counties here in the southern Piedmont region. They say people outside of those 19 counties still under a burn ban should still be careful as we are in spring wildfire season. Reporting in Northwest Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, thank you, Savannah. And as Savannah just mentioned, now Charlotte, Gastonia, and Mooresville are all just a few of the other areas where mandatory restrictions will also take effect. So as of today, Lincoln County is also under mandatory restrictions, and there will be limitations on when you can be able to water your lawn and other outdoor water use, like washing your car at home. All right, now let's bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson to this conversation as we now take a live look here over at Gaston County right now. Brandon, so we're now dry right now, but we're also tracking some wet weather this week that may help a little bit ease the drought conditions.
Yeah, by Wednesday and Thursday this week, middle of the week, we're going to be tracking some beneficial rain, Alicia. This is probably the most rain we've experienced since mid-February. So I'm excited to say I think this week is going to help us at least slightly with the drought. Now, this is a nice start to the week. Beneficial rainfall coming through the middle portions of this week. And then as we end the week and head to the weekend, we're going to be trending cooler and drier. High pressure's in control for now. Got a little disturbance to our north. That brought a light shower to our mountain communities about an hour ago. You can see that skirting through Ashe County, Watauga County. Even Ava County might have a light raindrop or two, but there's just so much dry air in place that moisture really dwindled down as it moved into the mountains. 61 in Boone right now. We've got 70 in Morganton. We are at 70 in the Queen City, 75 in Sherall. So we are warming things up nicely from what was a pretty cool weekend for us, especially for this time of year. I've got us near 80 degrees today. Plenty of sunshine, seasonably warm. That southwesterly breeze going to help bring in that warmer air as well. Now, there is a frontal boundary back to the west. Notice it's over Minneapolis right now, Omaha. Not a lot of moisture with it, but it will be gaining moisture from the Gulf as we go through this week, and that's going to be lifting our rain chances up by the middle portion of the week. So we'll talk about when the more widespread rain will move in and when you might want to move some plans around. Coming up here in just a little bit, Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon, for that. We're going to take you back now to the breaking news that we've been following right now. One person is headed to the hospital after a tractor trailer overturned. This is a live look as to what you're seeing right now going on at that scene. But the photo from the Gastonia Fire Department that we showed you earlier, it showed that aftermath of the crash. But again, you're looking at here live. This is a crash that happened from I-85 north and 321 south. The collision, it caused major backups on the highway right now. We do have a crew headed to the scene, but we wanted to bring you this live shot right here and bring you the latest breaking news involving this crash, again, involving that tractor trailer causing backups on I-85 in Gastonia. As we learn more information and kind of zoom out a little bit there to be able to show you what we're looking at here, we'll bring you more information in this newscast, or also starting on Queen City News at 4 today. A suspect is dead and another is in custody after a chase led to a deadly crash in South Charlotte. So this all happened last night on Old Pineville Road. Officers say that they spotted a stolen vehicle and then tried to stop it, but the driver just kept going, and CMPD decided not to chase it. So after the car crashed on I-77 and Nations Ford Road, officers were then able to take one of the suspects into custody. Officials say that the other suspect ran I-77 before being hit and killed by a passing car when they ran across that area. So the suspects' identities have not been released. We now know the name of the homicide victim who was dropped off at Atrium Health in the University City area. So Henry Bronco died at the hospital yesterday, so details are limited, but officers say that Bronco was shot on Weller Way near Brighton Corporate Center Drive in Huntersville. Now, police there have taken over the case. A Lincoln County deputy is accused of communicating threats and cyberstalking. Mecklenburg County detectives now arrested Michael Hargrave yesterday afternoon. Details on what led up to his arrest are limited at this hour, but authorities have put a criminal domestic violence protective order in place. Hargrave is currently being held at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center. New at noon right now. So the wife of Monroe Mayor Robert Burns is now recovering after being bitten by a copperhead snake. So this all happened last Wednesday. Burns says that his wife Lauren was walking through a wooded area on the property when she was bitten by that copperhead. Well, she was rushed to the hospital after suffering severe swelling from 2 bleeding punctured wounds on her left ankle. Officials later discovered that the 4-foot snake, it was near the Burns home. And in a post on Facebook, Burns says that his wife is now doing well. Of course, we'll have much more on the story coming up on Queen City News at 4. All right, now for a live look here over the nation's capital. The U.S. military is now leading a new effort today to guide ships from the Strait of Hormuz. Now, as Gabrielle Caracciolo now reports, this all comes as negotiations between Iran and the U.S. continue.
The U.S. overnight released 22 Iranian crew members from a container ship seized 2 weeks ago. That announcement coming from mediator Pakistan as talks between the countries continue.
Doing very well with regard to Iran.
Over the weekend, negotiations to end the war between the United States and Iran continue with no clear sign of progress. According to President Trump,
they want to make a deal. They're decimated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years.
Instead, the U.S. is launching a new operation at the Strait of Hormuz, dubbed Project Freedom. The goal is to restore free navigation for commercial shipping through the critical oil passageway. On social media, President Trump writing, "The ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance." He says the stuck ships are running low on food and other necessary supplies. U.S. Central Command says the initiative will involve guided missile destroyers, more than 100 aircraft, and 15,000 service members. Iran says it's a ceasefire violation, but President Trump is warning any interference will be dealt with forcefully. This new mission at the critical oil passage route comes as gas prices here in the United States have reached a national average of $4.45 per gallon. In Washington, Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation.
4 men accused of planning and carrying out the terror attacks on September 11th, 2001 are now scheduled to be able to appear for a pretrial hearing today. So Khalid Saeed Muhammad is among the defendants expected to appear. Muhammad was captured in Pakistan in 2003. It is now believed to be the architect of the plane's operation. So proceedings will now take place before a U.S. military tribunal at Guantanamo Bay. Some of the families of the nearly 3,000 victims are expected to attend. And former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani is in the hospital right now. We're told at this point in critical condition. Right now, that's also according to a spokesperson who also asked the public for prayers for the 81-year-old. The reason for Giuliani's hospitalization now was not shared with us, but of course, Rudy Giuliani became known as America's mayor for his leadership in the aftermath of the 9/11 terror attacks. The spokesperson did not say how long Giuliani is now expected to stay in the hospital. For the first time in nearly 20 years, Charlotte will be playing host to the U.S. Navy Week. Now, today kicks off the week's worth of community service, performances, and also educational programming. Sailors are also partnering with local schools, nonprofits, and other groups all across Charlotte for several military to civilian engagement events. So the U.S. Navy will also have a heavy presence at the Truist Championship starting Friday, even with those events running through the 10th. North Carolina advocates sharing their concerns about the education lottery's delivery of funds. Why they say the initial promise by state leaders is falling short of a jackpot for schools. Plus, changes to SNAP benefits, the concerns from Carolina food banks as more people lose vital assistance. And it's the end of an era for Spirit. But one airline is now making a return to CLT in the aftermath of the ultra-low fare airline's demise. We're going to tell you who. Brandon.
I'm pretty excited about the forecast this week. It's not often when you're excited about rain. Obviously, it can impact outdoor plans, but we need it desperately. Beneficial rainfall on the way this week. We're timing out when the incoming rain will be moving in and when it might impact some of your plans this week. Coming up in just a bit, Alicia.
All right, before we go to break, let's head back out to that breaking news that we've been following out of Gastonia. Let's take a live look here. One person is headed to the hospital with minor injuries after a tractor trailer overturned. We're going to zoom out a little bit to show you exactly what's going on there. This happened on the off-ramp from I-85 North to 321 South. Again, this is a live look at that scene. The collision is causing major backups on the highway. Queen City News has a crew headed to that scene, and of course we'll bring you more updates as we learn more information as it comes into our Queen City News newsroom. New at noon right now, JetBlue is coming back to Charlotte Douglas International Airport after the Spirit Airline situation and that whole big shutdown. We're going to talk about that now, take a deeper dive. But after leaving CLT a year and a half ago, JetBlue is now making a return and offering $99 one-way rescue fares to stranded Spirit customers. So that's a plus there. But passengers need to show proof of a valid Spirit itinerary before Wednesday. So JetBlue is also capping fares at $300 for nonstop routes to and from Fort Lauderdale and to San Juan in Puerto Rico. So after 34 years, sad news, Spirit shut down in the wee hours Saturday morning, canceling all flights and leaving thousands of workers without a job. The shutdown came after escalating financial struggles for the budget airline. Let's talk about all this now with Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Mackay Beeler joining us more to be able to talk about this. But also there's some facts that a lot of people don't really realize. I want to be able to also mention that when we start talking about Spirit. So fill us in, Mackay.
Okay, well, first of all, what did Spirit in?
Yeah.
What did them in? So insiders say it was the doubling of jet fuel. The prices doubled, and that was the final nail in the coffin for the financially fragile airline that was just emerging from its second bankruptcy. Well, Spirit was known for dirt cheap, bare fares. We all know that. Hidden fees, tight seats, uncomfortable cabins, extreme nickel and diming. But despite its polarizing reputation, many travelers used it because it was one of the cheapest options for frugal flyers, making air travel more accessible to a wider range of passengers. But above and beyond that, there is something about Spirit, a record most passengers were not aware of. Amid all the jokes, a critical fact was overlooked. Spirit had one of the cleanest safety records in the U.S. airline history. Alicia, did you know with Spirit, every flight that ever took off landed safely? Not a single fatal crash. In its operating history since 1992, the airline never lost an aircraft, never lost a passenger. And although Spirit became shorthand for bare bones travel and endless jokes, and yes, many of us laughed at the many memes, it deserved better. Spirit's safety record was exceptional.
Well, you know what?
You didn't know that, did you?
I didn't know that, but I kind of feel like, honestly, May-Kay, if that was in their marketing, I feel like that would have appealed to so many people because those are great facts for you to be able to know, hey, we never did this, and we were clean. What specifically made them exceptional?
All right, so the NTSB accident report for Spirit, or report, said, like all airlines, actually, like all air carriers, yeah, there was the occasional incident, including bird strikes, emergency landings, a battery fire in the overhead bin. That happens for everyone. But for Spirit, none resulted in a crash or a passenger fatality. There was an incident in July 2015. Contaminated cockpit air sickened both pilots. No passengers were harmed. The plane landed safely, but the captain died 50 days later from suspected poisoning from toxic cockpit air. Now, a lot of people are going to remember the jokes, but facts disclosed one of the most made fun of names in American air travel leaves with a safety record most better-loved airlines would gladly claim. So on May 2nd, Saturday, Spirit's final landing closed out a chapter that few airlines in the world will ever match.
So it kind of shows you that, you know, they always say, like, all news is good news.
Yeah.
A lot of those memes weren't good news,
I know,
May-Kay. I mean, a lot of those memes that were out there, when you saw
know.
the fights, when you saw the issues that happened on the plane, I mean, I think it was good for social media, but, you know, in terms of branding, this branding would have been a better. Question for you, though, are any other low-cost airlines? I know we talked about JetBlue, but are they kind of following suit?
And
when it comes to similar
JetBlue
outcomes?
may be in trouble. We hope not.
Okay.
But all of the airlines, all of the low-cost airlines as a whole, they requested the administration to give them $2.5 billion in relief money. Now, Spirit may be the first, but analysts say unlikely the last to go under. And according to reports, JetBlue founder Dave Nealman warns his airline may go bankrupt this year, unable to swallow the rising jet fuel prices. So, Alicia, customers can get their money back from Spirit. If they booked with a credit card through Spirit, they will get an automatic refund. If not, their credit card company should refund them for services not rendered. And regarding points and vouchers, it'll take a while for that to be refunded, if at all.
But just so wow, for you to be able to all of a sudden just wake up and realize, okay, my job is gone.
17,000 people.
The airline is no longer
out of a job.
Yeah.
This is sad for everybody.
Very sad, very sad for the industry. And hopefully we're not seeing more, but you know, with the gas price situation.
I know, something's got to change.
Yeah. May-Kay Beeler, thank you for your reporting. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right, let's bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson now to talk about what we're seeing outside. 70 degrees, which was not the case when we woke up this morning, Brandon.
Yeah, it was a chilly start to the morning. And
yeah.
really, it was cool throughout the weekend. We had temperatures only in the 60s on Saturday, 70s yesterday. So it was a pretty cool weekend overall, but we are warming things up nicely from the cooler weekend. Now, radar is still dry. We had a few showers try to work into our mountain communities about an hour or so ago. That dried up, though. Again, we've got a lot of dry air in place. So that's going to eat away any moisture it does try to sneak in here. High pressure and control 2 creating sinking air. You got a few showers north of us up and towards St. Louis, Chicago, and up through West Virginia and the Ohio Valley. But back to our west, this is the system we're going to be paying attention to, and I'm smiling because it is going to bring us some beneficial rainfall here as we get into the middle of the week. You can see it over Omaha and Denver. Not a lot of moisture right now, but by Thursday, you'll have enough moisture for at least a 70% chance of rain by early Thursday. I think it starts late Wednesday and early Thursday for rain, and then we'll be drier as we get into the weekend and really latter half of this work week. You can see the cold front moving in. This is Wednesday at noon. Lanes are still dry, but the moisture starts to sneak into our mountain areas by about 6 to 10 o'clock on Wednesday. Still dry in Charlotte through most of the day on Wednesday, with the exception of our friends along and north of I-40. Then notice as we go into Wednesday night, here comes the rain moving in. This area of low pressure pretty much launches right at us. So this is 5 o'clock in the morning Thursday, tracking light to moderate rain for the morning commute. Rain likely continues on and off through about noon on Thursday, with a few isolated showers and storms on the back end of this front by Thursday evening, but will be much drier by Thursday evening again with those isolated showers and storms. This is going to be good rain for us. I'm thinking at least 3/4 of an inch of rain, if not an inch of rain for much of the area. Is it going to eliminate the drought? Absolutely not. But this is what we need to get into, more of a consistent rainy pattern. And I like this. I like an inch of rain for the area. I'd like to see more than that, honestly. Now, we could see maybe some isolated high water concerns west of I-77, but I'm not overly concerned about that. Extreme drought conditions and even exceptional drought conditions over the area were about 10 degrees warmer compared to this time yesterday. 72 Charlotte, 62 Boone, and then today's highs getting up to about 80 degrees. So we'll be right around the 80-degree mark over the next couple of days. And then we get a little bit cooler for the latter half of the week following the front on Wednesday and Thursday. And that is going to bring some good rain to the area. Dry and cool for the weekend, Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon, for that. Unpaid rent relief while landlords are now looking for a bailout over a pandemic-era rule. And after years of sky-high home prices, we're now finally seeing a change in the trend. So where prices are falling and why it's not happening everywhere. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Time now is 12:25. So a group of landlords now suing the federal government for $1.5 billion in relief for unpaid rent. A lawsuit filed by more than 1,500 landlords argues that the federal eviction moratorium during the pandemic violated the Fifth Amendment by denying them compensation. The ban was a public health measure aimed at keeping tenants housed and slowing the spread of the disease. What lasted from September of 2020 through July of 2021, when the Supreme Court ruled congressional authorization was needed. So new data now shows home prices are also now dropping in about a third of U.S. major cities, including right here in North Carolina. Experts say the trend is a reset after the pandemic housing boom, and it comes as home prices and mortgage rates surged over the last few years, causing buyers to be priced out. So Chief Pistis correspondent Taylor Young tells us which areas are seeing the biggest price drops and what this means for people in the Carolinas.
From the East Coast to the West Coast, California, Texas, and especially Florida. I mean, that was the state with the highest amount of cities that saw price drops, and the highest was 9% year over year, which is a pretty big drop just within 365 days. North Carolina did see some drops, not as drastic as Florida, only 2 cities. That includes Raleigh, which saw a 1% drop year over year, and also Durham, Chapel Hill, that market saw an 8.7% drop year over year, which is pretty drastic, I think. Charlotte was not on the list.
Oh, well, for the full conversation, though, with Taylor, you can be able to head over to our website at qcnews.com. A major partnership between Atrium Health and Wake Med could be hitting a speed bump, so why officials are now questioning the proposal and what it could mean for the future. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, top stories following at this hour right now. One person is headed to the hospital with minor injuries after a tractor trailer overturned. It happened on the off-ramp from I-85 north to 321 south in Gastonia. The collision is causing backups on the highway as crews now work to clear the scene. Also, the wife of Monroe Mayor Robert Burns recovering after being bitten by a copperhead snake. It happened last Wednesday. Burns says that his wife, Lauren, was walking through a wooded area on the property when she was bitten by that snake. She was rushed to the hospital after suffering severe swelling from 2 bleeding puncture wounds on her left ankle. Officials later discovered the 4-foot snake near the Burns home. In a post on Facebook, Burns now says that his wife is now doing well. That is great news. Also starting today, Statesville officials will fine people hundreds of dollars for washing their cars at home, filling swimming pools, or watering lawns on restricted days. It's one of several municipalities to tighten water usage limits amid the ongoing drought. and that includes Catawba County, Gastonia, and Charlotte. The first violation will lead to a $200 fine. The second offense doubles to $400, and any infraction after that will cost $600 each. Talk about the weather. We're seeing outside 70-degree temps right now. Your time is 12:31 as we take a live look here over Gaston County right now. And I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, got some wet weather headed our way.
Yeah, we do. As we get towards the middle half of the week, we're going to be tracking those showers and even some thunderstorms. And it looks like beneficial rain this time, Alicia. Maybe an inch for the area. We'll time that out for you coming up here in just a little bit. We got a few clouds skirting over the mountains north of I-40. The rest of the area seeing abundant sunshine, as you just saw from that look from Gaston County. Temperatures warmer than yesterday, about 10 degrees warmer compared to what we were at this time yesterday. We're in the low 70s across much of the area. This time yesterday, we were just getting out of the 50s at lunch. 62 right now in Boone, 58 in Jefferson. Highs around 70 in the mountains today, and then high temperatures around 80 towards Charlotte. So it definitely will be a much warmer day today compared to what we had yesterday. Radar staying dry, and that will be the case here at least over the next couple of days with high pressure and control. But back to our west, a cold front is closing in, and that's going to bring some much needed and beneficial rain to the area. We'll time out when it gets here and when you might want to move some outdoor plans around. Coming right up in just a little bit, Alicia.
Brandon, so North Carolina teachers are calling on state lawmakers to give them raises and improve the funding that they put into schools. That they held a rally and a march in Raleigh on Friday to deliver that message. Well, they say that funding for public schools should be prioritized over corporate tax breaks and private school voucher programs. And educators argue that public schools have been struggling for a while with crumbling buildings, crowded classrooms, rising health care costs, and teachers leaving the profession because of low pay. So now they're calling on lawmakers to enact change.
We have yet to get a state budget, and so coming together now to pressure and push and be present really brings it to the forefront for our public.
And people who attended Friday's rally say that they hope the turnout pushes lawmakers to rethink how they fund public education. So North Carolina continues to rank near the bottom nationally in both school funding and teacher pay. And as teachers demand more funding and higher pay all across the state, North Carolina recently marked 20 years since the launch of the education lottery. But experts argue that the lotto isn't living up to its original promise. And as our Andy Weber reports, what was once sold as a bonus to get more money into schools has now become a piggy bank to cover routine, already existing expenses.
August 31st, 2005, a bill creating the North Carolina Education Lottery was signed into law by then-Governor Michael Easley.
This just means that the 4-year-olds who need pre-kindergarten are going to get it, that the low-wealth counties who need help with their school construction are going to get it, and the kids who are working hard and don't have the money to go to college are now going to be able to go.
While it wasn't explicitly written in the law, supporters frequently frame the lottery as a bonus, a revenue source that could cover some expenses
a total of $18, sir.
The state was not previously able to fund.
But it's a supplement to those, and it's one of the answers that helps us address some issues such as school construction, which is so badly needed across the state.
That provision was removed at the last minute. So that is not in law, and that controversy over whether or not it supplants existing funding, still lingers.
That's Bob Libke, who oversees education policy for the John Locke Foundation, a conservative think tank based in Raleigh. Libke says a lack of clear guidelines have allowed the legislature to use lottery revenue to pay for expenses once covered by the state's general fund, like custodians and maintenance workers.
It's not in statute that the money can only be used for this, this, and this. Essentially what has happened over time since it was passed is functionally, in my view, it's become a cookie jar.
This isn't really something extra. It's funding the fundamentals.
Matt Ellenwood directs education advocacy for the North Carolina Justice Center, an influential left-leaning policy shop in the Tar Heel state. He argues the lottery would live up to its original promise if more guardrails were put up.
There's new programs for younger children that weren't there when the lottery began, or were just starting. They weren't serving very many kids. So that'd be the sort of thing that you'd want to write into law, that the lottery money should be directed towards providing.
Experts on both sides of the political spectrum agree you can't blame a single political party for the lottery becoming what's been called a cookie jar or a piggy bank. Democrats passed the original bill and Republicans have controlled the General Assembly in Raleigh for 15 years. Lawmakers will ultimately have to decide to put in limits or parameters, but lately there's been no real desire to make changes. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Thank you, Andy. So in a statement to Queen City News, lottery officials reiterated that the General Assembly decides how lottery funds are allocated. And they went on to be able to say that last year they provided $141 million more than what state officials asked for, and that money is being used to build new schools. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members now working through concerns over next year's budget. They met over the weekend, days after members rejected the superintendent's $2.1 billion proposal amid questions about how money is being distributed. So with a May 15th deadline approaching, board members are also pushing for answers before seeing a revised budget later this week.
We're not here to solve the problem, right, or the issue, or what the additional thing is. We're here to just say this is what, be thinking about this is what we need to move forward.
So the board will meet a few times this week before reviewing that revised budget presentation on Friday. So there's a new push right now to have life-saving devices at public and charter schools all across North Carolina. And the Smart Heart Act would require all schools in the state to have an automated external defibrillator or an AED on campus, as well as a cardiac emergency response plan. So this now push comes in response to a pressing need during the 2023-2024 school year when 6 North Carolina students suffered cardiac arrests while at school. One of those young students died.
When you think about what comes through the doors of our schools on a daily basis, it's not just students, it's staff, it's visitors, it's family members of everybody that, that lives in this area. This is a safer community because of the things that we've implemented.
Our goal is that every child has the best chance to come home. No one sends their child to school thinking that they might not make it home at the end of the day. And, losing one child is one child too many.
Well, the goal is to be able to ensure that all schools are equipped with these critical life-saving devices and have plans in place to respond effectively during emergencies. Looking live here over the nation's capital, millions of Americans who rely on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, will be cut off from those benefits starting this month. Most of the changes involve now recipients 18 to 64 years of age. And it's part of the stricter work requirements for SNAP recipients that were then put in place by the One Big Beautiful Bill, which then passed last year. Feeding America says SNAP provides around 9 meals for every 1 meal a food bank can supply. So they warn changes like this will negatively impact all communities, and some people are already feeling that strain.
It's the increase in people coming to receive food. It can put a burden on us. People who normally wouldn't use pantries because they could use their SNAP benefits, they prefer to do it that way, will have to now come to the food pantry. And that might see us having it limited to families that are already clients that have been coming here for years.
Supporters now say that this encourages work and reduces fraud, while critics argue people are losing much needed benefits simply because they just can't keep up with the new requirements. So nationwide, about 4 million fewer people are receiving SNAP compared to last year after the One Big Beautiful Bill passed. A major partnership between Atrium Health and Wake Med could be hitting a speed bump. So the Wake County Board of Commissioners were set to be able to vote on the matter today, but now State Auditor Dave Bullock is now raising concerns about the transparency. So Wake Med administrators say that this would be a major step toward building on its legacy of outstanding care, bringing in a $2 billion investment, then also creating more than 3,300 jobs. However, Bullock released a statement saying that the rollout of the proposed raises questions about the impacts on customers. He says the lack of transparency does not instill confidence, but calls for greater scrutiny and explanation. That is his quote. So Bullock then went on to be able to say that in the interest of the people of Wake County and all citizens in North Carolina, the planned vote should be delayed. So North Carolina State Treasurer Brad Briner also has some concerns about this potential merger.
When you stop competition, you get higher prices. It's a basic economic concept, and it unfortunately does work exactly that way in North Carolina.
Officials will hold a news conference tomorrow to share details of the plan.
He loves to fly, I love to fly. It's a great thing. I think everybody should give it a try.
A cross-country trip, but not the traditional way. A look at how one North Carolina man saw America without using a car or plane. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A man from Hendersonville just crossed the country, but not by car or plane. Try a lawn chair with a fan, motor, and parachute. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains how one paramotorist saw America with no walls, no windows, just a lot of open sky.
It's not a bird and certainly not a plane.
It's just something that's been really enjoyable to me.
Mark Honeycutt is a former military airman turned paramotorist.
This is it. This is your cockpit.
Now he teaches people like Scott Garland how to fly this concoction.
Stuck by him, and he's taught me a lot of stuff, and I fell in love with it.
The duo was itching for a cross-country trip and got that chance on April 9th, the day after Honeycutt's brother got married in San Francisco.
And we used his wedding as an excuse to get this trip started.
Once you get airborne and used to your feet dangling in front of you, you'll cruise at about 30 miles per hour, but the views are worth it.
He loves to fly, I love to fly. It's a great thing. I think everybody should give it a try.
So I did, kind of.
I need a little bit more help.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but the unit weighs 150 pounds until you're in the air. They made it look easy.
For first timers like me, you can get a little extra assist to learn how to take off, but essentially you get your running start and before you know it, you're weightless.
You know, you catch a side wind, you know, on takeoff, and it puts you back on the ground, which I experienced out west. So.
Unfortunately, Garland's trip ended early. He got hurt on the first day and pushed through until his quad tore open.
His leg went back and he got a 6-inch tear in his muscle.
Honeycutt finished his trip to the East Coast on April 28th. 7 days were lost because of bad weather.
Finished the trip in Kitty Hawk or Kill Devil Hills, where the Wright brothers took their first powered flight. It seemed like just a legendary ending to crossing the United States in a way that nobody has before.
But don't worry, Garland says he will be finishing what he started this fall.
As long as you treat the sport with respect, you know, you'll be okay and you'll be safe.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that kind of looks scary. All right, so the Truist Championship is coming to town this week. The event runs from the 7th to the 10th at Quail Hollow. It features a purse of $20 million. We're also getting a better look as to who's going to be hitting the courses Thursday. So there will be no Scotty Scheffler in the Queen City. However, there will still be 8 of the top 10 players in the world making the trip to Quail Hollow, and that includes world number 2, Rory McIlroy, fresh off of a win at the Masters. Oh yeah. Matt Fitzpatrick also will be playing this week. And then the red hot Cameron Young is also set to be able to tee off in the Queen City. Charlotte also welcomes world number 5 and world number 6, Justin Rose and Colin Morikawa now as well, to be able to come to the Truist Championship field in 2026. It's going to be exciting out there. Also, Charlotte FC is preparing for a 4-game stretch at the bank, and it all comes as the team is now back in the loss column for the 4th straight time. So the Crown fell 1-0 to the New England Revolution on the road Saturday. So they had a couple of chances in this one, particularly early in the match, but they never found the back of the net. Charlotte was close, though, to escaping with the point. However, then a handball call and stoppage in the time game. New England obviously gave them the chance for a penalty kick, which then that was with Carlos Gill and snuck right past. Looking at the Crown, though, is looking to be able to break their losing streak, though, with a matchup against Cincinnati, and that is set for this Saturday at 7:30. So if you think that you are the best sports league in the Queen City, there is a group that would probably say, hold my beer outside Lucky Strike Bowling Alley. This is how other competitors roll. Look at this. So the Charlotte League right now is looking at Tuesdays and Thursdays. So some have now played for decades, but many just wanted to be able to have a place to be able to meet with their friends. Sometimes they get competitive, but then mostly it's just a lot of laughs.
We're kind of athletic and fun, but we don't take ourselves too seriously.
Star John Lee introduces us to a few of the colorful characters who are in a league of their own. Get it? You can be able to watch Faces of the Carolinas on Queen City News tonight at 10. Lot of fun. All right, take a live look here over Bank of America Stadium right now as I bring in Brandon Lawson. Brandon, so we have some rain, some beneficial rain too, I may add, that's coming into our forecast.
Yeah, you know, it's coming right when the Truist Championship is going to be coming into town on Thursday. That's when we'll have day 1, and looks like Thursday is going to be the wettest day of the week for us, Alicia. I always make the joke, you know, it happens with NASCAR a lot too. Anytime you have a drought in town, like bring NASCAR in because you get a lot of rain typically with NASCAR events. And here we are with a sporting event, the Truist Championship coming in on Thursday. Unfortunately, it does look pretty wet on Thursday. It does look drier though as we get through the weekend. Just might have some wet greens to navigate on Thursday. Here's radar though. You can see things are pretty dry right now. We had a few light raindrops moving through the mountains earlier north of I-40. That moisture kind of decayed as it moved off to the southeast just because there's a lot of dry air in place. But high pressure well in control. That's going to be keeping us dry here for the next couple of days. But then as we get northwest of us towards Omaha, Denver, Minneapolis, Chicago, there's our next rainmaker. That'll be moving in Wednesday night into Thursday. That's what's going to be bringing us rain chances. Not a lot of moisture with it now, but it will have more moisture with it on Wednesday as it grabs it from the Gulf. So notice Wednesday at noon, most of the area is still dry. I do think showers sneak into the mountains probably around Wednesday dinner time. Charlotte's still dry for most of the day on Wednesday. It's not really until Wednesday night into Thursday morning where the rain starts to move into the Charlotte metro. So I do think it's going to be a pretty wet commute Thursday morning. Be prepared for that. Tracking rain, which could be heavy at times. That'll be moving through, I think, likely through most of the morning. And then early afternoon, mid-afternoon, it's going to be more scattered showers, maybe some claps of thunder before things dry out a bit for Thursday evening. So Thursday does look like a pretty wet day. If you have outdoor plans like Truist Championship, could have some delays, especially if you have any thunderstorms with that. Rainfall forecast up to an inch is a possibility with that system on Thursday. That's good. We need it, and this is honestly what we need, inch or 2 rainfall events. We just need it more on a consistent basis. 60s in the mountains, 58 in Jefferson. Do have low 70s in the Charlotte area, 75 in Wadesboro, 77 Sherrall, and again, this is much warmer than yesterday and really over the course of the weekend when we were cooler. I expect us to get around 80 today in Charlotte, 79 Shelby. 70 in the mountains. Tonight we're in the 40s in the mountains, but 50s elsewhere. It'll be cool in the morning. Pretty cool start, but not too bad. We'll get up around 80 degrees again tomorrow, and then I've got near 70 in the mountains. So pollen forecast, medium pollen levels today and tomorrow. Oak and cedar really the main concerns. Pine is actually coming down a bit. Wednesday and Thursday, though, we do have those higher pollen levels. But again, we're getting into that time of year for trees where tree pollen's starting to come down a bit. It's going to be grass pollen that starts to take over as we get more towards the summer months. Temperatures staying in the 80s here through Wednesday, but then late Wednesday into Thursday, that's when our rain moves in. Cools us back down again into the 70s. We'll stay mainly dry through the weekend with maybe another chance of a few isolated showers by Sunday. You're watching Queen City News now. It's the most iron and most local news in Charlotte here at noon. We'll be right back. Live look over Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Welcome back. All right, so you won't find this holiday on any official calendar, but it's a strong chance that you'll see the phrase, "May the 4th be with you," all over your timelines today on social media. So Star Wars fans dubbed the popular pun as a fun homage to the franchise. And the phrase began popping up outside the fictional galaxy as early as 1979 when a British ad used the pun to congratulate Margaret Thatcher's win for Prime Minister. Almost 50 years after the 1977 release of Star Wars A New Hope, its cultural impact continues to be galactic. So movie experts now call it one of the most influential films ever, with some describing it as more than just a story about space battles.
Star Wars is deeper, I think, than you might think. It's any timeless story because there's a lot in it about who we are as people. But it's also about people learning what is good in themselves and learning to use that for other people.
And for those wanting to celebrate the unofficial holiday today, kicking off the beginning of the Star Wars summer movie series in Davidson, you can be able to enjoy these 6 iconic films while under the stars. The free, family-friendly outdoor film experience runs from now through October, and festivities begin on South Main Street tonight at 7:15 with themed trivia and giveaways. So if you miss the celebrations today, there's always May 25th, the anniversary of the film's release, and then some avid supporters argue that's the official Star Wars day. Our award-winning Hometown Series is continuing through the spring, and we have just so many stories to be able to share with you and to be able to tell. So Wednesday morning at our 9 o'clock hour, we're exploring why we play and the people that make sports so special. So we'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. So if you miss any of our hometown stories, you can catch them always online at qcnews.com. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Queen City News is a whole new way to stay connected to you when we're not live on the air. You can download Queen City News Plus app on our smart TV using either Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. So this right here is a look at today's lineup on the app. First, you get Pinpoint Weather University, then followed by Turnkey, followed by Order in the Court. You can watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Brandon.
Yeah, we get local roots on there too.
Local roots,
on Spotify and
yeah.
Apple as well, so it's good. And, you know, temperatures are going to be right around 80 degrees here for the next couple of days. And Alicia, we do get some rain. I'm thinking late Wednesday, early Thursday, first half of the day Thursday. Looks widespread, light to moderate rain. 1 inch of rain possible in some areas, and then we'll be drier for the weekend. So we need to stack up 1 to 2 inch rainfall events like this. It's more of a consistent basis.
Yes. All right, Brandon. Thank you so much. And thanks for joining us for Queen City News at noon. We'll see you next on Queen City News Today at 4.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, we're heading out in the field. We're going out in the wild. We're doing an interview with Duke Energy at their Cohen's Ford Hydro Station. Operations being reduced there due to ongoing drought conditions. We're speaking with them about